Of during the anthem, I'll charge you $200. $3,000 Uganda shillings. DJ, are we almost ready? Good. These things happen in life. Let's sit down and give the DJ his time. Give him a big hand clap. Those of you involved in business, and that is many of you, you know, that sometimes, I think it is Barack Obama who also said that along the journey of success, there usually is going to be many false starts. But what happens after those false starts is generally the response of what happens to you usually decides how far you will go. As I said, we are going to have a very, very interesting program. For those of you who are here for the very first time, I want you to make the decision already that you will be uncomfortable until you have invested in this great nation, Uganda. I happened to scatter into the Ministry of Defense headquarters in Paris. That's what they said. Okay, fine, let's just say Paris, the French capital. And the spokesperson of the Ministry of Defense of France told me that if you want to do anything serious in Africa, you have to be in Uganda because of Uganda's geopolitical positioning. So I'd like to say that even if you want to do anything serious in terms of business, you want to be in Uganda. Yes, we might be landlocked, but we are positioned very, very close to Congo, very close to Rwanda. South Sudan is a big market. There is Burundi as well. We are now having a very good balance of trade with Kenya, especially in terms of dairy products. And even as far as the United States is concerned, there is AGOA, even Europe. There is a rumor going around that the DJ is now ready. I want to find out whether that is more than a rumor. DJ, is it just a rumor that you're ready with the anthem, or are we now dealing with a fact? DJ, are we good?
Lokabhiramam ranarang dhiram Rajivanetram Raghuvanshanaurupam Karunakarantam Shri Ramachandra शरणं प्रपद्यै श्रीरामचन्द्रं शरणं प्रपद्यै श्रीरामचन्द्रं शरणं प्रपद्यै
रघुकूल भूषण रामना वंशज लोहाणा ओ अमे रवि कुल तना गौरव सहित जीवन अमारू जीविए रघुवंशना आदर्श भातृभावने निभाविए पितृभक्ति ने समर्पण थी जीवन शोभाविए
धर्म मर्यादा सहित निज वचन पालन ने विषय उत्सुक सदा रहिने जीवन रथ सतत हंकारिये जलाराम बापा योगी बापा ना सुखाशीर्वाद थी झूलेलाल नी करुणा थकी मानव जीवन दीपाविये
અમે રામના સંતાન સૌ સાથે મળીને ચાલીએ
जय राम सीता राम ना जयनाद ने जग जाविए
રામ સીતા રામનું એ વિજય ધ્વજ લહેરાવીએ એ વિજય ધ્વજ લહેરાવીએ એ વિજય ધ્વજ લહેરા
जय रघुवंश जय महापरिषद जलाराम बापानी
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the Lohana International Business Forum here in Uganda. On behalf of the top organizing committee and on behalf of the local organizer, Mr. Vinay Dauda, he's already seated. I think his nerves are sort of calming down. I also see my good friend, Mr. Sanjay Tana, also here. I see the president around and everybody around. Thank you so much for making it here. Give yourself a big hand clap. Yourself a very, very big hand clap. Rain is generally a sign of blessing in this part of the world. In fact, when people are getting married, they hope that it will rain, because when it rains, it is a sign that will be a very good marriage. So I was hoping it would rain today so that we are sure that what we are planting here will germinate and bear very, very, very good fruit. Now, there's an American man, long dead, who heard about Uganda. And after being told a story about Uganda, he wrote a poem about this country. And later on, that poem was put into a song. And I would like to sing this poem about Uganda for you so that you will understand that we just don't talk about ourselves. Even people from distant places have heard about this nation and told stories about it. DJ, play that song by that gentleman who sang about Uganda. The song is entitled, What a Wonderful World. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see 'em bloom for me and you. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful country. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, the bright, blessed day, the dark, sacred night. Well, I think to myself, the colors of our rainbow, so pretty in our skies, are also on the faces of Ugandans going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. Well, I hear babies crying, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful Uganda. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Louis Armstrong happened to have been here, and when he looked up at this nation, that's what he thought about us. I'd like, ladies and gentlemen, to ask you to put your hands together for our sponsors. And the categories of those sponsors will be told to you. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to the sponsors. Many people who live in this country know that when I'm at a function, it means it is big, like big. The only small function I have ever attended was my wedding. But I'd like to welcome the president to come and take his speech. I don't like small presidents. And usually when they are choosing presidents, for me, I consider height and size. But in this particular case, I think they also considered voice, size of voice. So ladies and gentlemen, the president, give him a very big hand clap. His Excellency, Satish Bhai Vithalani. I've heard his voice and I thought, this man should have done radio.
Thank you, Simon. You know, we say that, once, suppose, if you are not keeping timing, you can insist on others, to keep time. Yeah? So, we'll all be following timing. We are already late. Running 48 minutes, 50 minutes late. Rasmi Bhai already cautioned me that, look, everything is going Indian way. Frankly speaking, this is not an Indian way, but this has become an international way. I don't want to take that onus, on India, on loan. But let me say very, very warm welcome to all. We say Karibu Sana, is that correct? Karibu Sana. My dearest Raghuvanshi and dignitaries, the first of all, on behalf of Global Lohana community, I would like to convey our appreciation and gratitude to His Excellency President of Uganda, Mr. And the world are looking for the businessmen from India help them in growing their GDP. And I'm sure we are here to help ourselves, to help the nation, to help generate good business and good. Also proud to tell you that we have representation of generations of all Luhanas, especially women and youth, whose representation is more than 40% today. We have been talking about youth, that youth do not come to the community gathering, the youth who do not participate, but here we are. And I'm sure that this is the beginning. Bimal Bhai, we are going to make sure that we are going to follow the route East African culture and sports events. I must congratulate you here, because if I don't acknowledge, what a wonderful way you executed things. I am absolutely flabbergasted. I don't really have any words. Beautifully executed. And the important thing was that all were involved. The complete unit, 1,250 gathering, and this is the beginning. I've been always talking about two things, money and sports. If you would like to bring people together, either the sports or money. So here we are. A very warm welcome to all of you. You're devoting your precious time to this conference, and Luhana Get Together means a lot to not only a success of this conference, but bids well for the future benefits of the Luhana community that will accrue as a result of this meeting. I'm sure we are going to make headway from here. This is just the beginning. And I'm sure that we'll be making an impact, not only in East Africa, from the world. You must be knowing that we are reaching out to about 37 countries. Our representation of Luhanas is across 37 countries. Luhana Maha Parishad is truly sense is a global organization now. A journey of Luhanas continues. We call it Africa Calling, or should we say Africa Recalling? Because the journey here started long back. Should we not call this Africa Recalling? Rasmi Bhai? I'm sure that our friend Subhash Bhai would like to spend more time here than in London. Am I right? You really have all help, relaxed life, and unless you have a friend like Satish Vitlani who doesn't give you good holiday, right? And a family time. The journey of Luhanas continues. Many of our forefathers traded the source of Africa in 1700 and 1800 in dhows. In late 1800s and early 1900s, the first migration of Luhanas to East Africa started. Grandparents and parents of many of us are here today, such as Sri Nanjibai Kalidas Mehta, Sri Muljibai Madhwani, and many others were a part of this journey. Their journey by bullock carts, doors, or steamships took from 30 to 365 days, and all came from Kathiawad. Today, more than 750 of you are here, likely in 2 to 20 hours of journey, not as migrants, but as investors and from all across the globe. This is the beginning. We have come here, our forefathers came here as just to develop things, to understand, the country. Fortunately, we have Mayurbhai Madhwani, we have Dr. Rupa Relia, we have got Mehtas, we have got Juban Putras, we have got, many dignitaries, Jetanias, and so many other dignitaries here, who have made, fortune here, and they are here to guide us. And I'm sure we can take the best out of this. This event is truly the first ever global gathering of so many Luhanas from all over the world. A great step in making our proud community even more vibrant and successful, which will contribute significantly to the objectives of our Matru Sanstha established by our forefathers, Sandistha, Sangathan, Seva Dwara Siddhi, which is achieving Siddhi through diligence, solidarity, and service. As a leader of our community, I am very positive that this in turn will improve the well-being of our entire community. As you may be knowing, that many parts of the world, somewhere 10%, somewhere 5%, and somewhere 30%, Luhanas need us. We are here to also address that situation, that how do we, something, in terms of business, helping them, growing their business, and in turn, create jobs for them. Mayurbhai, welcome. Jessica. As the leader of our community, respect and increase business with each other. Many of your businesses and services expand with new partners, joint ventures, new customers, and new profits. Luhana brand, we have been always talking about brand Parsi. Can we not have Luhana brand? A brand Luhana? What is brand Luhana? We are going to take, more about this afternoon. But let me tell you that, we really have to do this. એક લુહાણાને બીજા લુહાણા સાથે બિઝનેસ કરવા જરા પણ સંકોચ ન થવો જોઈએ. He should be very confident. મયુરભાઈ કોઈ લુહાણાને ઓર્ડર આપતા હોય કે કોઈ લુહાણા સાથે ડીલ કરતા હોય તો he should be assured that he would not be cheated. રઘુવંશી છે આપણે. We are known for keeping our words. પ્રાણ જાય પર વચન ન જાય. We are here to see that, આપણે સમજી વિચારીને ધંધો કરીએ. એકવાર ધંધો કર્યા પછી જે છે ને કોઈને નુકસાન ન પહોંચાડીએ. And all these things we would be doing, more this afternoon. But I'm sure that, we'll keep this, keep this in mind, and we will create brand, and that would be called brand Luhana. તમે લુહાણા છો, ધંધો કરો, કાંઈ વાંધો નહીં આવે એની અંદર. Let us have a beginning today. For your information, the Luhana Maha Parishad was established in 1952 under the founding leadership of Sri Nanjibai Kalidas Mehta. He was the first president of Sri Luhana Maha Parishad, which was held in 1952. He was from Porbandar and Uganda. The objective of this Matru Sanstha was to increase linkages and unity amongst our Luhana Mahajans and associations across the globe. In the last few years, these linkages to global Luhanas have increased from 4 to 6 countries to about 36 countries across the globe. In the process, we have also modernized administration, communication, and organizational linkages to all this group. We are also making good progress in our governance practices. Subsequently, Raghuvanshi Charitable Trust was established by the Maha Parishad to serve and reach out to the needy Luhanas in the areas of education, health, welfare of Luhanas in India. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce LIBF team who take the honor of this conference today. મારા ભાઈઓ મારી ટીમને લીધે આપણે અહીંયા આગળ આજે બેઠા છે. They have been working relentlessly for roughly about 4 to 5 months to make this successful. અને હું એકલો આના જસનો ભાગીદાર થાઉં કે આના યશનો ભાગીદાર થાઉં તો મારા જેવો ખોટો માણસ કોઈ નહીં. Let me tell you that this is made possible. મારા Vijaybai Karya, who is the president, who is the chairman of business committee, Sri Luhana Maha Parishad. Can I please invite him, on the stage? Can I also request Subhasbhai Thakra to come on stage? And also Vinaybai Dauda. ક્યાં છે? સાહેબ ભાગતા નહીં મારાથી તમે હે ને. Vinaybai Dauda on stage, Bharatbhai Thakkar and Sanjaybhai Thakkar. Could we have all of you on stage, please? આ પાંચ જણા એટલું કામ કર્યું છે એની અંદર. કામ જોઈ શકો છો તમે. Mayurbhai, if you can please honor these four of them, five of them, is it? Yeah. That would be really good, I know it is this, but Mayurbhai, it would be really an honor. આ લોકોએ 5 જણાએ મયુરભાઈ હું તમને કહું કે છેલ્લા 5 મહિનાથી કન્ટિન્યુઅસ રાતના 12, 1, 2 અને મને લાગે છે કે જે છે ને એક એવો ટાઈમ બી આવ્યો હતો એની અંદર કે વાઈફે કીધું એની અંદર કે તારે ફેમિલી સાથે કામ કરવું છે કે તને સમાજ સાથે કરવું છે એની અંદર એવો બી એક ટાઈમ આવ્યો હતો એની અંદર લેટ અસ સ્ટાર્ટ વિથ વિજયભાઈ કારિયા. Can we have Subhashbhai Thakrar, please? Subhashbhai. We have Vinay Bhai Dauda. We have Sanjay Bhai Thakkar. And Bharat Bhai Thakkar. Thank you so much, Mayur Bhai. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mayur Bhai. Sorry, out of turn, happy, but this was required. Thank you. Now, please, 2 minutes, sir. This LIBF would not have been possible without the active participation and financial support of sponsors. તમે જાણો છો એની અંદર કે the cost of delegation was just covered. That was just about $250, which does not even cover much of expense of Luhana Maha Parishad. I mean, this expense, LIBF expenses. જ્યારે હું અહીંયા આગળ first time જોવા આવ્યો એની અંદર that what we can do together, ત્યારે હું મળ્યો ડૉક્ટર સુધીરભાઈ રૂપારેલિયાને. We came around and we saw these premises, we saw this. અને તમે શું કહો એની અંદર કે મોટા હાથ કરીને અંદર તમે જાણો છો દિલવાળા માણસ છે એની અંદર એણે કીધું કે તમે બધા જ અહીંયા આગળ આવો આપણે બધાને going to do it just 2 minutes બધાને કીધું કે તમે બધા આવો એકે એક લુહાણો
એવી રીતે નહીં ચાલે બધા આવો પ્લીઝ
So, આપણી પાસે this is a special shawl, Subhash Bhai says this. Please explain that, what is this shawl about? એ આપણા જય સિયારામ compliant છે અને આ this logo આપણે લોકો જે છે મયુરભાઈ સુધીરભાઈ હું તમને કહું કે આ લોગો જે છે ને શું કામ રૂપારેલિયા Mehta, Madhwani, so many other surnames are very common, it is known. પણ અમુક સરનેમો એવી છે આપણે ત્યાં આગળ લોહાણાની અંદર પાછું કહ્યું તમે એવી સરનેમ છે આપણે ત્યાં આગળ એ સરનેમ જે છે ને આપણને જો જ્યારે જાણીએ ત્યારે we would not know કે આ લોહાણા છે. So we want each and every Luhana to have this logo. We are going to be presenting today, everyone, each and every participants. આ logo પોતાની ઓફિસમાં જો રાખે તો person entering, that place, એમની ઓફિસમાં એમની ફેક્ટરીમાં જો આ લોગો જો રાખે તો ઓટોમેટિકલી one would know કે આ લુહાણા છે. So we don't have to disclose ourselves, but we are recognized by this logo. The whole process is this. અને આપણે શું કર્યું કે અમારા ભાઈ છે અમારા જીતુભાઈ ઠક્કર, the senior vice president, he made sure કે આ logo જે છે વાસ્તુ compliant છે. I promise you one thing, મયુરભાઈ, કે બીજી 25 કન્ટ્રીની અંદર બાકીની એકે કન્ટ્રી બાકી નહીં એની અંદર, if you have this logo in the office and in the further to this, we have this LIBF would not have been possible without the active participation and financial support of sponsors. Let me have to start with the presenting sponsor, Chetan Bhai Chugg, Winmart. Could we have Chetan Bhai Chugg on the dais, please? Could we have Chetan Bhai Chak on the dais, please? Yeah. Can I? Chetan Bhai ne koi introduction ni jarur nathi. But Chetan Bhai, I'm not here to give your introduction. Winmart itself, is a big recognition. અને તમારાથી અમે લોકો એટલા પ્રભાવિત છે આજનું જનરેશન 1997ની અંદર બિગિનિંગ કર્યા પછી ધ કાઇન્ડ ઓફ અચીવમેન્ટ્સ યુ હેવ આઈ એમ શ્યોર કે અહીંયા આગળ જે ઘણા લુહાણા જે ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ લગભગ 70% લુહાણા હશે જે પહેલી વાર યુગાન્ડા એવા હશે કે કદાચ કોઈ ઘણા લોકો એવા હશે 20-30-40% કે જે ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ દે મે બી કમિંગ આઉટ ઓફ ધ કન્ટ્રી એને મને કહેવા દો કે આ ચેતનભાઈ ચક છે આ ચેતનભાઈ ચક છે હી ઇઝ એમ્પ્લોઈંગ 15,000 પીપલ એન્ડ એમ્પ્લોઈંગ 1,500 એક્સપર્ટ અને એમણે એમ કીધું છે એની અંદર કે આ 1,500 એક્સપર્ટની અંદર ઓફકોર્સ એમના હુનર પ્રમાણે એમની કેપેસિટી પ્રમાણે આઈ વુડ બી એમ્પ્લોઈંગ બટ લુહાણાને હું ફર્સ્ટ ચાન્સ આપીશ એની અંદર અને લેટ મી ટેલ યુ વન થિંગ that Luhana Maha Parishad has a app which is called jobs.locations. They can, register themselves and, the people, can find them. And જ્યારે job placement ની વાત આવતી હોય ત્યારે લગભગ we are paying, roughly about 1 month in India, to the agencies. Here, Luhana Maha Parishad is not charging anything. Let me just honor Chetan Bhai Chak, on this occasion. Subhash Bhai and Vijay Bhai, please do the honor.
Emni daughter Sneha છે.
Sneha, can we have
She's also
Sneha?
on the board of the company.
Sneha, can we have you here? Sneha, are you here? Hi, Sneha, welcome. Please help, no? If you don't mind. Up. Vijay Bhai, please. Vinay Bhai. Thank you very much. Chetan Bhai, thank you very much. Your for wholehearted support. Really, I tell you one thing, we are really indebted and, very honored, to have you. Thank you so much. It's not, you are coming over and over, but this is the beginning, Then we have a platinum sponsor. મયુરભાઈ હું તમને પહેલી વાર મળ્યો મને એમ હતું હશે મયુરભાઈને મળવું એટલે શું ડિફિકલ્ટ કામ હશે ટ્રસ્ટ મી આઈ ટેલ યુ વન થિંગ કમલેશભાઈને હું ગયા વખતે તમારી ફેક્ટરીમાં ગયો મને ઇટ ટુક મી 1.5 hours બાય ગોલ્ફ કાર્ટ ટુ સી ધ ફેક્ટરી અને એમની હમ્બલનેસ જો હું લુગાસીથી જ્યારે મહેન્દ્રભાઈને મળી મયુરભાઈ હું લગભગ 1 કલાક લેટ પહોંચ્યો હતો હી વોઝ સપોઝ ટુ બી હોમ મેં એમને મેસેજ કર્યો હી રિમેન ઇન ધ ઓફિસ નોટ ઓનલી દેટ 1.5 કલાક I took a round, of your factory. And I have no words. And I have seen each of your departments closely. But તમે આટલા humble, આ height પર પહોંચ્યા પછી આટલું હોઈ શકે એની અંદર સાહેબ you are a role model to our community એની અંદર માણસ જો હોય એની અંદર આ મયુરભાઈ જેવા હોવા જોઈએ મયુરભાઈ so approachable તમારી એક વિડીયો કેટલું કમાલ કરી તમને આઈડિયા છે સાહેબ તમે જ્યારે કીધું એની અંદર કે કમ Suppose tomorrow business ni viability hase any under I am here to understand your business. I am here to encourage you. I am here to see that we can work together. Trust me, I tell you one thing. That encouragement, because of that encouragement, we have many registration as well. Thank you so much, Mayurbhai, for this encouragement. Could I invite you, please on the stage? We would like to. He is our first person. Jare ગઈકાલે મેં વાત કરી પણ હું કહું ફરી વાર અગેન જ્યારે એમને જ્યારે અપ્રોચ થયો એની અંદર મયુરભાઈને ત્યારે સુભાષભાઈ વોઝ હિયર સુભાષભાઈએ કીધું એની અંદર કે ભાઈ આઈ એમ ગોઈંગ ટુ બી માધવાનીઝ ગ્રુપ એની અંદર એન્ડ આઈ એમ ગોઈંગ ટુ બી મીટિંગ મયુરભાઈની પાસે ગયા એટલે સુધીરભાઈને એમ કહે છે એની અંદર સોરી સુભાષભાઈને કે સુધીરભાઈ તમારા સિવાય યાદ જ નથી આવતું કોઈ ખબર નહીં કેમ એની અંદર સુભાષભાઈ જેવા ગયા એટલે કીધું મયુરભાઈને કે લુક મયુરભાઈએ કીધું એની અંદર કે લુક યુ હેવ કમ હિયર ફોર અ રીઝન લેટ અસ અન્ડરસ્ટેન્ડ ધીસ એની અંદર કે બિકોઝ એ વખતે સ્પોન્સરશિપ આપણી પ્લેટિનમ હતી એની અંદર he said here you are sponsorship long આપણે જે છે પ્લીઝ આપણે બધા એમને જોરદાર તાળીઓથી વધાવી લઈએ એની અંદર for is this can I invite you Mayurbhai on stage please thank you so much Vinay, please. Vinay, Vinay. Where is Vinay? And Sanjay bhai. Sanjay, be here. હું હમણાં કહેતો હતો કે તમે અમને તમારા બનાવી દીધા. સાચી વાત કે ખોટી? તમને કોઈને એવું ધ્યાનમાં હતું ઇન્ડિયાથી આવતા હતા કે વર્લ્ડથી તો લોકો ઘણા બધા મયુરભાઈ સાથે કનેક્ટ હશે, પણ ઇન્ડિયાથી જે લગભગ આપણા 50 to 60% પાર્ટિસિપન્ટ છે એને એટલું હતું કે એટલા સહજતાથી આપણે મયુરભાઈને મળી શકશું. તો મને એમ કહો એની અંદર કે ખોટી વાત છે કે સાચી? એક્સલન્ટ. મયુરભાઈ, ટ્રસ્ટ મી, આઈ ટેલ યુ વન થિંગ. અમને લોકોને એટલું કમ્ફર્ટ લેવલ તમે આપ્યું છે, એન્ડ વી રિયલી આર વેરી વેરી હેપી એન્ડ વેરી વેરી પ્રાઉડ ઓફ અવર કોમ્યુનિટી. અને આપણા સંસ્કારોને જે છે એ તમે ઉજાગર કર્યા એની અંદર. વી આર રિયલી વેરી હેપી અબાઉટ ઇટ. I'll take care. Similarly, we have આ મોટા હૃદયના મોટું કામકાજ એક વસ્તુ છે. મને લાગે છે કે જે છે ને મોટું હૃદય, ભગવાનના માણસ, દિલવાળા, સાચું કહેવાવાળા, ઓન ધ સ્પોટ કે તમારે જે છે ને સાચું સાંભળવું હોય તો જવાય. એ કોણ વ્યક્તિ હોઈ શકે? તો મને નામ આપો તો હું તમને હું કહું એની અંદર કે અલાવ યુ ટુ સ્પીક ફોર એટલીસ્ટ 2 minutes. એક જે પેલું નામ આપે કે હું કોની વાત કરી તો એને આઈ એમ ગોઈંગ ટુ અલાવ. Oh, here you are. You are getting 2 minutes today, to speak, right? We are going to be waiting for you, to speak. સુધીરભાઈ માટે મારે કોઈ બી વસ્તુ કહેવી એ મારા માટે બહુ જ નાની વસ્તુ છે. એની અંદર ફોર મી ઇટ ઇઝ અ ગ્રેટ થિંગ. સુધીરભાઈ ઇઝ અ ગ્રેટ પર્સનાલિટી. સુધીરભાઈ, તમને જ્યારે મળવાનું થયું ત્યારે હું તમારા સિમ્પલ સ્વભાવ, સિમ્પલ પહેરવેશ, મને લાગે છે આજે બી સુધીરભાઈને દૂરથી જુએ એની અંદર તો હી ઇઝ વોટ હી ઇઝ એની અંદર. શું કહ્યું એની અંદર કે ટેક ઇટ ઓર લીવ ઇટ, શું કહે એની અંદર? પણ આઈ ટેલ યુ વન થિંગ, સુધીરભાઈ જે છે, આ તમે અહીંયા જે બેઠા છો, ઘણા ખરા જે છેલ્લા 2-4-5 દિવસમાં રજીસ્ટર કર્યા, બિલીવ મી ઓર નોટ, એની અંદર એમાં સુધીરભાઈનો મોટો ફાળો છે. કારણ કે એણે કીધું એની અંદર કે કેટલું કોઈને ના ન પાડતા તમે એની અંદર. આપણી પાસે અહીંયા દિલ મોટું છે ને જગ્યા બહુ મોટી છે એની અંદર. અને અમારી પાસે અહીંયા આગળ એટલી મોટી જગ્યા છે, અને એ બધી જગ્યાની અંદર આપણે લોકો જે છે ને અમારી પાસે સ્ટાફ બી મોટો છે, અને વી હેવ ડન લોટ મેની કોન્ફરન્સીસ હિયર એની અંદર. એટલે વી આર વેરી યુઝ ટુ ધીસ પ્લેસ. સુધીરભાઈ, તમે અમને કમ્ફર્ટ આપી છે, જગ્યા આપી છે, દિલમાં સ્થાન આપ્યું છે એની અંદર. એન્ડ વી રિયલી એપ્રિશિએટ યોર કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન ટુ અવર કોમ્યુનિટી, યોર participation, active participation and support. We really appreciate. We really would like to invite you, to come on stage. He is our sponsor. તમે એને પ્લેટિનમ કહો, આ તમે જે સ્પોન્સર તમારે એને કહેવા જોઈએ, પણ આપણા દિલમાં બધાના વસે છે એની અંદર. તો એની અંદર જે છે ને હી ઇઝ ઓલવેઝ ધેર વિથ અસ એની અંદર. અને મને પ્લીઝ જોરદાર તાળીઓથી આપણે જે છે ને એમને સ્ટેજ પર આવવાનું આમંત્રણ આપીએ એની અંદર. રિક્વેસ્ટ યુ ટુ કાઇન્ડલી કમ. ભાભી છે, પહેલી વાર મળ્યા અમે તમારા જ્યારે ઘર આવ્યા ત્યારે અમને ખબર જ ન પડી એની અંદર કે જે છે તમારું ત્યાં આગળ લંડનના ઘરમાં ગયા તો કોફી સાહેબે પીવડાવી. અહીંયા આગળ આવ્યા, અહીંયા એન્ટરટેનમેન્ટ ઇઝ વેરી વેલ એની અંદર.
અહીંયા બધું સાહેબ જ કરે.
થેન્ક યુ સો મચ. રશ્મિ, કેન વી હેવ યુ? રશ્મિ, કમ. માં આવું બધું ખોઈ સોરી 72ની અંદર જતા રહેવું, બધું ખોઈ નાખવું અને પાછું આ ટોચ પર રહેવું એની અંદર. આ આપણા મયુરભાઈ, મહેતા ફેમિલી, સુધીરભાઈ, આ બધા આપણા લોકોએ દે પ્રૂવડ બિયોન્ડ એનીથિંગ એની અંદર. આપણે એમને કોઈ રેકગ્નિશનની જરૂર નથી. પ્રેઝન્સ ઇટ સેલ્ફ એ આપણા લુહાણા મહાપરિષદનું માન વધારી રહ્યું છે એની અંદર. ટ્રસ્ટ મી, આઈ ટેલ યુ વન થિંગ. Is there anyone, from, sorry, could we have Sanjay Bhai Thakrar? Sanjay Bhai Thakrar, Euro Exim Bank. Shilpa Ben, please come. Yeah, Shilpa Ben. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Welcome. Forward, and they have never negotiated anything. We are not able to give them many things, which has been committed, to the platinum sponsor. No string attached, nothing, absolutely no commitment, and a wonderfully done. They are UK based. In their session, they would explain to us about, the Euro Bank, Euro Exim Bank. Thank you so much, Sanjay Bhai, for all your support. We really appreciate it. Now, we would like to invite Mr. Khatau. Is he here? Mr. Mehta is coming? Mahendra Bhai? Okay, Mahendra Bhai is coming. So we keep that pending. આ જે વ્યક્તિની હું વાત કરવા જઈ રહ્યો છું એની અંદર એ વ્યક્તિએ મને સ્ટેબિલાઇઝ કર્યો. મારી ફર્સ્ટ યુરોપની ટૂરમાં એટલું કમ્ફર્ટ આપ્યું, એટલું મને ભાવપૂર્વક એણે મને વધાવ્યો. Introduced me, to the most of the people in the world. I really don't have words, to thank him enough. His name is Ketanbhai Kotecha. I'm not sure whether Diti Ben is here. Otherwise, both of them are welcome. I wish to welcome Sri Sachin. Come. Dharam and Sachin, welcome. You are the youth icon. You have been doing excellent in the field. Pratham, please come. Pratham. Could we have Pratham? Pratham and come. Meet, come. Come, honor them. Come. Yes. Come. Yes. Yes, Davda. Where is Yes, Davda? Yes, Davda. Yeah. Very quickly. Pratham is not there. પ્રશ્ન કે સાહેબ ઇન્ડિયાની અંદર સમજો સાહેબ આપણે ગુડ મોર્નિંગ અને ગુડ આફ્ટરનૂનથી બહાર નથી આવ્યા એની અંદર અને હજી આ જે કલ્ચર છે યુરોપમાં અને આફ્રિકામાં સાહેબ આફ્રિકાનું કલ્ચર જોઈને તો મને બિમલભાઈ જે છે એ કરી નાખ્યો. મયુરભાઈ અમે લોકો ત્યાં આગળ જાય ને 1.5 વર્ષની કે 1 વર્ષની દીકરી અંકલ જય શ્રી કૃષ્ણ કે સાહેબ અમારા મુંબઈની અંદર જે છે ને અમે તો ક્યાંય નથી રહ્યા એની અંદર ઇન્ડિયાની અંદર નથી આપણે શું કહેવાય આપણે આ બાજુના નથી રહ્યા અને આ બાજુના નથી રહ્યા એની અંદર. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ કેતનભાઈ. છે રશ્મિભાઈ? રશ્મિભાઈ પ્લીઝ તમે ભાભી બેવ તમે પ્લીઝ કમ અપ on stage. Rashmibai has been a great support. He is an ex-zonal president, of Maha Parishad. He has not been told, we are looking for sponsors. He came forward, he said, look, Satish Bhai, I'm not interested in anything else, but what I'm interested in, to see that, ILIBF gets successful, is successful. And here we are. I'm sure, Rashmi bhai, that, we are taking sweet memories, from this particular event. And thank you so much for your support. Okay, wait a minute. Come, Shilpa bhai. Quickly, huh? Now we'll finish quickly. મને કહેવામાં આવ્યું છે એની અંદર કે બહુ ટાઈમ જાય છે આઈ નો બટ આ સ્પોન્સર્સ એ જેટલા રૂપિયા જે આજે ડોલરો કમાવાની અંદર આપણને ટાઈમ લીધો એની અંદર અને આપણને અડધી સેકન્ડમાં આપ્યા હોય તો આપણે થોડો ટાઈમ સ્પેન્ડ કરી શકીએ આના માટે એની અંદર એમ આઈ રાઈટ ડોલરભાઈ થેન્ક યુ ફોર યોર પ્રેઝન્સ વી રિયલી એપ્રિશિએટ થેન્ક યુ સો મચ વી હેવ બિમલભાઈ કંટારિયા he is a great support મારા ઝોનલ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ કેન્યા મહાજનને તમે પૂછો કે બિમલભાઈ કંટારિયા તો એવરીબડી he is મને લાગે છે કે સાકો બેંક એન્ડ સો મેની ન્યૂ આઈડિયાઝ હેવ કમ અપ વિથ બિમલભાઈ ઇસ્ટ આફ્રિકાનું જ્યારે ચાલુ કર્યું એની અંદર what a wonderful journey for me and to get Bimalbhai's support. We welcome Bimalbhai on stage and we would like to thank him for his sponsorship. Thank you so much. We wish to have Bhaskarbai Kotecha. Is he here? Bhaskarbai, can we have you? And Bhabi on, please come. Please. By Kantaria Prime Bank also. Thank you so much. Come. Could we also have Ketan Bhai Morjaria, my great support again. Ketan Bhai, thank you very much for everything. Let us have one. Rashmi, please come for a minute quickly. Stay here. We have Sanjay Bhai Thakkar, from Standard Chartered Bank. Anybody from Standard Chartered Bank? Sorry, Sanjay Bhai Rugani. Do we have anybody from Standard Chartered? There's one more. Then we have Kaushik Bhai Majithia and Rajendra Bhai Majithia. Please come. And we have both brothers here, fortunately, Kaushik Bhai and Rajendra Bhai. Please come up. Sorry, we would like to make it. Thank you very much for coming. It's okay. That's it, brother. We are just coming to an end. સુધીરભાઈ બહુ લાંબુ નહીં કરે પણ છે ને આપણે આપણાને જે આપણા સપોર્ટરનું જે ઓનર ન કરીએ અને રાઈટ ટાઈમે એનો ઓનર કરીએ તો આપણું બહુ ખોટું છે આ કામ સો આઈ એમ રિયલી સોરી ફોર ટેકિંગ લિટલ એક્સ્ટ્રા ટાઈમ બટ આઈ ટેલ યુ વન થિંગ કે આપણે અત્યારના જે પ્રસંગમાં જે બેઠા છે આ બધા જ મહારથીઓ આ બધા આપણા મહાનુભાવોને લીધે છે એની અંદર વી રિયલી સિન્સિયરલી મીન each and every word I have spoken and I have spoken from my heart and I really sincerely mean what I have said. And now we have Samirભાઈ સોમૈયા સાહેબ સમીરભાઈ સોમૈયા જે છે ત્રણ પેઢીથી એની અંદર આપણી સેવા કરી રહ્યા છે એની અંદર સમાજની સેવા કરી રહ્યા છે સમીરભાઈ સોમૈયા એવી વ્યક્તિ છે કે 40,000 છોકરાઓને ભણાવે છે હું એમને પૂછું સમીરભાઈને મળ્યો ને ગોદાવરી શુગર 40,000 છોકરાઓને ભણાવો એ બધું બરાબર કોર્નેલ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી આપણે કોર્નેલ યુનિવર્સિટીની અંદર હર 2 વર્ષે એક મહિનો ભણાવવા જાય અને તમે અત્યારના મયુરભાઈ તમે પ્લીઝ ઇન્ડિયા આવો ત્યારે સમીરભાઈ સોમૈયાના એજ્યુકેશનના જે કેમ્પસની અંદર યુનિવર્સિટીની અંદર પ્લીઝ ચોક્કસ આવજો. ઘાટકોપરની અંદર રફલી અબાઉટ હું લગભગ 100 એકર કહું છું 60 કહે છે પણ હું કહું તમને ભગવાન 100 એકર જ હશે એની અંદર અને કોઈ દબાણમાં ગઈ હશે એની અંદર 100 એકર્સની અંદર આઉટસ્ટેન્ડિંગ યુનિવર્સિટી કોલેજીસ સ્કૂલ પ્લેગ્રાઉન્ડ જુદી જગ્યાની અંદર જે છે ને મેડિકલ કોલેજ એન્ડ મેડિકલ હોસ્પિટલ વોટ અ ફિલોન્થ્રોપિક વર્ક હું એને સવારના પોરમાં 6 થી 7 જવાનું હોય તો એને કેમ્પસની અંદર તમે જાઓ તો તમને 2-2.5 કલાકનો વોક થાય એની અંદર. That I promise you. Thank you very much, Sameer for your support. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are done with this. Thank you very much, for your patience and the patience of, Amara Vijay Bhan with this. And now, I would like to say thank you very much, for everything. The Dollar by Popat, Swamiji, and all others, who have participated wholeheartedly, who have taken out time. Amara Praveen bhai, Amara immediate past president, is here. Let us have a big round of applause, for our Praveen bhai. ઉભા થાવ તો જ ખબર પડશે તમારી પર્સનાલિટી સારી જ છે એની અંદર. પ્રદીપભાઈ ધામેચા, થેન્ક યુ સો મચ. કદાચ હું કોઈના નામ લેવાનું રહી ગયો તો પ્લીઝ તમે એમ ના સમજતા દેટ હું જરા પણ તમારી પ્રેઝન્સ છે એને હું અવગણી છું એની અંદર આમ તમારો ઋણી છું કે તમે બધા અહીંયા આગળ ટાઈમ કાઢીને આવ્યા અને યુ આર હિયર ટુ ગીવ સમથિંગ નોટ ટુ ટેક સમથિંગ એની અંદર પણ આઈ એમ શ્યોર દેટ પીપલ વિલ મેક બેસ્ટ આઉટ ઓફ ધીસ પર્ટિક્યુલર ઇવેન્ટ એન્ડ લેટ અસ ટેક ધીસ ફોરવર્ડ. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, welcome to everyone to the session today. It has started late because of the rains in the morning, and in Uganda, we're definitely used to it. And I think even from India, we saw some people coming in late. So one request, please, from all the sessions, I request all the delegates, especially the ones staying here, to keep time so that we could be able to start on time and finish on time, so you get some time to do other things. Swamiji Brahmavihari Swami is with us today, and he'll be doing a small presentation later, but he is seated on my left, and just to recognize his presence, and anybody who wants his blessing could be later on free to go slowly and take his blessings.
So 2007, I accidentally find myself in England. So coming from Uganda, typical Uganda, when you hop onto a matatu, you greet everybody and you start a conversation. You greet this one, you greet that one, you greet your destination, because the conversation is a very interesting one. We love to talk. So I go to London and get on a train, and I am greeting everybody. And good morning. Good morning. No, I'm saying, I'm telling the story. So eventually somebody, I think kind, turns around and says, "How long have you been here?" I said, 2 weeks. "Where do you come from?" I say, "Uganda." "Oh, you're still very new." It took me a while to know that they mind their business. So with the UK thing and minding my business, and this is how I figured out. I eventually found out that there's something they were selling, antidepressants. I said, "What do? They deal with depression." I said, "How do you get that?" It's the next level after stress. I said, "How do you get stress?" When you have a lot of problems, I said, "Well, in Uganda, we talk and talk and talk some more. When we have problems, we talk to everybody. So we love to talk. But today we won't talk too much, will we? Because time is money. And when you are with people from the Lohana community who have a lot of humility apart from their bank balances, you learn the use of time. Dr. Professor Sudhir, it's good to see you. Dr. Sudhir is my brother. Where I come from, when people are very wealthy, you become related to them. Now, the question is whether he's related to me. I'm related to him. Mr. Sanjatana, Lord Popat, it's good to see you. I want you to wave so people know I know you. That has a lot of value to me. Mr. Sanjatana is a two-time member of parliament, has also been to the European Parliament, and he's a good bloke. That is if you ask the right people. If you ask politicians, that's another matter. But he's a good bloke. Put your hands together for him. He's going to be leading this session, and I will be grading his performance. I've seen him in a tie once, but for purposes of today, I will not tell you where I saw him in a tie. The interpretation of that statement depends on how naughty your head is.
Jai Jalaram, Jai Raghuvanshi. Good morning to you all. Saune Jai Shri Krishna. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I know there have been a lot of thank yous, there have been a lot of felicitations for the last couple of days. All of you full resort on the banks of Lake Victoria. It's the largest freshwater lake in the world. We're taught in geography that there is a lake called Shue somewhere in Canada that is the largest, but it is joined using man-made canals. So the largest freshwater lake in the world officially is right next to you here. Please take time to take a dip, and we welcome you to Uganda. I belong to one of those families that have lived here all their lives. We never left during Idi Amin's regime. And as Ugandans, we find this an extremely high moment of joy and pride that the Lohana Maha Parishad chose to host this event in Uganda. Our gratifications to the management under Sri Satish Bhai Vitlani and his team for choosing Uganda as a destination. We would also like to thank each one of you for being here in your respective capacities. I wouldn't want to take long. I've been given a task. For the next about 45 minutes, I'm going to be hosting some of the most brilliant businessmen that I have met, that I have come across, and I would like to request each one of you to put your phones on silent or so roundabout as we share experiences of 5 such gentlemen that have not only achieved in their personal spheres, but also in the respective capacities and offices that they hold. It is a very hard task. It is an extremely difficult task that I have been given because you don't know, having been in politics, we are taught and we are groomed to follow protocol. So if you have a president, then you have a prime minister, then you have a minister, you know who to call first. But here, I don't know who to start with, but I've been given a chart, and I'm going to follow the chart that I've been given by the Secretariat. So the gentleman that I'm going to call first is, and my apologies, it's what I've been given and it's what I'm following. The gentleman that I'm going to call first is born and raised in Rajkot, studied in the UK. He's worked across several African countries, including Uganda, Tanzania, DR Congo, and many more. He's the founder and the chairperson of the Vinmart Group. This group was started in 1997 by him from Tanzania and has its major operations in the DRC with a global outreach, offices in China, India, UAE, Tanzania, Zambia, South Africa, and Canada. They are diversified across many industries, including mining, infrastructure, real estate, engineering services, insurance, chemicals, trading, agriculture, drilling, renewable energy, and many, many more along with this. This group has a strong focus on giving back to communities around them through their foundation with a focus in the verticals of education, entrepreneurship, healthcare, and infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as Mr. Chetan Chugh makes his way to the podium.
As a soft commodities trading firm based out of Dar es Salaam, and in 2022, we celebrate a glorious 25 years of the Vinmart Group. When the Democratic Republic of Congo denationalized its mining industry, we saw an opportunity for further growth. We began that journey with Somika, a cobalt trading and processing company. As of 2022, we have a production capacity of 62,000 metric tons per annum of LME Grade A equivalent copper cathodes and 6,000 metric tons per annum of cobalt hydroxide, with plans to increase to 100,000 metric tons per annum of copper cathode. We began mining mineral resources in 2009 to mine and produce the 3 T's, tin, tantalum, and tungsten, and achieving OECD compliance early in its journey. In 2021, MMR produced 5,600 tons of tin concentrate and 690 tons of tantalum concentrate across multiple sites, while being on track to build the first tin smelter in the DRC. Solutions for Africa has a fleet of over 15 rigs to conduct various types of drilling activities for mines and water projects. Sotrafer manufactures TMT steel bars with a production capacity of 30,000 metric tons per annum. Changing the skyline of DRC, MSD is a real estate company, building, renting, and selling residential and commercial properties, currently across Lubumbashi, Kolwezi, Kinshasa, and Goma. Through the group's contracting arm, A1 Builders, it has built several landmarks across the nation. We have signed an agreement with Group Accor for 3 Novotel and 2 Ibis properties in Kinshasa, Goma, Lubumbashi, and Kolwezi. Mining Engineering Services has facilities for refurbishing cathodes and anodes, lead recycling, manufacturing HDPE and other pipes, and used oil to furnace production. In addition, MES provides EPC contracting for construction and mining companies across the region and has carried out EPC for transmission lines as well. Mining Chemical Supplies trades in mining industry chemicals, handles projects of information technology, safety, including fire safety and security, and provides a range of other services. It also holds exclusive distributorship for tires and lubricants. Panafrique Motors is the sole distributor of Tata and Mahindra vehicles. We also have global offices in China, India, the UAE, Mauritius, Tanzania, Zambia, South Africa, and Canada. Across all the companies in DRC, we are proud to have the support and dedication of around 15,000 national team members and 1,500 expats, with an additional 500 team members across our global offices. Vinmart Foundation, the group's nonprofit arm, carries out this mission with a focus in the sectors of healthcare, education, entrepreneurship, and infrastructure. Our story began
The next person that I'm going to call upon stage is a gentleman who you have heard about in the last couple of days. For those like Satish Pai that have just met him recently, some of us have known him from the time we were Totos. Totos means kids in Swahili. A thorough gentleman, and he depicts the analogy that our forefathers say, that as a fruit tree grows and bears more fruits, the tree tends to bow a little lower. And the person I want to invite, Madhwani Group of Companies, a family-controlled, diversified conglomerate with businesses in East Africa, India, North America, and Canada. He is a second-generation entrepreneur with a wealth of experience in developing businesses in challenging circumstances. The Madhwani Group was established in Uganda in the early 1920s by Mayur Bhai's father, which at that time generated 10% of Uganda's GDP at that time. Today, the Madhwani Group is one of the largest industrial business conglomerates in the world. Please put your hands together to invite Mr. Mayur Bhai Madhwani on the stage. Mayur Bhai, please watch on the screens a little bit more about the Madhwani Group. The next person I'm going to call on stage is somebody that we all know. His magnanimity has been witnessed by each one of you. His generosity is enjoyed by many, far and apart. He is a person that many of us interact with on a daily. He is an icon recognized by global groups, companies. He is a Ugandan. It gives us great pride and joy to be associated with him, to know that he is a Hindu and he is a Lohana. Allow me to invite the chairman of the Ruparelia Group, one of Uganda's largest business conglomerates with investments in financial services, real estate, education services, hospitality, agriculture, and media broadcasting. A self-made billionaire entrepreneur. He was born in Uganda in 1956, and in 1972, together with his parents, relocated to the United Kingdom. following the then President Idi Amin Dada's expulsion of the Asians from Uganda. While in the UK, he did various menial jobs and completed his O-level and A-level education. After completing high school, he worked in various companies as an accountant before returning to Uganda in 1985. Through a series of greenfield investments, acquisitions, joint ventures, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sri Sudhirbhai Ruparelia. Sudhirbhai is also the chair of the Board of Trustees of the Lohana community of Kampala, which is your host Lohana community. And currently he leads a team. He's been introduced yesterday. Under his leadership, the Lohana community of Kampala today can proudly boast that we are one of the richest, probably in the world, outside India. This is to give you the comfort that the Lohana community of Kampala that I was supposed to have called today is unfortunately running late. And that is Mr. Mahendrabhai Mehta. Unfortunately, I have been reliably informed that he is on his way. So, for respect and in interest of managing the show, I'm going to go ahead and introduce him in absentia. And if he comes, then we will bring him right onto the stage. But before I do Mahendrabhai Mehta, yes, I would like to do one more, because as following the order given to me, the gentleman I'm going to call up on stage next, financing, headquartered in St. Lucia with a representative office in London. The bank has grown its network of international agents and partners to span over 180 countries, supported by an independent bank office services provider in India, providing sales, onboarding, local compliance, legal, and IT support. Dr. Sanjay Thakrar is a holder of Bachelor's of Science, qualified and with a master's degree, with an extensive financial background working in invoice discounting, immersed in entire life cycle of imports and exports from inception to settlement, through freight forwarding, insurance, importers and transporters and shippers. With experience of running his own business enterprises, he has a unique perspective of both technical and business requirements, and keen not only to grow in revenue and market share, but participation and contribution to strong CSR programs, especially in emerging markets. Instruments such as letter of credits, bank guarantees, standby letters of credit, and bonds. Dr. Sanjay Thakrar is also well-versed in SWIFT systems operations and was a major contributor to the technology and specification of EEBs. To call Dr. Sanjay Thakrar on the stage to share with us today.
The challenges that we see is that we have smaller institutions in small jurisdictions in countries which potentially have the great ability to do export but are unable to get import and export of their goods. And that's caused by a number of factors. The first one is access to liquidity. The second one is looking at the whole of the ecosystem. The third one also is currency. So what we're always trying to do is minimize the risk and enable many people in different jurisdictions to have that opportunity to trade effectively and competitively in international markets. So Euro-Exim Bank are experts in dealing with buyers across the globe who want to import goods. To do that, they will first of all receive or have an interaction with a seller and get hold of a pro forma invoice, a sales contract, or a purchase order. The aim of our company is to be the de facto go-to trade finance institution globally. In order to fulfill that ambition for the company and the drive that we have, although we're small today, we're building the largest sales force for trade finance on the planet. We're looking at small businesses, small medium enterprises, being able to competitively, productively sell their goods across the world, and we facilitate that global trade. We're very much focused on a number of instruments: letters of credit, standby letters of credit, performance bonds, and guarantees. And that was really helping, again, those smaller businesses to be that much more competitive. What's interesting in trade finance is it's long-term, and that's why we have to build up very good relationships, trust, confidence with the buyers to make sure we can also look at repeat business as well. It always starts with a document from a buyer, and then we go through the process once we produce our draft with all the conditions on it. But what's also interesting about that is that a lot of the goods need an inspection when they arrive as well. As an example, recently, fraud and corruption are very heavily featured in international trade. Most recently, there was a consignment of copper wire, which was supposed to have arrived in a container on a certain ship. When it was opened, or rather when it left the port at the beginning, there was an inspection certificate to say everything was fine. When it arrived, it was full of stones painted copper. Somebody has responsibility and liability, so insurance needs to be applied throughout the process as well, just to make sure, again, that the quality of what you're receiving is exactly the same as what you think you're going to get. Trade finance needs people with experience from a number of industries. So that's why we've brought people into the organization who are specialists in the insurance area, into understanding the software to drive this. We've implemented a blockchain environment inside our trade platform. So we're making use of all the latest technology to give us an edge in how we're dealing with creating instruments, tracking instruments, and settling instruments as well. We also contribute very heavily to international conferences and exhibitions. We're very regularly featured in events such as the new India Review, which is going next week. So that's an online conference. 2 weeks after that is the Dubai conference. We've been featured also across the world. We're very specific to trade. And I think that expertise in trade is beginning to now expand to the point where we're being asked to provide thought leadership articles, we're writing blogs, we're making sure those are accessible as well. I think what we're going to see is an increase or back to the levels we saw pre-COVID. I think that also we need to see where goods are coming from. I think there's going to be much more coming from China. However, we also see a number of countries viewing Africa as a source of goods for their new supply chains. And I think it's really important that we are now viewed as being one of the go-to resources to speak about things like free trade agreements, to speak about blockchain in trade. Our plans for the future, I think, are very, very simple. We still want to provide the optimum service, optimum price, optimum value, optimum trust and confidence, and to be the market leader, the go-to company for anybody wanting to do a trade finance transaction.
Ladies and gentlemen, this takes us to the question and answer session where we're going to be sharing and trying to tap into the knowledge of these four great gentlemen from our community that we have right in front of us. We would now like to request that the microphones be put on for them to respond. I'm going to ask a few generic questions that may be relevant to each one of you, and then I may tap into each specific person. Whatever I have said here today, whatever has been shown on the screens is general knowledge and available on the internet. So if I Googled Chetan Chugh, I would be able to see most of this information. So Chetan Bhai, please tell us more about yourself, where you come from, what you are, your family, your values, and a little bit as you touch onto the business before I bring on the next question.
Thank you, Sanjay Bhai. It is an honor to be here on the stage. I would like to thank, first of all, Luhana Maha Parishad, Luhana Uganda Mahajan, for having this Africa Calling done at here, and it's a privilege to be here. I would like to thank, first of all, my Guru Dev Shri Harichandas Bapu. In his blessing, I stand here, I sit here to share my success. Little bit of a background, I'm sure you have heard in last couple of days about me here and there, and also the video shares about our growth, our business. From the background, I would like to share about my father little. We had a tea shop in Rajkot. This is going back in 1960s, 70s when I was born in Rajkot. Learning from him in the tea shop, he was the person who would start opening the store, closing the store, and I would have seen him, starting doing his buying for sugar, for tea, for milk, and other products that are required for a tea shop. When the person who is making the tea, he is not available, I have seen him making the tea as well. Then I saw him also picking up the cups and putting for the washes. And looking at all this, I think at the age of 9, when I was told to relieve him for his lunches, that's when I got the opportunity to learn about multitasking. When I saw him, I saw, wow, this man can do so many things. And this is where I think I got inspired, and I think this is where I get the blessing of doing a lot of things in different ways.
Excellent. First lesson of today. We probably have heard it from many gurus, but we have somebody who's succeeded in it, and that is multitasking. Mayubrai, if I move the same question to you, what would you want to say about yourself?
Thank you so much. My thinking of credit goes to my late father, Shri. And coming all the way by boat, remember we didn't have planes, we didn't have the luxury of fast ships, there were small dhows. And to come all the way from Gujarat to Mombasa, find his way, not stopping in Kenya, but coming all the way to Uganda in he came actually in 1908. 1908. My father was born in 1894. So he was a very young man. And he was inspired by some of the leading businessmen who had started small trading in Uganda in those days. We're talking of more than 120 years ago. And then he went from trading into industries, which is the next step. Many of you here are in trading. Many of you have achieved industrial basis, and you've succeeded in other countries. So he did the same. He worked with a partnership, and he went into the manufacturing of sugar. And then he realized that in his trading operation, he was making money out of selling cigarettes, so they went into cigarettes. Then they went into oil. In those days, you produced everything for trading. And trading was left more to some of the Indians, but also many Ugandans were interested in buying and selling, you know, the small shop, etc. So the fundamentals of the story of our group is that here was a man with a vision. And then, of course, in 1930, he started to produce sugar. Now, we all like sugar. Gujarati badane mithai bo phave. You know, we seem to enjoy that. And in 1930, they started the first sugar plant. But there was no sugar cane in Uganda. Sugar cane is actually a grass. And they imported the seeds from India. And they felt this is a wonderful climate. And from sugar, we went into steel, oil, soap, and producing everything you needed for your daily lives or manufactured needed for onward transmission, such as packaging, etc. So it was a wonderful journey. And timing is of essence. When do you come to a country or when do you do a business? And I think he had that vision. Of course, everything doesn't always go well, and things happened in history which were a little sad. We've all heard in this room about what happened in 1972. There was a leadership. There was a president called Idi Amin, and he decided to throw out all the Asians. He decided that Asians didn't have loyalty. He decided that Asians were exploiting the economy, and all the wrong things. But what is more tragic, that in 1972, he didn't just pick up the Indians and throw them out. He also threw out everybody, literally anybody of intelligentsia. The European community, the Indians, the Arabs, everybody was thrown out. But above all, he killed a lot of individuals. This country was really an anarchy. And those were the days. I'm talking about 1972. So don't be so frightened. That doesn't happen nowadays. But 500,000 Ugandans lost their lives. And this country came to a standstill. I mean, it is unheard of. Nothing happened here. Industries came to a grinding halt. Everything stopped. And it was in 1979 that people started to realize that there has to be something done. And to cut a long story short, in 1985, a government came and a fresh wind blew over this country. The NRM government took office. The very first thing they did is they realized that the economy needed to be started. They called the former owners. We came back. I was a young man. I didn't have all this gray hair. And my late brother Manubhai. And of course, before that, the group was built by my late brother Jayantbhai and Pratapbhai, Surubhai, and Manubhai, all together. We were doing well. And we came back to Uganda. It's like finding a vacuum. There was nothing. Our factories were looted. There wasn't a pump. Iron sheets were stolen. There was nothing. The Ugandans were very, very, very poor, much more hurt. And the most wonderful people in Africa actually, I may be biased because I was born here, but are Ugandans. They are very soft-spoken. And I want to indulge in that. When many of you visitors who came to Uganda, you saw this wonderful lake as you land, you know, so much water. I don't want to correct Sanjay Bhai, you know, he's a politician, so you have to be careful, but Uganda is the second largest lake. It's actually the 1/3 the size of Gujarat. Lake Victoria has fresh water and is the source of the river Nile. Water, if you have time to visit Jinja, starts from here and goes all the way to Alexandria. It takes about 3.5 months for the water from here to reach the Mediterranean. And you see this wonderful lake. You see the greenery when you land. And the first thing you're greeted by is an immigration officer. Did you notice? In every country you go, especially in America, they'll say, why are you here? When did you come? What are you doing? How long are you here? This man, what did he say to you? Welcome, how are you? Yes, you come for the Lohana convention? Stamp. This is, as we were told, the culture of Uganda, to greet you, to say jambo, which is hello. So it's a great admiration, you know, and our country, Uganda, now, I'm just giving a little bit of history because what happened after 72, we came back, we then took up the reins, and now, of course, we've built with the grace of God, because nothing happens except for hard work and a lot of blessings from up there. And if you all remember yesterday, Swamiji was saying, very rightly, we have to all work together. We are human beings. We have a very short life. And what you leave behind is the good you do here. And I think this is very important. So, Uganda is a country where you can actually now come and invest. This is one country where you will find a one-stop place. It's amazing. And I think the opportunities here are immense in mining, ICT, but above all in agriculture, in tourism, and there are many, many openings here. This country, I've heard up to now, nobody has mentioned, we have 6 billion barrels of oil discovered. We are actually now going to tap oil in the next 3 years. So you will find this is going to be one of the richest countries. And those of you who've been to Dubai, this is a Dubai happening. So you better be careful. We have in this country no exchange control. You can send money, send it here, send it out. I know we have the rupee trading, but a very free country. And I'm not trying to be an ambassador of this, so sorry to take up the time, but I think it's important for our visitors to know that we have decided on Uganda because the opportunities are immense. The population is growing, and as Sudhir Bhai said yesterday, if you take the East African community, which is Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Southern Sudan, and DRC, 300 million people. That is a lot, a big market. So it is a good area, and we are very happy to be here. We are successful, and any of you need help from our group, I can only say, Hath hamaro che, aao. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayur Bhai. The same question goes to Sudhir Bhai. Please tell us a little bit more about yourself, what is probably not covered in the media, what you would want to say about the person, and then maybe the next question, gentlemen, I'll take you to the business and what you feel the congregation here needs to hear.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Tana. First of all, Jai Jai Ram, Jai Shri Krishna, and it's quite amazing to see what a wonderful people who are here today from all corners of the world. including our neighbors, the Investment Authority Board from Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. I think they are represented here, so we welcome you all. Karibu. My father's grandfather left India in 1897. The 5 brothers, they landed in Mombasa. And as the railways were built from Mombasa up to Kisumu and eventually Uganda, they were traders and they all moved with the camps and trading with the local people who were staying in that area, and they're also trading with the workers of the railway camps. Eventually moved to Uganda in 1903. My father was born here, I'm born here, my children are born here. So we have about 4 generations here. And for us, this is our home. So in 72, when I was 16 years old, was put on a plane, landed in a very cold November morning in London. I didn't even have a sweater or something because I never used to have one. I never needed one. And the British government were very kind. They put us in a refugee camp. So next morning I wake up, they gave me one of the heavy coats. And I couldn't stay in that camp. So the next morning I left and went to London. Looked for my auntie, who were already all struggling and trying to set themselves up. And one more in their home. And of course, the first thing you start looking is for a job so you can survive. Went through a lot of jobs, worked in bakery, butchery. I've even driven taxis in London. So, it's a long story. But anyway, the rest is history. Something about Africa. Africa is something which you're either Africa calls you, or you're part of it, or you hate it. For me, it has been part of me. And I came back in 1985, started with a capital of $25,000. I guess the rest is history. Started with one trading center, one shop. I was there, my wife was with me. I was a hustler, and the wife was a bookkeeper. So she counted all the money and kept the books. And we started growing. One of the first business I was doing was selling beers and salt. And then from there we grew into Forex business, to banking, into real estate. We invested in education. We own 3 schools and a university. Hospitality, we own 11 hotels in Kampala. And we are probably the largest private real estate owners and developers in this country. I have a wife and 3 children. One daughter lives in Kenya. My second daughter and my son, they're all involved in the business. And Uganda has been good to me. I invest all my money back in this country.
Excellent.
I employ 9,000 people in Uganda. Growth, miracle, and an opportunity. And we are all set to be part of that in the next decade. And I personally think that when you have an interest in Uganda, you have a market of 300 million people. So the opportunity is great. It's an opportunity for some of you here, and some of you come here for the first time. You hear a lot of stories about Africa, and the vision you get from the Western press is that you have children with running nose and flies all over them, they're starving. Nobody in Uganda is starving, trust me. We have in this country, it is blessed. With so much food, so much opportunity is what it takes you to see that opportunity, right? So all I can say, please enjoy your stay. I hope your horizon will open up and offer you one more opportunity. Now the other thing is that in this country, there are very good government institutions who support investment, and in Uganda Investment Authority Board has got a one-stop center. You go there, they'll advise you, you ask them what you want to do, they will help you with your investment license, they'll help you with your work permits. And one philosophy our president has, very simple. He welcomes everyone and he says, we're all partners. You come and invest, you're a partner with the government because he expects once you establish yourself that you pay 30% tax, and that's how he looks at the partnership. Now, for your information, Asian community here is 0.01%. We actually pay 63% of taxes in this country. So, in short, the ball is in your court. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudhir Bhai. Sanjay Bhai, tell us a little bit more about yourself. We've seen that you're a guru in financial services and you have a doctorate. And so please tell us what we do not know, what we've not heard before about Sanjay Thakrar.
That's actually quite a simple question. I think it's an answer that many will be able to relate to as well, especially the Luhanas. So I was born in Tanzania, Shinyanga. My grandfather came in from state of Gujarat in the early 1900s. And I studied, I did my schooling in Dar es Salaam. At the age of 16, I ended up in UK, where I studied business through and through. So having done an MBA and having learned different disciplines in finance and law and accounting and so on and so forth, I started, I wanted to become a management consultant actually. And I started working for some different businesses. And each business that I was kind of working with started growing aggressively. When you have a company that grows, it normally requires financing to finance that particular growth. You reach a stage where cash flow is saturated, and for you to go to the next level, you need cash flow basically. So having learned invoice discounting at the university, and I'm talking about going back into mid-80s sort of thing, where nobody knew actually what invoice discounting was or factoring was and so on and so forth, and I had learned something at the university. And I managed to put together some facilities for different companies which provided that vital cash flow for it to experience exponential growth. And actually I was surprised myself. I didn't know I could do that, to be honest. I just took a shot at it. You know, I understood some theoretical concepts, and I got a kick out of it. It wasn't actually for money, so to say, which I guess I could. I guess you could be anywhere in the world, and it's highly, highly rewarding. You could be literally in Timbuktu, but if you had selling skills, that is it's like a gold mine, and it has unlimited amount of gold in there. But how do you harness that particular talent, that skill? So I kind of, I was always a bookish guy, academic guy, and anything that I wanted to learn, I hit the library. So I hit the library, and I started reading books. And I was told that if I kind of read 3 times a day some material or listen to some material on sales, my income would double, triple, so on and so forth. I decided to experiment. And I kind of, in a way, got to acquired much better skills at selling, and I started enjoying it. And my sales went up dramatically, and I started earning lots and lots of money on a relative basis. That journey continued, and then you start thinking, what can I sell that would make me the most money and would give me the most excitement? Being as lazy I was, the answer was simple: money. Money was the easiest thing to sell, I guess, and it was plentiful, and unlimited demand, you know. And I guess you apart from selling that particular product, you change people's lives. You provide project finance. You somehow finance businesses, provide fuel. It provides jobs. It provides bread on the table. You know, it provides school fees, and I could see all sorts of domino effects, socially and otherwise, and it felt good. It really felt good. So I guess we started off with the NBFCs, and that led to us having banks as we have as of today. And we employ some over 17,000 independent salespeople in 185 countries as of today. That actually makes us the largest sales force in the world in trade finance as of today. And with the largest global footprint, 185 countries. I don't think any bank covers that at this point in time. We have a target of covering 233 countries. I guess within the next 6 months we'll have done that. And we actually want to have the largest independent sales force in the world in any B2B field in banking. So we have some extremely large targets. In fact, our head of sales is here, who's come up with an absolutely stupid, crazy figure of 1 million people. It's a huge, huge mountain to climb, but something to look forward to. And it makes you get up in the morning with a smile, I guess.
Thank you, Sanjay Bhai. I now go back to Chetan Bhai. Chetan Bhai, my next question to you is, tell us, you've shown me copper on the screens. I've seen copper being smelted. It excites me because I'm a chairman of the Kilembe Mines Board of Uganda, and copper is one of those seas that Uganda's economy depended on many years ago. Many countries lost their footprint in copper because of the drop in prices. So maybe tell us a little bit more about your mining business in Congo and what you think the congregation today and all of us can benefit out of it.
Thank you. So overall, I would say on the mining mineral side of business, we started with trading. As usual, we just started buying concentrates and then exporting. Some stage we realized that if we had to add value in the country, which was important for the country and for us to get better profits and margins. So we had a geologist who helped us with finding resources and research on the grades and all that aspect. After that, we built on the mining side by doing our own mining. Because initially, when we started mining, we didn't have the fleet of equipment which we have today. So initially, when we hired, we were paying, for example, $7 per cubic meter. And then realized that when the prices of copper dropped, we were challenged at that time with the market and the pricing. So when we did our own equipment, the cost came down to $3 per cubic. So the learning for us was that if you do your own mining, then your cost is in your control. The third aspect was on the process. In the process, in copper, you use mainly sulfuric acid. So we put our own plant to again reduce the cost of the processing. So this is where I think overall the learning, and I'm happy to see what we can do in Uganda with our experience in DRC and look into this copper mine and look into how we can grow this.
Thank you, Chetan Bhai. Mayur Bhai, I come to you now. Uganda, like you've said, and like many of you have seen, it rained about 30 minutes ago. It was raining, the sun is out, the rain is disappeared, the floor is dry, and this is Uganda for you. You experience 4 different climates in one day. You'll experience the winter, you'll experience the rains, you'll experience the autumn and the spring and the summer in one day. So we are blessed by nature, we are gifted by nature, and that's one of our marketing slogans as a country. Mayur Bhai tickled my mind, and I think many of you. The world population has hit 7 billion people, and India today, where many of you come from, is staggering to become. Can you please tell us your experience in agriculture and agro-processing, value addition, route to market of agro-processed products?
Thank you, Sanjay Bhai. You know, for those of you who want to invest in Uganda, my personal feeling is, look at agriculture. We're a country that is strategically located. We're right in the heart of Africa. I'm speaking in our local colloquial, forgive me Ugandans, but તમને બધાને ખબર છે ને મોતીનો હાર હોય ને, મોતીનો હાર, pearls. You know, when you have a necklace of pearls, Africa has 54 pearls in the necklace. The ladies will know better. But there is one pearl that is the main South Sea pearl. It's called Uganda. Yeah. And that is why Sir Winston Churchill called this the Pearl of Africa. You have arrived in a very unique area. You know, I narrated to you what happened in 1972. You know, none of you who were then, some of you are much younger, but will ever have heard that Uganda had famine. You hear Ethiopia has famine. You hear Somalia has problems. In Uganda, you plant something, Jamin ma kai bhi nakho, it starts growing. Where is a country like that? We are on the equator, Dunyani Vachma chhe. We are 3,600 feet above sea level. We have a very temperate climate. You know, for those of you visiting from India, you know, the good days are over now. You're going to have a lot more heat. We have this climate throughout the year. Throughout the year. So, from the point of agriculture, there is still a lot of opportunities. We have something like a population is the minister for UK under the Prime Ministership directly. He is responsible for the DRC, Uganda, and the Rwanda. Huge amounts of exports of chilies, tomatoes, ginger, everything can come from Uganda. So Uganda is actually one of those countries that is blessed by God. Upparthi Ashirwad Meda chhe. We are very fortunate. You can have large tracts of land. If you travel in Uganda, and I urge you, please, you've come all this way, spend a little time, leave Kampala. Kampala is a city, it's growing, but go out into the countryside. You will find vast tracts of land which are unexploited. And Ugandans will be very happy to work in partnership. If you want my advice, I'm getting of age. If you take Ugandans as your partners and tell him, okay, this is your land, I want 500 acres, and you start a project, keep him with you, you will have sustainability. and you will grow. So my thinking on agriculture is we are in sugar. We grow sugar cane, and you all know in India sugar cane. We started off very small. Today we are producing around 185,000 tons of sugar. We are employing within our group over 15,000 individuals. We have an estate which is 26,000 acres. We've expanded by another 16,000. From the sugarcane waste, we burn the bagasse you saw on the screen. We actually generate electricity power. Kakira is a sugar factory I urge you to visit. It's one of the unique factories in Africa. You can actually go around it in a golf course. So those of us who don't want to walk too much, bo chalwani jarur nathi. But we generate 51 megawatts of power. What is 51 megawatts of power? Take out the heavy industry of Kampala, we can light the whole of Kampala. That is a renewable source. We have ethanol, which is extra neutral alcohol. Samir Bhai from India, he has a very large plant producing also ethanol and extra neutral alcohol. This is a petrol. Ethanol can be added to fuel. So from agriculture, we are now producing fuel. And we produce 22 million liters of this. And then from there, you find this thing called ENA. It's called extra neutral alcohol. Enu naam complicated che, but actually for all of us, it's called vodka. It is actually pure vodka. So what you do with ENA is you add water, and it becomes beluga, grey goose. So when you come to Kakira, you go to our tasting room. We have, from sugarcane, agriculture, we have now got vodka, rum, gin. I mean, this is all this country can give you. So I urge you all, look at agriculture. You know, Honorable Tanna is very right. Sanjay Bhai is telling you, agriculture, agriculture, agriculture. We, of course, have all the other things like mining and oil and all, but આપણા ગુજરાતીમાં છે ને ખાસ તો પટેલ and Uganda's youngsters, you know, they're hardworking, a vibrant middle class. 70% of the population of this country is under the age of 30. 70%. So if you give them opportunities, and I urge you, work with Ugandans. They're very soft-spoken. I don't want to be biased because I'm a Ugandan, I'm born here, everything, but they are very wonderful people. So this is what I suggest. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mahendra Bhai Mehta. We were told yesterday by our chairperson, Shri Satish Bhai Vitlani, about Nanji Kalidas Mehta, and that's his son, Mahendra Bhai Mehta, who started the sugar industry in Uganda, who came here many, many years ago, who used some of that money to fund the independence fight in India, built many temples, funded many Kanya Kshatralays, funded many schools, and the Gandhi ashram in Porbandar, and many, many other things. When Gandhi Bapu was held in incarceration by the British, he was held in one of their places in India. So that is the pleasure that we have today, that such an elder of the community has blessed our gathering, and despite his age and of course the challenges that come with age, he has said, okay, I am a Lohana and I have to be part of this Lohana gathering today. You're most welcome, Mahendra Kaka, you're welcome.
His father was the first president in 1952 of Lohana Maha Parishad.
His father, I've been told many, many years before I was born, in 1952, Nanji Kaldas Mehta, his father, started and was the first president of the Lohana Maha Parishad. And we are here, Satish Bhai in the morning said that we are here because of the foundation that has been set by our forefathers. Yes, I have been requested by our chairperson, can we all be please upstanding and give him a standing ovation? I would also like to take this opportunity. He was not here in the morning session, so he's one of those people that was supposed to have been felicitated. I would like to break into my program and request Shri Satish Bhai Vitlani and his team of the Maha Parishad to please come and felicitate Mahendra Bhai Mehta, Mahendra Bhai, in front of you, you have more than 800 Lohana delegates from different parts of the world, 5 continents, 23 countries of the world. Side ma. Vinay Bhai? Vinay Bhai, can we have Vinay Bhai on stage, please? Thank you for your patience. We are, and once again, on behalf of the organizers and myself, I would like to apologize earnestly for the interruption, but all of you understand that this is part of our culture. We are brought up to respect our elders. We are brought up to respect those that respect us, and this is one of those persons that has never turned around on the Lohana community of Kampala. I'll give you a small story like Satish Bhai has been giving his. When we started the Lohana community of Kampala, Navratri, all these people, Sudhir Bhai was the first person to say, go ahead, like he did to the Maha Parishad. We went to Mayur Bhai's office, Ketla joye che. Mahendra Bhai na ત્યાં ગયા, તો Mahendra Bhai કે, આ તો તમારે કરવું જ જોઈએ. And he opened his checkbook and said, Ketla lakhu beta, that's the person you have in front of you. I am a politician, and very, very few Lohanas are politicians. So politicians come with a tag of a bad boy, a bad person, a bad image, and we are castigates. And, but I will tell you, I'll share something about Mahendra Bhai. After my election, first person of Indian origin to be democratically elected in Uganda. He invites me home. He invites me home and says, I was elected as well. I was in that parliament. We were part of the LegCo. And we share political experiences, and he teaches and imparts knowledge upon me as an individual. Another person that did the same was Manu Bhai. Manu Bhai Madhwani invited me to his home. And he said, Beta, Lohanas are brought up to say that we are not politicians, we are businessmen, apna dhanda ma dhyan rakho. And he said, "Ee વાત ખોટી છે, કારણ કે હરેક બિઝનેસમેન ને પોલિટિશિયન ની જરૂર છે. એટલે તમે ગયા, તમે કરો જ, એ બરોબર છે અને કરો." So to go to Sudhir Bhai to share his experiences as we will bring Manu Bhai to speed, Mahendra Bhai to speed, but I'd like Sudhir Bhai to share his experience in the business sector, in the sector of real estate, because Chetan Bhai talked about mining, Mayur Bhai has talked about agro-processing, Sudhir Bhai has a farm as well, he plants and farms roses, but I would want him to talk about his real estate business because he's been extremely successful and that's his forte. So Sudhir Bhai, please tell us a little bit And in interest of time, as brief as you can be, honorable colleagues, I'll appreciate, because we are now running short of time.
Thank you very much. One of the interesting business that we own as a group is growing roses. At present, we have 80 hectares under greenhouses, and we export about 500,000 roses every day into Holland, which is probably the hub of flower industry in the world. And it's interesting, talking about agriculture and expanding on that a bit. One of my philosophy is that land is available here in Uganda to buy. It's easier to locate good piece of land and buy them, and then you can start. Sometimes with the authorities it takes a bit of time, and probably the land you may be looking is not what they have on the shelves. So it's easier to go and buy big chunks of land here. I've just acquired 2 square miles more than what I already have. And of course, agriculture is something we are also very strongly expanding on. Now, real estate, of course, is in everybody's blood. Whether you're Ugandan, you're from which part of the world, real estate is part and parcel of our culture. Security, bricks and mortar will remain once it's constructed for hundreds of years. And of course, it's a stable source of income. So I think really, in terms of real estate, in any country where the population is increasing, the GDP of the country is growing, and everybody is looking to save up for your old age. Well, I'm nearly there, and we still are constructing. At the moment, as a group, we have $300 million of construction going on in this country. And we have enough land bank in the city of Kampala to last us for another 25 years. And we continue to acquire and grow the land bank. So really, it's an opportunity. I'm sure all of you know real estate. I'm not going to teach you how to do the real estate. But it's one thing that is always there. An opportunity in every country in real estate is always there. And of course, the British, and once you get that right, you can never go wrong. So please, the opportunities are there. Just get down with it. Thank you.
Very quickly, Sanjay Bhai, you can cap it up with the finance, because we've talked of agricultural processing, we've talked of real estate, and for all that, like you said earlier on, it's finance. So in 1 minute, please, if you will, I know you will, you are an elitist, so please, 1 minute, tell us how we can access the money to do all that they have told us that we must do.
Okay, so what I find fascinating about Africa is it's uber rich. It's rich beyond any imagination, completely. It has all these mines, gas, oil, minerals, unlimited. In fact, I was reading on the internet, Africa is something like 14 times bigger in size than India, with a total population of around 1.5 billion on both sides. Now, it has all these assets, huge amounts of assets, basically. Where is the problem? In fact, Africa doesn't need to work at all for all the generations to come. That's how rich they are. Where is the problem? The problem is that they have all these assets, but they're not monetized. Particularly because it seems to lack infrastructure in finance. It doesn't have bond markets, it doesn't have share markets, all matured like the West has. And so the West has a very sophisticated financial system, but Africa has all the assets in the world. So what's the solution? How can this equation change? It's something we've been doing at Euro-Exim Bank. We saw this opportunity, so we've been involved in bonds. So we create bonds using assets, let's say in Africa. We could do that anywhere in the world, but Africa is particularly interesting. So let's take, for example, a gold mine. We would create a bond based on the gold mine. We would, in America, on a regulated basis. And we would then place it on all the exchanges like DTCC, Euroclear, Bloomberg, and so on, and we would raise funds. Obviously, the underlying cash flow needs to be there, but the collateral is solid, and the underlying cash flow is not a question, and it's very, very highly profitable. So either we take these assets and monetize them in the Western markets, or Africa develops its own sophisticated financial infrastructure where it can tap into its own liquidity. Liquidity is where the problem is, but this is a potential answer. This answer cannot be addressed in kind of 1 minute, but you get the gist of what I'm saying, I guess.
Thank you, Sanjay Bhai. We can engage with Sanjay Bhai. We all have issues, and I believe he's an asset to the Lohana community. And I am dot on time. It's midday. My time's up, so I don't want to take any more time, but I want to ask you for a couple of minutes for our elder who has just walked in. So I'm going to engage Mahendra Bhai to share a little bit about himself and his experiences to this August gathering before I close this session of today's interaction. Mahendra Bhai, please go ahead. The questions that I've asked us, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself, about the sugar industry, about your industries, about your feeling of the Lohana community, etc., etc.
All distinguished guests on this dais, my fellow Luhanas, ladies and gentlemen. They say when Luhanas go somewhere, they don't go quietly. They go with thunder and lightning. Today happens to be my 91st birthday. And
yes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, dear Meta. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you
you
so much.
Samson. I don't have such a good voice, so I couldn't do it. But Mahendra Bhai, please go on.
I suppose at this age I must be the oldest Luhana belonging to Uganda. I spent better part of my life here in Uganda, and particularly in Lugazi. What a great pleasure to meet so many of you on one of the most important days of my life. I've completed 90 years and I'm running in 91st. Luhana community has been originally warriors, fighters. Wherever they've gone, they have left a mark behind. And today we find Luhana community. I think you are coming from about 28 countries of the world. Am I right? Yeah. What a great occasion it is to receive you, to greet you on behalf of entire Mehta family. I'm the last born in the Mehta family. Supposed to be baby of the family, but I'm a old baby, at 91 years, you know. So I think Uganda invest in this country. It's a country, as you all know, it's a pearl of Africa. It's evergreen with lots of resources, of vast amount of land, vast amount of water resources, very friendly people. And my father came here in 1904 after a long voyage of 6 months, because the dhow in which he came had to meet a storm, very rough sea. Mast was broken, the dhow was drifting, and ultimately it took him 6 months to come on the shore of Africa, that is in Mombasa. From that time onward, there was a time when father, in those days, you know, had to face a lot of, if you have read his autobiography, he had spent 24 hours on the top of the tree because it was surrounded, you know, by the lions around there. So from that stage, we've come to this stage when we can look forward to consider our country, Uganda, as one of the leading countries on the continent of Africa. I don't want to take a lot of your time, but I'm very, very grateful. When I met Satish Bhai before, some time back, he came up with this idea, and I said, it's a wonderful idea. But will it work? And you can see how it has worked, you know. Today we're expecting and also consider business opportunities which are existing here. Rather unfortunate era of 9, 10 years, you know, during Amin's time, you know. But after that, can you believe in a country, it has not happened in many countries, where your assets are expropriated by the government, and then they call you back and say, take back what belongs to you. Because what belongs to you, it belongs to you, and you got every right to take it back. That is, I think, the greatest gesture one can imagine any people of any country can do. You know. It has not happened in India. Assets were taken over. It didn't happen in Tanzania. Assets were taken over, and people were left with nothing. But in this country, our sugar factory, which was started, it was the first sugar factory, 1924, by my father. But he started with a Duka, started ginneries, had a number of ginneries, built a number of ginneries all over, and ultimately went for sugar industry, then tea estates, then Seychelles estates also in Masindi, and a number of other businesses during his lifetime. Well, once again, not taking up a lot of your time, I'm really honored by the greetings and by the affection you've shown to us, and to all the members of my family, and particularly to myself. I would like to seek the blessings of elders and bless the younger people on this occasion, on my on my 91st birthday. You know. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mahendra Bhai. I'd now like to bring this session to a close. I know many of us are disappointed. We wanted to hear more and more of how to become successful, how to share onto tips, but time is not on our side and we have a program to run. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the ocean of experience and knowledge, and I've been told that we have a lady who's not feeling well. She's feeling uncomfortable. The ambulance will be at that point where you see that lady. So please, if you're not feeling comfortable, we'll have medical attention. So please head to that corner of the tent. Yeah, then go to that side, please. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each one of you. As I leave the dais, I'd like to make my own one observation, and I've made it already, is that we Lohanas are less into politics. We would like to encourage you to join your politics in your respective countries. Lord Poppet here has led a crusade in the UK, where he's encouraging, mentoring young Hindu, Gujarati, Lohana people to get into politics in the UK. I would like to recognize him and give him a round of applause. Like I've said, it's not a profession that many of you want to be associated with, but somebody needs to do the dirty work, and therefore we are available to guide, to mentor, to support in any direction that you want to. I want to once again thank our distinguished panelists for sharing insights, for sharing their knowledge, things that we never see on internet, things that you will never read anywhere. Please use these 2 days to get more and more out of this. I have been told, yesterday one of the elders said, કે આ તો લુહાણા સમાજનો સમુદ્ર મંથન છે. આ લોહાણા સમાજનો સમુદ્ર મંથન છે. તમારાથી જેટલું પીવાય એટલું તમે રસ પી લ્યો. એટલે we are here as the younger generation to get from you, to share with you, to update you and bring you to speed on whatever sector segment that you would want to. I'd now like to take this opportunity and request our panelists to resume their seats. No? Okay. Thank you very much. Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Jalaram, Jai Raghuvanshi.
I have asked Honorable Tana to teach me that language for a very long time, and he has refused because he believes there are things he wants to keep to himself, which is all right. I've been telling many people who look like me, Ugandans who look like me, to learn something from Ugandans who look like Dr. Sudhil and the rest of you. Because I keep asking them, why do you allow your children to study from the money of a business, then they go and work for another business? I never get it. So I tell them, you should learn something from these intelligent, hardworking, and successful people. When they educate their children, they bring them to work with them. In fact, before even the children go very far from a very early age, they're working in the business and learning their business. We are beginning to get it a little bit. Maybe you need to preach to us. I like the conversation that was here. And I've also heard that 850 people are here. 756 of them flew in from somewhere in the world, paid $250, including their ticket and their accommodation, to come and take information. Thank you so much for coming here. I've also noticed that the difference between myself and many of you is the use of time. We all have 24 hours. I'm here seated and learning how to change how I use my time to how you use your time. I think that is the difference. Now, later on, the Uganda Investment Authority is going to speak to us. We also do have investment authorities from different parts of Uganda, But the gentleman I want to show you here is the Director General of Uganda Investment Authority. The President chose him to lead the Uganda Investment Authority, among many other things, because he's also a very tall man, meaning he can see a lot of things. And the Chairman of the Investment Authority is also here, Mr. Morrison Rakakamba. He's here. He is like me. He's a bald-headed man. And by the way, there is nobody with a bald head with a bad-shaped head. God knows which heads to cover with hair, for very obvious reasons. Imagine your head without hair. Now, right now is the Lohana Moral Code, and I would like to invite Mr. Vinje Karia to carry this. He's a very successful man who has, for one reason or the other today, put on a fantastic suit. You can tell when somebody puts on a suit and normally doesn't.
Thank you for the lovely introduction. One thing which is very, very dear to us is our integrity, our honesty, our responsibility, and of course, sustainability. I would like to invite a few of our prominent Lohanas on stage to now release a written Lohana Moral Code of Conduct, which every person would be carrying with them, not only home, but in their hearts. Successful Lohanas on stage, and my pranams and my regards to all of them. At the same time, we have more people who will join us, and I request our President, Shri Satish Bhai Vitlani, Shri Subhash Bhai Thakrar, Lord Dollar Popat. I don't know if Dr. Vipin Bhai Mithya is well or not. If he is here, please join us. Shri Praveen Bhai Kotak, Shri Mahendra Bhai Ghelani, Shri Jitu Bhai Thakkar, Pradeep Bhai Dhamecha, Samir Bhai Somaya, Yogesh Bhai Manek, Umang Bhai Thakkar, Nitin Bhai Raichura, Viren Mirani, Suresh Bhai Thakrar, Pradeep Bhai Dhamecha, Bimal Bhai Kantaria, Ketan Bhai Kotecha, Ketan Bhai Morjaria, Kisan Bhai Mirani, Kishore Bhai Jobanputra. Please join us all on stage, and we will be joined by Shri Brahma Vihari Swamiji, Pujya Brahma Vihari Swamiji, and this huge contingent, આપણે આટલા બધા લોકો ભેગા થયા છે to pledge that we are going to do something which is again something path breaking. એક આપણે moral code of conduct, and our Pujya Brahma Vihari Swamiji will be speaking on it. We welcome all the people on stage. Mahendra Bhai, please remain seated. Mahendra Bhai Mehta, I would request him to please remain seated. And here we are. If once we can distribute all the codes, the frames to all our distinguished guests. This moral code of conduct was something that we discussed intensively, and the architect of it has been Subhash Bhai Thakrar, and it's not just in English but also in Gujarati. એટલે આપણે આ વસ્તુને આપણા દિલમાં વસાવી લઈએ ને આપણા દિમાગમાં આપણે બ્રહ્મવિહારી સ્વામી આવશે એટલે આપણે આને અનવીલ કરશું. I would like him to say a few words. Vaibhav, if you can keep one open copy for Brahmavihari Swami here. હા, એની પાસે છે ખુલ્લી. Please welcome Pujya Brahmavihari Swamiji. He is here amongst us. Sorry, I forgot Rashmi Bhai Chatwani. Please, Rashmi Bhai, please join us on stage. Rashmi Bhai, please. પૂજ્ય બ્રહ્મવિહારી સ્વામીજીને રિક્વેસ્ટ કરીશ આપણને થોડું બ્લેસ કરે. એન્ડ સ્વામીજી, ઇફ યુ કેન કમ અપ હિયર. ઓકે. સો can we put it up on screen, please, for everybody to read, Vaibhav? Yeah, it's here. Can we zoom in a little bit? Ke Vanchai? Many a times we forget the people closest to us, and I would request Bharat Bhai Thakkar to please join us on stage. And Janak Bhai, તમને તો કીધેલું જ હતું. ભરત ભાઈ ઠક્કર, જનક ભાઈ ઠક્કર, આપણે ત્યાં ઠક્કર ઘણા બધા છે ને ઠકરાર પણ ઘણા બધા છે. All prominent people, please join us. તમને પર્સનલી કીધેલું.
Thank you.
Swamiji, if you can.
One of us reads it.
Yeah.
But he will just bless it.
Please go ahead.
Jai Shri Krishna. Ladies and gentlemen, now we need some participation from all of you. My name is Subhash Thakrar. Could you please all be upstanding? I'm going to read out the moral code, which is not very long, but we are all participating in this code as Lohanas. And this is what we are going to take back with you. All of you are going to receive a copy of this in the framed form to take back with you. And it's got a little stand, so you'll be able to keep it in your mental piece or some right place so it can remind you of the pledge. Now, this is a pledge. So, as tradition goes, the pledge means we raise our right hand
and we are all going to participate, including all our friends on the stage. And I'm going to read out. So I solemnly pledge, as a Lohana, I am proud to be Lohana, a part of the Raghuvanshis. I have the original characteristics of the warrior class, which means that I will be a leader in my field of activity. I will care for all those who are in my influence, and I will do everything possible to give back to society by way of philanthropy. I will uphold all these values. I will deal with all beings, especially any other Lohana, with dignity and respect, and extend all help to those who approach me to the best of my abilities and in fair and caring manner. If a Lohana asks me for guidance, I will be fair, faithful, and provide correct guidance to that Lohana. In my business, profession, or service, I will maintain integrity and honesty, and I will not do anything that can harm a fellow Lohana. In business, profession, or service, I will treat another Lohana like a family member and as my best customer or supplier. I am an ambassador of my Lohana community and will do nothing in my acts to bring disrepute to my community. I have a duty and responsibility to care and support those who are suffering from poverty, ill health, and pain. When I give to someone from my wealth, I recognize that my wealth is a gift to me from God. Thank you very much. Thank you for participating. Maybe now invite Swamiji to give his blessings to this moral code. Swamiji. You'll speak from there or you'll come here?
I think
So we invite Swamiji to please address us. Thank you.
I believe that all of us who are on the stage and all of us who are in the audience, all of us have been able to align our minds to a set of values which are very important. One thing all of us should realize that values are invisible. Values have no meaning on a piece of paper. Values have no meaning in the lives of our elders. Values have no meanings in anybody else's life. Values only have meanings if they are in our own lives. We are the ones who give life to values. And I also want to ask you that sometimes in life things invisible are more important than things visible. We see the buildings, but we do not see the foundations that keep the buildings upright. We see the earth, but we do not see the gravity that keeps the earth rolling. We see so many things like food and beauty, but we cannot see air, which actually sustains us. It's invisible. We see our bodies, but we do not see the thoughts that really drive us. Like that, a community or a race is only driven by a set of values, and I congratulate this community for chartering a set of values that brings us together. Lastly, I would think that when you look at this thing, a plaque, you will only have 3 signatures underneath. I want you to put your invisible signature at the end of this plaque. This plaque has no meaning till you sign it with your life. And I would like to conclude, and I want to ask you in all fairness, that suppose you are walking through a jungle. Suppose you are walking through a jungle and you find a treasure. Who does that treasure belong to? Who does the treasure belong to? The guy who buried it? He must have buried it 400 years ago. Or the person who finds it? You are Luhanas, please tell me. Who does that treasure belong to? The person who buried it or the person who finds it? Anybody take any takers? No. I want to ask you, legally it belongs to the person who buried it. But he is no longer here. So practically it belongs to the person who finds it. But according to me, it belongs to neither. Even if the person who finds the treasure from the ground and he takes that treasure and puts it in a safe, he just took it from the ground and put it in a wall. It belongs to the person who uses it. Use these values and these values will become yours. Do not think that the values have been written by a certain person. Do not think that somebody else has driven this idea. If this value has a meaning in your life, and the values will save you, in the Mahabharata it is said, Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. The values that you protect will protect you. And this is like a symbiotic relationship. I believe the people on the stage are important, but it's because of the people in the audience you are important. Values are symbiotic, so my only prayer to Bhagwan Shri Ram, Bhagwan Shri Krishna, Bhagwan Shri Mahadev, Bhagwan Shri Swaminarayan, and His Holiness Jalaram Bapu, Pramukh Swami Maharaj, Mahan Swami Maharaj, Yogiji Maharaj, that may they continue to guide and guard us again and again and again. Never tire, never retire, and never allow your drive to expire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swamiji, for your blessings. We now have the moderator Samsung take over and continue with the program. Shortly we will be breaking for lunch also, and we will also inaugurate the exhibition at the hands of our prominent people.
Sanjay Bhai will explain. We came out with an idea that we have come to Uganda for a purpose, to get something out of Uganda, to meet here, to greet here, and do some business and do some and prosperity for our community. But Sanjay Bhai and his son, the youth, he thought that let us give back to the society. Let us do something for the local. So what we have decided to keep 3 boxes at different places. Whoever wishes to donate any amount of money should kindly do that, and that would be kept, these boxes are kept around. The donation would be given to the NGO. It is being run by the Queen of Kampala, and she would be using it for the purpose of education of the kids. Thank you so much.
So boxes are here. We are going to, there is a name written. It will be open in presence of everybody on the last day. So we have gathered here for business purposes, but we also do some charity. And it was written by Queen's Office to Lohana Community Kampala as a request for this one. Thank you, everyone.
બધાને જણાવું કે આજે આપણી ફ્રેમ્સ છે પ્લસ લોહાણા મહા પરિષદની ફ્રેમ. તમને જ્યાં રજિસ્ટ્રેશન ડેસ્ક હતું ત્યાં તમને આ બંને ફ્રેમ્સ મળી જશે ને એઝ અ મેટર ઓફ પ્લેજ કે તમે આ બધાએ જે હાથ ઊંચા કરીને પ્રોમિસ કર્યું, અમે તમારી સિગ્નેચર પણ લેવાના એ કાગળ ઉપર. તો પ્લીઝ એન્શ્યોર દેટ યુ સાઇન એન્ડ યુ ટેક ધીઝ ફ્રેમ્સ એન્ડ કીપ ધેમ at prominent place in your business. We would like you to imbibe these values, these characteristics, as well as our pride. Thank you very much.
Just 1 minute. The first $500 Satish Bhai Vitlani Sahib has offered for this Nabagareka Foundation. Second one, Subhas Bhai Thakrar has told $500 and Vijay Bhai Karya has told $500. Thank you.
Just to give a little bit of more light, she's the Queen of Buganda. Buganda is the largest kingdom in Uganda. This government, under the leadership of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, as a form of democracy and devolving and keeping different cultural institutions happy, has given kingdomship. They do not hold state power, but they hold regional and cultural power. And therefore, the queen of this particular kingdom where we are sitting runs a foundation where the girl child and etc. Is looked after. And therefore, the Lohana community of Kampala and the Maha Parishad said that as we are here, we should run the charity and recognize the girl child and support the local girl child. Thank you.
Muscat Raghuvanshi Parivar has told $500. Now, all the payment will be given by check to Buganda Kingdom.
Bésame si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho, que tengo miedo a perderte después. Well, we'll begin there soon. Yeah, we'll get back to that soon. The bosses of Uganda Investment Authority are here. I did introduce the Director General a little a while ago. We do have the Honorable Opolot. The Honorable Opolot is a Member of Parliament here. He's also been in diplomacy for some time. I also saw Mr. John Bosco Karisa, East African Business Council. He's also here. He's also the Secretary General of Uganda Bald-Headed Men Association, where Honorable Poloti is also a member. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome the Chairman of the Board of Uganda Investment Authority, who is going to be speaking to us and making a case, and he will be quite brief as we think about having an early lunch. As he comes, I don't want him to speak while birthday wishes are going on, but he will take the dais. We will give a few minutes to Papa to get his seat as we wait for Mr. Morrison Rakakamba to speak. Mr. Chairman, we are waiting for you. Mr. Chairman, we're waiting for you. We're waiting for you. You have all the attention there. We want it here. Just hold on a second. The chairman of the board will not be very long. That much I do know. Authority.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the moderator, Samson Kasumba. I recognize that networking is already heavily going on. Achieved. I will take a moment to just let the historic matter to have a seat, then I will start my remarks.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, can we please all be seated now, because we've got our very important invited guest to address to us. All the gentlemen who are near Mahendra Bhai Mehta, please go back to your seats. This is not the moment to come and greet Mahendra Bhai. This is the moment to listen to the chairman of the investment. Please be seated on your chairs. Thank you very much. We are otherwise going to run very late in time. I'd like your respect for time, please. Please be seated. Mahendra Bhai will be here with us for a long time. He will be there during lunch, so you can all meet him at the time. Please, can you be seated? I'm still seeing some people standing. I'd like you to be seated, please. All of you, can you please be seated immediately? Thank you. I apologize for being hard on this, but otherwise we are not going to go on. Okay, I invite our chairman of the Investment Authority. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you very much. You know, when my brother Samson Kasumba says that as Ugandans we haven't invested in so many languages, I was looking at him with a smile. Because I think the last words that Honorable Sanjay mentioned was that now that we are here, we should listen and harvest from the waters of wisdom. When he spoke in the other language that Kasumba did not understand. Don't worry about that. But also the other thing that my friend Mother mentioned, when the first group of the Lohanas that were making their contributions, because I asked him, tell me, what do you think is the net worth of the 5 individuals who were debating with Honorable Sanjay Tana? And he said, to be very conservative, This is plus or minus 5 billion United States dollars. Then when a different group came, when the moral code of conduct was being read, I also asked him, extrapolate for me the net worth. He said, oh my God, this could be over $50 billion. I said, what a pleasure to really be here and to have an opportunity to speak with this bloodline of investors who have graced this country. My name is Morrison Rwakakamba. I am the chairman of Uganda Investment Authority. So let me take a moment and speak a few words. The Lord Dora Popat, who is amidst us, and thank you, by the way, for welcoming us at the House of Commons late last year. Your Excellency, the High Commissioner of the Republic of India, Excellency Ambassadors present, I've seen Excellency Nimisha, the President of the Lohana community, members of Parliament represented here, I've seen my brother, and a board member of UIA Emeritus, my brother Fredo Porot, government officials and other representatives of investment and business agencies across the continent, the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, you know, after what I heard from Sudhir, from Mayur, from Meta, I don't think as an investment authority I need to add any more words about talking about Uganda. They are the practitioners, they are the harbingers. One of the companies in the early 1990s was responsible for 10% of Uganda's GDP. How unbelievable. And now the Asian community in this country, like it has been said, contributes 63% of all our taxes that are making the roads, that are making the hospitals, that are building schools. So the Asian community, and now centrally the Lohana community, is central to the progress of this country, and we are partners. Not just partners, but very, very important Ugandans, really. And I know that, Lord Popat, you have been talking about those things, and we are going to continue supporting you to make sure that we realize the pure and proper dream. And we are the generation that is going to continue taking that message forward. And I know Honorable Sanjay Tana knows that very well. We walk in the same corridors. Let me just mention a few things, because we have already talked about Uganda. Mayur talked very strongly about the post-1986 agenda. The National Resistance Movement had a broader vision, which was crystallized in point number 5 of its 10-point program. And what we see here is part of that journey. It is not fiction, it is not by accident, it was fully articulated in the 10-point program that was led by the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Investment Destination in Africa. We recently signed a deal of 10 billion United States dollars to be deployed in our oil and gas. There is no any other country in Africa that post-COVID has managed to sign that kind of deal. This is where we are going. Under the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, we have created a stable political system that has guaranteed not just peace, but predictability. The National Resistance Movement is a dominant, strong party where winning elections and continuing steady leadership is self-evident and will continue to be so. So meaning if you put your investment in this country, you are sure of predictable stability, north-south. I also wanted to mention another broader issue, that the NRM government and President Yoweri Museveni have contributed to this continent. The NRM runs the Pan-African agenda. And I know that Lord Popat, you know the work we are doing in DRC to be able to ensure that it is stable. We are not only involved in pacification activities to ensure that trade, business, and commerce happen, but we are also building roads to ensure that goods and services reach those places. We are now over 300 million people in the East African community, meaning if you locate your business here, whether in mineral value addition, whether in agro-processing, whether in real estate, you are able to reach the entire East Africa, duty-free. And when you are in East Africa, and according to our Investment Code Act, you are Ugandan, meaning you invest here and you get all the incentives. I will read for you some of the specific ones, but I know that Robert Mukiza and the One Stop Center are set up here. If you want to get all the details, they are there. Uganda was also the first country to ratify the Africa Free Trade Continental Free Trade Area, meaning that we can be able to access the over 1.5 billion people market across the African continent. And a few weeks ago, when South Africa to continue opening, they want our coffee, they want our eggs, they want our vegetables, they want our everything. And now Uganda Airlines flies on a daily basis from Entebbe to South Africa. We are on an exponential pace. We have taken off. We have reached, as a country, the cruising stage. So we want you to continue being our partners to be able to achieve that. I will just mention a few incentives when you open up your businesses here. We offer 10-year tax holiday for investors in agricultural sector, both commercial and value addition sector, the developers and operators in industrial parks, who export 80% of their production. We have import duty exemptions on plant and machinery. We give free land. There are a few countries that do that, for investors in industrial parks. And I can announce that with the guidance of President Museveni and the active secretariat of UIA, led by Mukiza, and the guidance of our Minister, Honorable Evelyn Anite, the Minister of Investment, we have managed to secure 12 square miles of land across the country for development of industrial parks. And working with partners, including Lord Dora Popat, we are working to get partners to ensure that we develop infrastructure across all these industrial parks in Uganda with industrial water, industrial electricity, centralized sewage treatment plants, and all the services such that it is plug and play, all embedded. You come, plug and play, whether it is in Chisoro, whether it is in Nebi, whether it is in Tororo, whether it is in Namanve, we are on the move and we will welcome you. We have 100% allowable expenditure on training. All the money you use to train Ugandans, when when you are filing your taxes to Uganda Revenue Authority, it is deductible. We allow 100% expenditure on research and development. We want to move to a knowledge economy, and there is no knowledge economy that doesn't put research and development at the center. So all the resources that you invest in R&D, research and development, when you are submitting your taxes, it's deductible, 100%. And broadly, as a country, we are guided by the triple bottom line of people. We put the people at the center, but we also believe in profit and the planet, because we have to be sustainable. And as I conclude, I'm glad to announce that as the code of conduct was being read, I stood up. I also raised my right hand. I have become a warrior. And I want to join the bloodline of the Lohanas. And I welcome the 2.5 million Lohanas across the world to come to Uganda and make it the best. Thank you very much.
The chairman of Uganda Investment Authority should have told you, but he didn't. I will tell you. Years ago, I used to watch a program on Ugandan television. Men who would come together and pretend to be wrestling with each other. Eventually, I got to know that it wasn't real. It was a business. But at the end, they would put, "Do not try this at home." There are a few things in that category of "do not try this at home." Uganda is one of those. You just can't try Uganda at home. For those of you who believe in real estate, Lady Joshna is here. It's good to see you. I last saw you in Turkey. Somehow I meet you in big places. But I am amazed, no offense, that people fly from all over the world to go and holiday in Dubai. I saw a lot of sand and a lot of sun and a lot of concrete. And it can get incredibly hot. You are rushing from one artificially cooled building to the next. Now imagine if you believed in holidaying and investing in holidaying, and you decided to invest in a place where there is a bit of sun and a lot of green, like Uganda. I think it makes a lot of sense to holiday in Uganda. But on the other end, just imagine. So I am sorry when you hear me going to Dubai. I am there because I cannot avoid it. Holiday is here in Uganda. I told you here we are permanently on holiday. That is why sometimes it is not easy to see government officials, because we are permanently on holiday. In some places they are permanently at work and irregularly. But here we are on holiday. We are going to have lunch, but in the afternoon, my senior brother here, Lord Dola Popat, will be speaking to us about Destination Uganda. So you want to come back here. And those of you who are part of the afternoon program, please remember to be back here on time. I will be also back here on time. Now, lunch is going to be served up there. So you take that climb, they call it, and then we have our lunch and then come back. I'm very sure that it will be Indian food. I am a very, very passionate lover of Indian food. That buttered naan is something I will always, always, always eat. and the curry that goes with it. When I was in UK, I learned to cheat the process. You go to a store, buy the thing, and then, you know. As we go to lunch, let us hear someone singing Guantanamera. Bon appetit, they say in Usoga. We'll see you back at about 2:45, 2:30.
We saw an opportunity for further growth. Based out of Dar es Salaam, and in 2022, we celebrate a glorious 25 years of the Vinmart Group. When the Democratic Republic of Congo denationalized its mining industry, we saw an opportunity for further growth. We began that journey with Somika, a cobalt trading and processing company. As of 2022, we have a production capacity of 62,000 metric tons per annum of LME equivalent copper
the
cathodes
exhibition area,
and 6,000 metric tons per
the
annum
exhibition
of
area is
cobalt
open.
hydroxide, with plans to
The exhibition area is open immediately after lunch, so you can pop in there if you have had an early lunch.
by 2024. We began mining mineral resources in 2009 to mine and produce the 3 T's, tin, tantalum, and tungsten, and achieving OECD compliance early in its journey.
Now,
in 2021,
I also want you to know that the president is the one serving us lunch. So we'd like to thank Monsieur Excellence for the lunch. And as well, I need to remind you that the session of the afternoon is here.
Lubumbashi, Kolwezi, Kinshasa, and Goma. Through the group's contracting arm,
બપોર જઈમા પછીનો પ્રોગ્રામ અહીંયા જ છે. So please, everybody is requested to be back by 2:30. Everybody is requested to be back here by 2:30. The exhibition is opened also at 2:30 for those who would like to go and visit the exhibition. Thank you.
lead recycling, manufacturing HDPE and other pipes, and used oil to furnace production. In addition, MES provides EPC contracting for construction and mining companies across the region and has carried out EPC for transmission lines as well. Mining chemical supplies, trades in mining industry chemicals, handles projects of information technology, safety, including fire safety and security, and provides a range of other services. It also holds exclusive distributorship for tires and lubricants. Panafric Motors is the sole distributor of Tata and Mahindra vehicles. We also have global offices in China, India, the UAE, Mauritius, Tanzania, Zambia, South Africa, and Canada. Across all the companies in DRC, we are proud to have the support and dedication of around 15,000 national team members and 1,500 expats, with an additional 500 team members across our global offices. Vinmart Foundation, the group's nonprofit arm, carries out this mission with a focus in the sectors of healthcare, education, entrepreneurship, and infrastructure. Our story began in 1990.
Could I have your attention, please? તમારા ઇન્ટરેસ્ટની વસ્તુ છે. We have promised 2-minute presentations to all the people who have registered. So we will be reading out the names who will be presenting today. They will be presenting from this stage. So what we would do is take the names. Please make note, this will be announced again for the people who are not here. But people who are here, please, if you can just stand up or come right here, we will explain to you what will happen. So the first name, the opening ceremony, happens with Hardik Ganatra, Ganatra Financial Services. Is he here? Okay. Dhaval, are you there? Also not there. Looks like all the people who registered first are last in the session. Ritesh Thakkar, Impulse Power Tech. Ritesh bhai, if you are here. Dhirav Magdani, Diad Science and Industrial Suppliers Private Limited. Dr. Prakash Hathi, Mahi Oil Industries. Vasudev Kotak, Shriji Agarbatti Works. Amit Kumar Kotak, Concord Peripherals. CA Chintan Popat, Fern Agro International Private Limited. Dhruv Thakkar, Labella Associates. Dr. Samir Atara, Sarthi Pharma. Not one person? Sejul Rai Thatta, Balaji Marketing. Prashant Vithlani, Just Properties. Jitendra Sajiv Bagdai, Onwards and Upward. Shonel Thakkar, DigiQuery Digital LLP. Kilol Karya, KK Financial, KK Credible Financial Services. Brinda Vasani, Bricare. CA Hiren Thakkar, HT and Associates. Hardik Lakhani, Unseen Architects. Dr. Krunal Manik, Ishna Herbs. Nitin H. Unadkat, Nitin Unadkat and Associates. Deepak Karya, Best Tours and Foreign Exchange Private Limited. And Atul Thakral, Kailash Masale, Dilip Industries. These are the people who will be presenting, making their 2-minute presentation today. We will announce this once again later. But just to get the rules clear, this presentation will last for a total of 2 minutes, 120 seconds. You have to finish your talk by then. There will be a timer going on, and at the end of 120 seconds, you have to stop. So make your talk as interesting as possible. Invite people, and of course, this will go on every day. We are trying to increase the count. The count on day 1 is 25 people. This would start around 6 p.m. We will inform the exact time later. But we look forward to having these 25 people here. If you lose out today, I'm sorry, the next batch will go on tomorrow. So thank you. Do you have any question? No, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's start with the session. He's come? He's not yet come. Samson can. આપણે એ થોડી વાર પછી તમે યુથની વાત કરો. યુથ નથી, બધા લોકો નથી. એટલે
Good. I taught mature students in the afternoon. The average age of my students was about 55. I was teaching theology. And I was teaching them in the afternoon after lunch. And remember, most of our lunches are starch. And I was teaching them biblical Greek. And they had a challenge understanding English. So I know a thing or two about the amount of creativity required to get attention after lunch. Because generally after, brain saves most energy for digestion. So we are more likely to encounter screen-saving mode for a few people here. But I will endeavor to keep you stimulated. Now, my university has conducted some research, and the research advises that when you're speaking in the afternoon, after lunch, keep it short because the attention span drastically drops towards zero. And finally, but by no means least, when I was teaching homiletics, that's the science of sermon delivery, I used to tell my students that when your audience sleeps on you, the problem is not the audience, the problem is the speech, and by extension, the speaker. So as you speak, keep looking at the audience. If they engage screen-saving mode, it is about a good time to conclude. Good afternoon. His Excellency Your Excellency, I have been given your name. I want to pronounce it, but there is no ambulance, so I'm worried about biting my tongue into two, and then we will not have an MC. So I will request the person who gave me that name to come and help me pronounce it first. But let me make a half-hearted attempt. It will be brave. His Excellency Ajay Kumar. Would I get a 65%? That's 90%? You're a very generous teacher. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to His Excellency, India's High Commissioner to Uganda. So how many of you are ready to go? Should we begin or should I sing? We begin. Your Excellency, you're very welcome. My name is Samson Kasumba. When my father was doing this, they used to call them MCs. We now call them Senior Consultant on Public Affairs Programming. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. His Excellency is going to come and make his remarks. At the end of this event, I'll be signing some autographs, but there will be a charge because free things are not valued.
He is our President, International, Luhana Maha Parishad. Then Dr. Sudhir. This is what? Luhana Maha Parishad.
That is. Honorable Satish Bhai Vitlani, President of Lohana Maha Parishad, Dr. Sudhir Rubaralia, Honorary Consul of Nepal in Uganda, Honorable Lord Poppert, and all diplomats and honored delegates from different parts of the world. Today, I am honored and proud to be part of this event and addressing you all. I am completing my 3 years in Uganda, and since day one, I have been closely associated with the Lohana Association in Uganda. I have a unique record. Chairman Sanjay ji will certify that I think I haven't missed any Lohana event in the last 3 years in Uganda. Lohana community, this recognition is because Lohana community in Uganda is one of the most vibrant section of Indian community who are present in both business as well as cultural area. So any Indian High Commissioner has no option but to work with the Lohana community, and I have been trying my best to do it. You know, Indian community in Uganda have been a fairly successful community, but we had certain setbacks as well. At a time, you all know, and some of you have suffered also perhaps. So our community, Indian community, Asian community in general, were asked to leave this country at one point of time. But the government under current president, His Excellency Museveni, when he took presidency of Uganda, he took a bold decision to invite all Indians back, and also a promise to return their properties. The government of Uganda, we are very happy to acknowledge that government of Uganda since then has been trying their best to fulfill that promise and keep a safe environment for Indian community in Uganda. And I must also appreciate Indian community that Indian community has responded very well to that call by President, and in very short time, Indian community, some of them came back, but many new people came. But net result is that today Indian community is a very significant contributor to Ugandan economy. This fact, Ugandan government representatives themselves accept on various fora. Indian community, if you take the number of business and industrial establishment in Uganda is taken, Indian community is second place. And first place goes to Ugandans, the local Ugandan population. Which means among foreign investors, Indian community is on the top. And even with the Ugandan establishment, we are very close. So that is the kind of contribution Indian community have been making to government of Ugandan economy. And significant section of Uganda's tax revenue also come from the hard-working Indian community. And as of now, we have estimate about 32 to 33,000 Indians here, Indian diaspora here, which comprise both Indian passport holders as well as Indian origin persons having different passports. High Commission of India also recognized the value of Indian diaspora. And you also aware that our government value India's contribution, Indian diaspora's contribution to India as well as the country where they reside. You must have noticed our Prime Minister never miss an opportunity to meet Indian diaspora and communicate with them whenever he goes for a visit to any foreign country. So that is the kind of recognition our government also at the highest level is giving to Indian diaspora and their contributions. High Commission of India in Kampala have been trying their best. We have limitation, we have a very small office. We have been trying very best to keep a very close relation with them. Especially during my past 2-3 years, I've been trying to treat community members in Uganda as my family members. We always think High Commission and community has to work together. I'm sure that all those dignitaries assembled here today, business heads and potential investors who have assembled here will have an opportunity to look at various aspects of Ugandan economy and see the various possibilities for investment. I wish all of you a good stay in Uganda for next 3 days. And also some of you will be seeing around this place, which is also called Pearl of Africa. It's a beautiful country. Some of you at least will find some time to go around. But ultimately, you are here to see the investment opportunities, to see the business opportunities. I wish that you all find some way to integrate your business with the Ugandan economy. You find opportunities in Uganda and you all be successful here. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Thank you.
You know that something leads to success and has a lot of money when Lohanas and Indians are involved. There's a reason why wherever I have gone to a corner shop, there is an Indian. Whether it is in Chicago or in the UK. I got to know when I was in the UK that there is no money in cleaning jobs because I never met an Indian on a shift, a cleaning shift. So I abandoned cleaning. I knew I cannot get wealthy in cleaning. And like I've said, For those of you who want to get involved in real estate and you want to know the price of property in Uganda, just move around and see where Indians are living. Then you know that is high-end. They don't normally live in low-end property. So we have, from you Indians, learned how to judge certain things. And that is true. Our next speaker is Mr. Gilbert Kamuntu. Muntu means person, same thing as Ubuntu. Gilbert Kamuntu speaks, and he will be speaking to the matters of Uganda National Oil Company and his current designation before his next promotion, which might happen, is Chief Commercial Manager, and we are giving him 7 minutes. Gilbert, do you want the 7 minutes? Okay. Now, when you see somebody wearing a tie, he's a government official. Dr. Sudil has no tie.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and privilege to be standing before you. Honored guests, I invite you to Uganda. You are warmly welcome. All protocols observed. I am going to follow the instruction of the very experienced Master of Ceremony. I will try and summarize my presentation in 7 minutes. I have a short presentation which I hope can be displayed, but I'm not seeing any activity at the back, so in the event that that's not possible, I will try as quickly as possible to summarize what my presentation was about, and with the permission of the Master of Ceremony, if I overshoot my 7 minutes, or in the event that there's any question and answer, I will be around shortly after my presentation to field any specific questions. So once again, firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Gilbert Kamuntu. I am the Chief Commercial Officer of the Uganda National Oil Company. Today, I bring you greetings as well as apologies from my Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Proskovia Nabanja, who would have loved to be here today but has been caught up in official duties. And so I will hope to do her justice over the next 7 to 8 minutes. My presentation, which unfortunately is not being displayed, but I will break it down, is in 2 parts, so I will simply talk through it. I want to do 2 things. I want to, first of all, I'm here, the subject of my presentation is oil and gas in Uganda. And without knowing what all the businesses represented in this room are, I am fairly sure that 8 to 9 out of 10 of the businesses can provide goods and services for the oil and gas industry in Uganda. And so what I want to do is start by giving an overview of the oil and gas developments in Uganda, after which I will talk about very briefly what the opportunities may be for those companies or businesses interested in participating in oil and gas in Uganda. I will just pause for a moment and see whether the presentation can be displayed. Okay, I'm not seeing any confirmation, so I will try and walk through it. So maybe as part of background, and for those of you who might be familiar, if you hear any information that is you have heard before, please, my apologies. I think I'll just repeat to ensure that we're all on the same page. I will start from February 2022, when a final investment decision was made. A final investment decision was made for the development, construction, and production of crude oil from the Albertine Graben, as well as the development, construction, and commissioning of the East Africa crude oil pipeline. So in a brief description of what that means, Uganda is intending to produce crude oil for our own consumption, which I'll get to in a minute, but also for export. in the fourth quarter of 2025. And in simple description, we are intending to reach first oil in 2025. This will be done through the drilling and production of crude oil in essentially 2 clusters of oil fields. The northern cluster is what we call the Telenga development, which might sound familiar to some of you in the room. And the southern cluster is called the Kingfisher development area. These 2 development areas are currently being operated. That is to say, they're being managed, technically managed by 2 joint international oil companies. In the Telenga region, that development is being managed by Total Energies, the French, originally French company, Total Energies, and the southern cluster called the Kingfisher development is being operated by CNOOC. CNOOC is a Chinese national oil company. CNOOC stands for China National Offshore Oil Company. Between these 2 developments, at peak production, Uganda intends to be producing 230,000 barrels of crude oil per day. And these will be produced in about 80% and 20% allocation. So about 190,000 from Telenga and about 40,000 from Kingfisher. And of course, in both of these developments, UNOC is the government representative, the government joint venture partner with a 15% participating interest. Upon first oil, when the oil is produced, the oil will be produced and commissioned in an integrated manner with the East Africa crude oil pipeline. You may have heard of ECOP. ECOP is the crude oil pipeline that will be transporting the oil from the Alberta in Graben, about 1,443 kilometers to Tanga, the port in Tanzania. This is a 24-inch pipeline. It will be buried and it will be heated and it will be cladded to transport the oil to Tanga for export. And so, as I mentioned in my initial introduction, both Telenga and Kingfisher and the East Africa crude oil pipeline will be commissioned at the same time in the fourth quarter of 2025. That's the current projection. Following shortly thereafter will be what we're calling the fourth. I'm being prompted around time, so I'll try and make it quick. Will be another capital investment, major and strategic capital investment for the Republic of Uganda, which will be the Uganda refinery, a 60,000 barrel per day refinery, which is intended to produce finished products, diesel, gasoline, jet fuel, kerosene, heavy fuel oil, and LPG for the local market. And for the regional market, it will support our local demands in Uganda with export to the regional market, Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, DRC, Rwanda, Burundi. So that was the summary of the major projects. There are many more, but unfortunately, due to the time constraints, I will not go through all of them. So that description brings me to the second part of my presentation, which is what the opportunities may be for the goods and services in this industry. So again, let me start from the top and say the investments or the projects I've just described will result in a capital investment of approximately 16 to 18 billion US dollars over a period of 2022 to about 2027. Telenga, the northern cluster, if you recall, alone will be about 5 billion US dollars. Kingfisher, the southern cluster, will be about 3 billion US dollars. The East Africa crude oil pipeline will be about another 5 billion US dollars. And the Uganda refinery, which I've spoken about, is between 4 to 5 billion US dollars. So altogether, anywhere between 15, 16, 17 billion over a very short period of time in Uganda's history. To put that in context, before the investment in oil, about 1.6 billion US dollars. So Uganda stands at a very critical point in our socio-economic development with this capital investment. Now, through the legal framework and the national content regulations of Uganda, there are about 16 goods and services that have been ring-fenced for Uganda. The government of Uganda, through the various arms of regulation and management of Uganda, that is to say, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, who is the policy maker and licensor, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, who is the regulator of the oil and gas industry, and the National Oil Company, who I represent today, who is the business arm of government. Through these main governance arms, and my apologies, I must mention one more crucial institution, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who sets the fiscal regime which attracts investors to Uganda. Through these four major institutions, with the support of other major institutions, the intention is to, 16 goods and services have been ring-fenced for Ugandan businesses, and the intention that of that capital investment, anywhere between 25 and 40% will be taken up by local goods and services. Unfortunately, due to the time constraints, I can't go through all 16, but for those of you who want to do research, the presentation is on the screen. Unfortunately, I'm coming to the end, so what I will request is I will stay around after this presentation for any questions that may arise, but I really want to get to the main points, so if you just continue scrolling down. I talked about the upstream Telenga Kingfisher. This slide simply goes through the technical details. The oil will be produced, and the first midstream project is the East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline, which, as you will see, is meant to start in Uganda, traverse about 1,443 kilometers to the port of Tanga, and the first oil plant Q3, Q4, 2025. Keep going, please. And I also mentioned the Uganda refinery, which is the next major capital project, and that is expected to be commissioned in about 2027, 28. Please continue. And I mentioned it's about 60,000 barrels per day and $4 billion of capital investment until commissioning. Yes, we also have Kabale Industrial Park. The industrial park is a petrochemicals-based industrial park which is going to host the refinery which I've just described. It is also going to host Kabale International Airport, which is currently under construction, is approximately 85 to 90% complete. It will have the longest runway in Uganda at about 3.6 kilometers. The Kabale Industrial Park and the International Airport are strategic in the sense that not only will the park be the host for many of the goods and services for the oil and gas industry, it also provides a good supply chain mode for agriculture. That is to say, agricultural products that will be exported. So the international airport and the industrial park might be the host for some of the goods and services and the companies in this room today. So I really want to interest you in considering being hosted by Kabale Industrial Park. Okay, so I had arrived at the local content opportunities ring-fenced for Ugandan companies. There are 16. I will not go through all of them in detail, but suffice to say they range from transportation to security, foods and beverages, all the way down to waste management. For more information, I would direct you to our sister institution website, www.pau.go.ug. A lot of this information is hosted there. So in conclusion, simply to say, to be a major capital investment of anywhere between 17, 18 billion US dollars of foreign direct investment. That is a major catalyst for the socio-economic development of Uganda. And as you can see, that is going to result in many other knock-on effects: infrastructure development, job creation, technology transfer, and local business stimulus. So I invite all the companies and institutions represented here today to come and participate in the oil and gas industry. Thank you very much.
Gilbert, go meet that gentleman there with gray hair. Don't give him your business card. Take his. After he's given it to you, I'll explain to you why. Take his card. okay? Take his card. I'll explain to you whatever it takes, but he must give you his card. Fantastic. Did you get the card? Good. Now stand in the middle. Stand in the middle. Stand in the middle, yes. Yeah. I'll tell you why I asked you to get his card. As you kept speaking, he kept leaning forward and taking in everything you were saying. So when you get home, read that card like it is an examinable product. And then don't expect him to come to you. Get your team and go to him. You will thank me later. And the other thing I observed, as you said, at some point you said, for the rest of the information, go to our website. It is very unlikely under normal circumstances that a young man who wants to get married will go on a date, speak to a lady, and after making his case, in between there he says, for the rest of the information about me, I click my website. Why? Because you don't trust that she could even go there. So I suggest to us that we go back old school. Sell, sell, and sell. Does that make sense? So that's why I was saying, no, he may not go to your website because there are other people selling. Go to him. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'd like to take the singular honor to invite my older brother. And usually when I say this, it means that somebody is either important or very rich, or both. I'd like to take the singular honor to invite my older brother, Lord Dola Poppet, to come and lead us into the session. Why is Africa a very good place to invest? Even before he comes, I'll tell you one of the reasons is you find people like me in Africa. Lord Dola, please come. Give him a big hand clap. If you're seated next to somebody that did not clap, turn to them and tell them you are unkind.
Thank you for that introduction. In fact, my colleague Subhash Thakra is joining me as well. Is Subhash around here? Is Subhash around here? He's joining me as well. Thank you, Subhash. But before I start my session, let me talk very briefly what Mr. Kamuntu showed us on the screen. Firstly, he talked about the international airport. I've been involved in this project for the last 4 years. It's 80% complete, financed by my government. We talked about the industrial park. We are building 5 industrial parks in Uganda, again going to be financed by government, something I'm overseeing myself. And I gave a model to the president that we build these parks and through Knight Frank we dispose them and give the opportunity for people to come and invest in Uganda. We want to help Uganda to industrialize. I'm wearing this suit made in China. I want it in Uganda. And thirdly, I've been involved in the gas and oil of Uganda. We're building this international airport at Hoima, but in terms of gas and oil, British, about £1 billion of contracts have gone to British company. McDormand are building and helping on the refinery and the pipeline. Fluor, another UK company helping to make that happen. And once all that happens, Uganda will be a very prosperous country. So let me now do a presentation. The whole purpose of this event is Africa, and how do we realize Africa's potential. So Subhash is going to help me with it, and we're going to put it together on the screen here. Please do watch the screen. And if I just move this a little bit, and I can make space, great, I'll have the first screen. If I can move to the second one. And that's the content we are going to cover between me and Subhash. Can you move to the third screen, please? Perception of Africa. What is different? So what does Africa mean to you? In fact, as you can see, Africa is, we've got East Africa, West Africa, North Africa, South Africa, and Central Africa. All these countries are now started thriving, doing better, doing more investment for people to come and invest in this continent. If I have next slide, sorry. Well, what does Africa mean to you? I'll come back. If you look at what the media portrays of Africa, in fact, in year 2000, the hopeless continent. In year 2011, Africa rising. 2013, aspiring Africa. We haven't got the latest one, but I would say it would say Africa is the future. Wow, look at the size of Africa. 30.37 million square kilometers. Africa's 54 countries, which is larger than China, US, Western Europe, Japan, India combined. In fact, you can put 8 Indias into one Africa. That's how big that continent is. Have the next slide, sorry. Africa's rapidly growing population. Sanjay Rugani yesterday spoke about the population, the current population of 1.3 billion. This population by 2030 will be 1.8 billion, going up to 2.5 billion in 2050. So literally by 2050, Africa's population will double. The increase in population will obviously help trade and investment, because the demand for health services, education, consumable goods will obviously double. So in fact, our manufacturing base must be double at the same time. Africa today accounts for 17% of the world population, but only 3% of global GDP. So you can imagine again the potential this continent has. One of the greatest assets of this population is young, on course to have 840 million young people by 2050. So you'll see more working population in Africa than you see, for example, in Europe. In UK, we're importing people day in, day out, because we don't have enough working population. We have a large number of aging population. There are 44 cities, I understand there are 54 cities now in Africa with a population of over 1 million. By 2050, more than a quarter of the world population will, of course, be now African. Wow, we talked about critical minerals a lot in the last, yesterday and today. Nobody better than my good friend Subhash, who has worked very hard to make all this happen, to talk about critical minerals, because mineral is high value. Africa is a continent with a huge amount of minerals. 30% of world minerals are in Africa. Subhash, can I?
Thank you, Lord Poppert. You've not seen the last of Lord Poppert. He'll be coming back again, because we are doing a dual act today. Although the hard work was done by Lord Poppert in getting all these slides put together for us. But I think the most important thing that we want to give a message, and in many ways this session that we want you to take back with you, not in your bags but in your mind, to say there are some critical issues that you can learn from about Africa. And Lord Poppert has just mentioned about the population. I mean, everybody says China and India are the most populous parts of the world, but then Africa is 1.4 billion and growing. The fertility rate in Africa is the highest in the world, something like 5, 6, compared to Europe, which is getting on to about less than 1. India is about 2. So, you know, we have got the fastest growing young population in the world in the next 25 years. Next generation is going to be Africa youth. And there's a very interesting book that I've read, reading actually, by Edward Luce, which is Africa's Youth Earthquake. That is the major impact that we're going to see. But I'm going to talk about the critical minerals. Now, Africa, again, is very well endowed with natural mineral resources, which, as we know, in India, for example, we haven't. In Europe, we don't have. And what I particularly want to stress are the critical minerals. Almost every part of modern daily life that we have, and we all have our mobile phones, and there's a critical mineral that goes in that titanium, that lithium, that we all need. And that you can see in abundance at least in Africa as well. From cars to mobile phones to wind turbines, medical devices, and anything and everything that we use here, there is something or the other will come out from the rocks, from the minerals that we use in those products. We are moving on to the world really powered by critical minerals like lithium, cobalt, graphite, and which we need to make batteries, particularly with electric cars coming along. We're going to need a lot of that. And the minerals will become more and more important as we seek to increase and bolster energy security, domestic industrial resilience, and in light of also issues that we have, the challenges that we have about the wars that go on, and therefore the certain minerals are going to become very critical because they may not be available. And Africa can play a big role in that area. China is a dominant player when it comes to not only extracting minerals, but also processing minerals, which is something that many people don't quite fully appreciate. So we rely on countless raw materials, and I think I've forgotten about the slide, so we have, yes, so there it is. And many minerals have important uses, but only some are defined as critical. The critical minerals are not only vitally important, but are also experiencing major risks to their security of supply. So if they don't if you cannot get them supplied, you would run into some serious difficulties. These risks can be caused by combinations of factors, including, but not limited to, rapid demand growth, high concentration of supply chains, in particularly countries of high levels of price volatility. And many of these critical minerals are produced in comparatively small volumes or are simply companion metals. They are not kind of main metals like copper and so on. They come out as a byproduct and not substitutable. You cannot put something else instead. We have the next slide, which is number 12. Yeah, there we are. So that's a message that is there, that you've got a particular raw materials that you can produce, but out of that, the critical minerals are a byproduct, small product, and rarely available. But Africa has got abundance of this, and the next slide will show us the cohort of minerals with high criticality for the world. And can we have the next slide, number 13? There you can see the list. Lithium is there, silicon, tantalum, and many others, tin, graphite. They're all now more and more critical minerals that we have. And in the next slide, number 14, you can see that there are resources, of course in China, and of course in South America, but in Africa, and predominantly in Africa, is Dominican Republic of Congo. It is a repository for very high levels of minerals. The next slide, please, which I also want to move on, which is the workforce, which is the point I made earlier about how the population is developing, but more precisely with the figures. By 2040, it is estimated that Africa will provide 1.1 billion workers in the world, which is more than China and India. So I mean, this is a good comparison to keep looking at between China and India. What is happening in India and what is happening in China? Many ways in Africa is about 10 years behind what has happened in India. But if you can look at India and see the growth that India has had in the last 20 years and the kind of pace of change, this is likely to happen in Africa. But Africa has two added advantages: a very young population and mineral resources. That is more than what, for example, India had. So this is the difference, that an opportunity that exists for all of you to consider what happens here. It is from 1950, well, this is the historic figure, 1950 to 2020. Africa working population grew by 496%. And there, look at Asia, 275%. North America was 115, and Europe was way behind, 35%. So where is the working population of the world going to come from? We've got aging population, as Lord Dolopop mentioned, in Europe. So how are they going to be serviced? They're going to be serviced by the young people of Africa. This is what's going to happen. And I think people have misunderstood Africa for many years and the potential for Africa for many years. I think that is what needs to be brought out more effectively. So I now will ask Lord Popper to come back here and talk about agriculture, and I will revert after. Thank you.
Thank you, Subhash, for that excellent presentation on minerals. Agriculture, what can I say about agriculture? Katbundu, Uganda's culture is agriculture. And the three largest farmers in the whole of not just Uganda, but in the whole of Africa are three Lohanas. The Madhwani family, the Mehta family, and our Sudhir. I love my sugar, I love my tea. Occasionally, Sudhir, I have to buy these flowers for Valentine's Day, but I find it expensive, but I still pay for it. But thank you for the contribution you three families make to Uganda, and especially in the farming sector. And nobody ever thought, merchant class people, Luhanas, will become farmers, but there you are, the merchant class. Farming is trade and investment. Great, let me very briefly go on agriculture. In fact, the average African farm performs only 40% of its potential. On present trends, the continent will only produce 13% of its food needs by 2050, because 2050 the population will double. They continue to produce at this level, food from other countries because it's not producing enough, despite the fact it's got very fertile land, and despite the fact it's got plenty of land. 80% of all Africa's farms are small plots, yet contribute as much as 80% of the food production. It's only pity that handouts that are needed from United Nations and other countries to support Africa in the shortage of food they have. But the good news is that 80% of Ugandans, for example, work, or Africans work. I'll be very brief. The consideration is soil health, access to inputs, water irrigation, financial services, trade, export. For example, we in the UK, and people who come from the UK will confirm, if you go to Tesco or Sainsbury's or somewhere, our shelves are empty by you in terms of food. There's no fruit and veg because the supply chain has died out from Spain. And we are desperate to have this Uganda export as much as 30, 40 tons on a daily basis. We have sellers here, we have buyers there. The fact is, it hasn't got the infrastructure or the logistic that we need. And through NMS UK, I'm working with your government now to get that logistic in place. But most important, one of the logistic we need for Uganda is direct flights. So soon we'll have London, Entebbe, London. And I'm pleased to say again that I've been involved in not just the sale of the two aircraft, but financing them as well. Now working with the Ugandan High Commissioner to UK, Nimisha Madhwani, to get the slots at Heathrow Airport. So we soon hopefully have a direct flight London, Entebbe, London, with about 20 to 30 tons of cargo of fruit and veg coming to UK. Have the next slide, please. We'll talk about very briefly of Africa's economic trend. Can you go to the next slide? Sorry. One of the fastest growing regions in the world with a real GDP of 3.3%, combined GDP of roughly 6.6 trillion. And that is, it shows the potential this country has. And it has got the highest number of business people in the world, measured by the percentage of adults starting and running new businesses. So apart from Indians living here being good business people, there are many good Africans, very, very good business people in East Africa as a whole that I've witnessed firsthand. Regional economic communities, in fact, the 8 regional economic communities. I'll not talk about all 8, but let me talk about East Africa, which earlier quite few people mentioned. The East African community, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, DRC, Rwanda, Burundi, and South Sudan make 330 million people. So you can imagine just East African community within Uganda has got 330 million customers of your product. $5.6 trillion economy. Can you imagine the amount? The African business to purchase by 2025. That'll be roughly about 5.6 trillion. As the population goes up, demand and consumption goes up. So that figure will keep going up. Can we move to the next slide because of time constraint? I want to speed up this, Real GDP growth, population growth, urbanization, expanding middle class. All these are the hallmark of Africa, the new Africa that I see now. In fact, talking about somebody this morning spoke to me about African politics and the democratic reforms and growing accountability of political leaders. So we will discuss that at length. But recently, Africa has shown more democratic in the last 30 years. Multi-party elections are common, often flawed. Opposition parties are gaining grounds and making government accountable, which is good. Most leaders leave the office peacefully. We saw Uhuru Kenyatta left his office peacefully and gave the presidency to Ruto. We saw that in Ghana. We saw that in Malawi, where elections, Mutharika was challenged on the elections, and the High Court ruled against him. So it is getting better, but this is young democracy. Remember, 60, 70 years. We in England, we are 800 years old democracy. And you can see the challenges we've gone through in the last few years. So please give Africa some time. As population grows, as become more educated, middle class emerges, they genuinely believe in democracy, they like democracy. It was invented by human, but it's got to be dedicated to make it work. Inter-regional trades, in fact, in Asia and 69% with us in Europe. We trade between our countries. 69% of our trade is within the European Union. And with Asia, 59% of their trade is within Asia. Whereas with Africa, despite well connected, there's only 17%. So you can see the potential inter-regional trade is expected to increase with the upcoming implementation of Continental Free Trade Agreement, which somebody mentioned, but I'll come back to you on that later on as well. Let me hand over to Subhash. My throat is a little that. Subhash, you can take over from here, and I'll carry on later on and conclude it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Poppet. That was very, very interesting. I think it all points out the great potential of Africa. And now we've already stressed the importance of the growing population, young population, and minerals, resources. Agriculture is what Lord Poppet just covered, and expanding economies. But what this slide is also highlighting is the growing middle-class consumers. We talked about 330 million East African community consumers that we've got. Now, and with all these changes that are regulatory-wise changing, where goods can pass between one country and another quite easily, is going to increase the flow of this middle class, and it's estimated that middle class will double in the next season. You can see where in 2014 is the blue bar, and 2030 expected to be the pink bar or the red bar. And you can see that in every country we are going to see more than doubling of the middle class in Africa. So that is where, again, countries like India can play a huge role, because you can export goods to these consumers, or you can also manufacture here for these consumers. And the next slide is also very fascinating, because you can see the penetration of what is happening when it comes to the mobility, the digitization of the consumers. you can see that 63% of the UK population, for example, is digitized. But already, Nigeria and Kenya are 85% and 93%. India is 58%. You know, we still have a long way to go with India in digitization. Yet, when we visit India, we can see that there is an enormous change that on digitization that's taking place, and it's boosting up the economy big time. But can you imagine that with this happening and the money coming into the middle class, where can Africa go? Africa can move on forward. And this is just a kind of anecdotal evidence that you can see that is taking place. And then on the next slide is another fascinating thing, and that is why we are meeting in Uganda, of all the places, right? And many people have asked me, why Uganda? Why not Uganda? You know, Uganda has a lot to offer. And have you ever, raise your hands if any of you have ever been to a conference where the lake is just there facing you? Have you ever had any conference? Have you ever been? Not a single hand. See, this is the only country can offer you this at a resort like Speak Resort. Isn't that fascinating? And you can have the beautiful breeze of a, there's a debate whether it's the biggest lake or second biggest, but whatever it is, it's one of the biggest lakes, right? And isn't it beautiful that you can be in a place like this and enjoy a conference as well? But look at this chart, look at this slide. East Africa economic growth is 7%, right, average. And West Africa is much less. North Africa is also less, and South Africa is even less. So there's regional changes that we've got, and that is why we are here, because Uganda is part of East Africa, and with this East African community developing, you can be here and you can have access. And one of the things that many people may not be aware, but before 1972, Mahendrabhai Mehta will appreciate it, and also Mayurbhai, Ugandan economy was amongst the leading in East Africa, wasn't it? Despite being a small landlocked country, it was a leading economy compared to Kenya, Tanzania, and other countries. So this is where things are happening, and that is why we are here. We chose Uganda for that reason. And Lord Robert, do you want me to finish, or you can finish this and then, yeah.
Thank you, Subhash. He says that if you look at the growth east, west, north, South Africa, East Africa has been the highest historically for one, and Uganda in particular, for one and only reason that I know of as a child in Uganda, is there's two Lohana families who migrated from Porbandar, who industrialized, who helped to industrialize this country. At one time, 10% of Uganda's GDP was in the hands of Madhwani. And those two families are still here. Let's give a big clap to Madhwani and Mehta family. Sharu Tamekairu to industrialize this country. And then it moved to East Africa, the rest of East Africa. And that's why East Africa has done better than North or South Africa. Great. Globalize Africa. In fact, President Museveni was telling me, he said, we want to be global. And I said, yes, we want to be global. Global should not be a slogan. So let's make it happen. And this is why the idea of building this industrial park came in. But most important, they're setting up what we call African Continental Free Trade Agreement. You heard that earlier, 55 countries. The agreement will reduce tariffs, all regulatory measures, get rid of those red tapes and customs. In other words, free trade of free movement of goods and services within Africa to increase that Africa internal trade between them amongst themselves. It will be the African community, economic community. It's like European economic community. Africa is doing that. And it's all happening, and I'm glad to say that those British who are here, that we, our taxpayers, are supporting this thing by £130 million to make it happen. And I'm glad President Museveni was the first one who signed, he ratified the agreement. And he says, yes, we are happy to go for that. Can we move to the next slide? Sorry, because of time constraint, I'll have to be brief. Foreign direct investment mostly comes from China, with Europe and other parts of the world lagging behind. We can work together on changing that. And before I conclude, I'll talk why China. Having said that, we are the third largest foreign direct investor in UK. We means the British. Many countries have woken up to the idea of investing in Africa. China is one of them, France, India, US, and there are many other examples. We, the Brits, are not yet. We need to do a lot more, hence why I am one of those involved in my special interest now in Parliament is Africa. And we now have, of the top 5, of the top 5 senior cabinet ministers in our Parliament, including the Prime Minister, is of African origin. Rishi Sunak's parents come from Nairobi. Suella Fernandez, a Goan lady, I was with her day before yesterday in Rwanda to get this agreement on immigrants coming to UK, from Nairobi as well. Kemi, who is the Secretary of State for International Trade, she's from Ghana. And James Cleverly, our Foreign Minister, is from Sierra Leone. So 4 of the 5 senior cabinet ministers are from Africa. So Africa talks now for us. If I talk, since there are many Indians here, if I talk about India, we'll talk about China in a minute. Prime Minister Modi has ramped up diplomatic relations with African countries. He's visited quite a few of them now. India is the largest contributor to peacekeeping force in Africa, and Modi's government is opening 18 new missions across Africa. They're opening embassies and sending more staff. Other examples, between 2006 and 2018, trade between Africa and both Indonesia and Turkey tripled and more than quadrupled with Russia. African and Indian trade with Africa is also now booming. Wait, next slide. We talk about the leverage here. There are 19 Commonwealth countries in Africa, and when we share, rich bond, America, our allies in terms of UK, Europe, our neighbors. But Commonwealth is our family, so we do place a lot of importance to Commonwealth. We just had a Commonwealth Day last week, and Nimisha was there with the King, attending Commonwealth Day at Westminster Abbey. And 75% of African countries use English as their business language. UK's soft power is almost unrivaled. One doesn't have to search very far to see the shirts of our most famous football clubs. Why I'm saying that, I took Arsenal Football Club to Rwanda, and you can see that, and hopefully we've got the Manchester United here that I've got a meeting after this event later on this evening, who are also working with the Ugandan government to see if we get Man United to Uganda. And of course, the London Stock Exchange has 122 African companies listed with over 143 billion aggregate market capitalization, more than anywhere else in the world. So we are, in UK, we are quite attached to Africa, but we need to do more. Key sectors for overseas companies investing in Africa: we have mining, renewable energy, horticulture, infrastructure, oil and gas, pharmaceutical, manufacturing, financial and other professional services, and people have spoken. Chang spoke about mining, so did Subhash, and horticulture, infrastructure, all these potential investment in Africa. If you ask me what infrastructure investment they need in the whole of Africa, you're talking about 40 to 50 trillion over the next 20 years. I'll just very briefly say that despite COVID, you can see the growth of GDP of many countries in Africa has bounced back since the COVID. And Uganda has also come back, but it's not on the picture here. DRC is 5.7%, which is good news. Rwanda, which I cover as well, is 10.9%. So before I conclude, I want to talk about China, because everybody talks about China has gone into Africa and addressed their infrastructure gaps. African governments have been desperate for finance for infrastructure projects. And I tell to my parliamentarians that we have been too continental for the last 40 years. We saw nothing outside the European Union. Now we have left European Union, we want to be more global, and global should not be a slogan. And we want to put focus on Africa as a continent. So China's success is because we were not there. There was nobody there to help Africa. China has walked in with money, infrastructure. They were desperate. The population is going up. They wanted to industrialize. They wanted help. That nobody helped. And I blame Britain more than any other country. 19 of your countries are our, Commonwealth family. But now we're waking up with the idea. As I said, 4 African senior cabinet, including direct flights. We have Rwanda Airways, London, Kigali, London. China is to say to African governments that we are your IMF. Don't worry, we'll lend you the money. And now China are buying out our partnership with African companies. The Chinese have a very long-term view. They're planters, not harvesters. He calls this patient capital. But there are many anti-Chinese sentiments in the whole of Africa. I travel a lot and I know. They are with them because they had no choice. But if other people come forward, if the Indian companies come forward, the British companies come forward to Africa, they're very happy. They prefer to deal with UK, European or Indian company than Chinese company. On that note, I think I've got to conclude now to say thank you for your time to listening to me. I'm sorry I and Subhash had to fast-track this presentation, but if anybody wants a copy of this presentation, it's available from our Luhana Maha Parishad. Thank you.
So Africa is calling. Africa is calling you to come and look at and participate in this economy. But it will be remiss of me not to thank Lord Dollar Poppet to be with us for the yesterday and today, and again I think he will be with us during the next 2 days. Lord Poppet has done some instrumental work, some fundamental work in developing and increasing trade and investment from UK to Uganda and Rwanda and now recently DRC. But there is an anecdotal point here. The prime ministers, the last 3 prime ministers of UK, and we've had many prime ministers recently, as you all know, but they've all appointed him as the envoy for this part of Africa. And Lord Poppet is an envoy. We don't have envoys for every part of the world from UK. But the British prime ministers have chosen Lord Poppet to come and participate in this region. And that is why it again is a message that there is some attraction about this part of the world. And he's done an amazing amount of work. I can't remember all the statistics, but something like $500 million annual business or investment. He's taken it up to $5 billion. So that is that man who's done the work for us. So we must thank him. Africa should thank him. East Africa should thank him. Thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you.
I have seen a few people yawning, and I want to ask them what they ate, so I avoid it. But before we go further to our next 2 presentations, let me take it upon myself to give you a holiday, a break, sort of a break. One of the things we do very well here is we like our music, we like our dance, to refresh our minds. So let's refresh our minds for a bit. For about 2 minutes, then we get into the next presentation. Shall we? You can stand up and stretch a bit as we refresh our minds and we settle down. I'll give you something to work with as you stretch a bit and take in some oxygen, then we get into the next one. Just about 2 minutes. Let's do this. Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera. I'm just a man from the island, born in a shade of the palm tree. I'm just a man from the island, born in a shade of the palm tree. Inspired to tell of my longing, I leave my story behind me. Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera. My words are spoken sincerely, and we will hope for tomorrow. My words are spoken sincerely, and we will hope for tomorrow. Well, that's the end of the break. Yes, we finished our break, so let's return to our seats. Let's take our seats. That's the end of the break. Breaks are not supposed to be very long. Chai? Yeah, there's chai, there's chai, there's chai. Anytime is tea time. All right, we want to resume our seats. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. I want to invite Mr. Satish Bhai. Oh, I got that one right. Mr. Satish Bhai is going to lead the next session. And that session has everything to do with connecting the community. It's the session on connecting the community, mission and vision of the Lohana community for the next decade. Mr. Satish Bhai is next. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We've got just two more, and we'll call it an evening. Those of you who've gone to pick your hot drink, please do that quickly so that we can finish up this particular session. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats if you can. I think you must. I think you should. You do very well to take your seats so that we can do our two sessions, and then we will be looking at how the evening will pan out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down. I know you have now taken your teas. Let's settle down, let's settle down. Let's settle in so that we finish the day's business. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle in so that we settle in, ladies and gentlemen, so that we finish the day and finish it properly. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm kindly ordering you, that doesn't exist. I'm kindly requesting you to take your seats so that we conclude the day. Please come back to the main auditorium. I want us to finish. My good friend in the controls, my good friend DJ, just run that truck again so we can finish it. Run that truck for us again. Just go back to the beginning so we finish it. Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera. I'm just a man from the island, born in a shade of the palm tree. I'm just a man from the island, born in a shade, my story behind me. Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera. My words are spoken sincerely and ring with hope for tomorrow. My words are spoken sincerely and ring with hope for tomorrow. I speak of life and its promise. I know its joy and its sorrow. Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, hey, 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 Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera. As my people, I know their dreams and their troubles. I choose the poor as my people. I know their pains and their troubles. I'd rather lose every comfort than turn away from their trouble. Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, hey, 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 Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Wahira Guantanamera. Wahira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, Wahira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, Wahira Guantanamera. Alrighty, I think that you finished your teas, ladies and gentlemen. I'd kindly ask you to return to the main auditorium in a bit because we want to finish not too long from now. Am I being clear? Took me a while to understand what they were saying. Back in the day. You know that life, everything rotates around. Good morning, sir. Can I please have your name, date of birth, and your sort card? All right. Now let me have your NI number. It's been a while since I was asked what my sort code is, let alone my NI number. Interesting, 13 years on, I still remember that my sort code was RG424AN. And that's very much junction 10 on the M4. I'll ask whoever is leading the meeting in the tea tent to bring the meeting back here. We'd like that meeting to return here so that we have something near a completion of the day. Did you give us something else smooth as we wait? Ladies and gentlemen, remember to come back. Our tea break is done.
Hello. Could we have the music off, please? I do not want the music on. Hello. Please put off the music. Thank you. We have a long way to go and we have very little time left. આપણે બધા જે ચા પીએ છે એ પ્લીઝ અહીંયા જોઈન થઈ જશો. Our president is going to be speaking and speaking of item of interest to everybody. We would like everybody back here, please. Hello. Please everybody join us here. We do not have speakers there, right? To listen. Okay. The 2-minute presentations today. Just to give an idea, I'm repeating the names again. Hardik Ganatra, Dhaval Dinani, this is the sequence that we will be following. Abhinav Kotak, Ritesh Thakkar, Dhirev Magdani, Dr. Prakash Hathi, Vasudev Kotak, Amit Kumar Kotak, C.A. Chintan Popat, Dhruv Thakkar, Dr. Samir Atara, Sejul Raithatta, Prashant Vithlani, Jitendra Sachde, Rajvi Bagdai, Shonel Thakkar, Kilol Karya, Brinda Vasani, Hiren Thakkar, Hardik Lakhani, Dr. Kunal Manek, Nitin Unadkat, Deepak Karya, Atul Thakrar. After this session finishes, we would like you all to gather here so that you all can make your 2-minute presentations. Can we have the people, can somebody push the people out of the tea, coffee and get them back here? Some of you all youngsters, Nimish Bhai, Prashant Bhai, can you all please help ne અહીંયા લોકોને મોકલાવો. Ladies and gentlemen, could we have you all back here, please? ત્યાં હવે જઈને કહું છું.
Well, you are walking in, which is a good thing, although at a speed a little less than I would have loved to see. So, which is interesting, people moved from the tea tent and then they hung around the main tent, still finishing off the conversations. But I'm glad that finally you've made it into the main tent. One of the things I've learnt about money, a very, very important component in making money is information. How much information you have will determine how much money you make or you don't make. Mr. Satish Bhai is next. And
Fellow Lohanas, Samson is being very polite and nice to all of you, but I'm not going to be. Can we have you all seated down, please? Can you all take your seats? Because we're about to start the next session. You all took a tea break without asking us, so now penalty is to sit down. And we are going to start the next session. Very, very fascinating session. Very, very interesting session by our president. Satish Bhai Vitlani, Mr. President, you are needed here on the stage. Satish Bhai. Satish Bhai ne બોલાવશે ને તો નહીં આવે કેટલા બધા extra distraction છે. Satish Bhai has done wonderful work with his vision for all of us. But now this next session is even more fascinating because he's going to be giving us a little bit of an education of how the Lohana society should conduct itself and what our future is going to be. Satish Bhai, pasao. Even I'm not succeeding to get him on. Samson, you were doing a great job, but I'm failing with it. So, okay. I'll push him.
To be honest, I also wanted to be rude, but I haven't made enough money to allow me to be rude. You can't be rude to people who make money that you make in your dreams. You know, when I go to sleep, I make a lot of money. I drive Rolls Royces and fly private jets only in my dreams. Okay. Then I wake up and it's a completely different matter.
Hi. મને લાગે છે કે કોઈને રાતના 10 વાગે ઘરે નથી જવું. રાતના 10 વાગશે. People would like to come and speak. People would like to make a presentation, but they are not really very serious to go according to the plan, to go according to what we have scheduled. I'm very sorry that in given scenario, it would not be really the complete forum, because we'll have to miss certain programs, certain meetings. I'm sure that all of you don't want that. Can we have those guests there? Do we wait or do we just start with it? I think even the guest speakers are also not there. Do we start without them? All right. They say that this is my everyday's affair, and therefore they have given me this session, which says the connecting the community vision and mission of LMP over next decade. Do we really have to decide this? Yes, it is required. It is very much required. Most of us have been facing an issue કે આપણા બચ્ચાઓ જે છે કે youth છે is not connecting to the community. That's really a major challenge. The major challenge is that our family je che, who are doing really good in their own life, in their own businesses and professions, they are unfortunately not doing good. They are not connecting to the community. So we have been given a task. The people who can think, who can contribute, I'll be inviting them. Hope they already have come back from their tea and coffee to come and participate in this particular session. When it was about 2.5 years, or about 2 years and few months, when I took over, I extensively traveled and visited many Mahajans and Samaj. The whole purpose, across India and otherwise, the whole purpose of meeting these people, going to meet them, is to understand people, because unless and until, because the need of people, the need of different Samaj is different, it is not the same, because what you have here or what is your requirement would be different, than in UK, and what is required in UK may not be the same, in US and all. Even when I was very surprised that, though we have many families, in Japan, they are not really connected well, with Japan, with community. So we almost lost them. I'm sure that, we don't want that situation. So how do we overcome this? Then we analyze that, there are two things, as say, apna Kshatriya che, business apna blood ma che, and then, blood ma business hoy to apna kai evu karvu joye ani andar, which brings us together. And here we are. We are about 850 here, and this has brought us together. And I'm very, very happy to tell you that, there are many, many people from different countries, different cities. I have been in Indian Ghat, and, I've heard of few Mahajans, જ્યાં કે નાની નાની જગ્યાએથી લોકો આવ્યા છે ઇન્ડિયાની અંદરથી particularly. It is amazing, Ketanbhai, I tell you, કે એ લોકોને કેટલો આની અંદર આ સેશનમાં ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ પડ્યો છે એની અંદર, આ પર્ટિક્યુલર ફોરમની અંદર LIBF. Not only that, they say that any sustainability issue. So we are here to discuss how do we sustain this? What do we have to do? What are we missing out here? I think, more and more people are joining, so I don't want to lose, the track, but I would like to continue with what I'm talking. બચ્ચાઓને either sports or પૈસા, આ બે જ વસ્તુ ભેગા રાખી શકશે. The sports event, when I went and saw, at South Africa event, I'm sorry, East African event was marvelous. It was really, really very good. Very well organized, more than 1,250 people participated, and it was really very good. I could see, the very few things, which was very eye-catching, was a single night. આપણે બચ્ચાઓ જે છે બધા બહાર જતા રહેતા હોય છે એની અંદર, they are not, connected, to the community. We also have complained કે, બચ્ચાઓ જે છે એ communityની અંદર પ્રણતા નથી. That's a different thing, But, are we giving them enough opportunity to understand? Are we giving them enough time, enough, what do you call, are we providing them any opportunity so that, they get together and they understand each other? No. A juni style ne બધું ચાલતું આવ્યું છે એની અંદર. Therefore, they have put me in this session that, overall, let us have a view about community. What exactly should we do as a community? Now, there are two things, what we are trying to do and how do we deliver them. The important thing is that ખાલી કરવાથી નથી થતું. The messages, which we send across, should be reaching, to the people, who are concerned about it. So, how do we do that? The communication is improved. I'm sure that, most of you, are getting communicated well. How many of you are getting my messages directly? Can you please raise your hand? Oh, lovely. Not at least about 60-70%, are getting, their communications properly. Sorry? Question that how many of you are getting the communication? Satish Vitlan is direct communication. You are getting it, right? Oh, good. I'm really great. Idea is the communication. How do we connect? There is a lot of efforts required, for doing it. Why are we doing it? Because we would really like to do what we like. We like our community, and therefore we are here. India into 15 zones. The world into 8 zones so far, and maybe New Zealand and Australia, we could not connect, so good. આ બધું કરવા પાછળનું એની અંદર મેક્સિમમ કામ છે યુથને ભેગું લાવવા માટે અને વિમેનને. મારું કામ ચાલુ થયું the first day, very first day, I started, with connecting people. અમે લોકો હસતા હસતા વાત કરતા કરતા when we talk about something, then the implementation is very important. That how do we implement it? And to implement this vision, we invited, we went out of this thing, we said that let us have a business forum meet. We probably started, with, I think, with about 100 people. We have about 850 and this is taking place. People have appreciated that, this particular business forum is going to be very helpful, for us to grow together. This was realized, as an, when I could find out that the people, who are in the same trade do not know each other. That is really not so good. So the best thing would be, to take advantage, of our business and grow together. And therefore, this LIBF, took place. We should be really very, very grateful that, to Subhasbhai Thakrar and, Vijaybai Karya, Vinay Dauda, Sanjaybai Thakkar and Bharatbhai Thakkar and the whole team for putting this together. This LIBF is the first step towards this. Now what? We are having, this LIBF meet. And what is next now? So we have been really jokingly talking, but I'm sure, we'll give a shape to that what exactly do we do? First of all, આપણે આપણા બચ્ચાઓને ભણાવીએ, education. Whoever cannot afford it, we have to make sure that, they go to school, they go to colleges, and we feed them. And we are all individually capable, here, who can really certainly do that, look after them and see that, they are educated. આપણે લોકો લુહાણા આમ આપીએ છીએ પૈસા નહીં, આપણા બચ્ચાઓને નહીં, આપણા બચ્ચાઓને કમાતા કરીએ એની અંદર. Luhana Maha Parishad, has initiated, 2-3 things. One is that, jobs.luhanamahaparishad.org. Everybody is looking for, people like, Mr. Chetan Bhai Chag, all big industrialists are looking, for employment. Now, those jobs, how do you still, call them any other? So those things, that is, jobs.luhanamahaparishad.org, that is one mission, we took in hand. Unfortunately, we could not find the takers, the providers were there, but we could not find them. Now, what is the reason, why we are not finding them? So that is one thing, we need to discuss. Second thing is that, how do we connect with people? Here we are, we are connecting with people now, that, this is what is happening. Now, the sustainability, how do we keep on doing this? So I would like to have your consent that such seminar, we should have at least every alternate year. So next seminar I am proposing, of course, subject to, everybody's consent, it should be, in UAE. It should be in 2025. Now, what do we do there? It all depends on what we do here. That is very important, because, I was just telling, Vinay Bhai and the team, that આપણે approximately અહીંયા આગળ 800 કે 850 જણા ભેગા થયા એની અંદર કંપાલા ને યુગાન્ડા ને આજુબાજુના સ્ટેટને હું વાત કરું તો ડોલરભાઈ આપણે રફલી અબાઉટ 16 કરોડ રૂપિયાનું આ એક્ઝિબિશન 4 દિવસનો પ્રોગ્રામ થયો કેટલા 16 કરોડ. Let us assume that the main program is for 3 days. Let us assume that it is 30 days, 30 hours we spend, so which is roughly about 50 lakhs rupees per hour. Is it 50 lakhs, correct? If that is 50 lakhs rupees plus time, dollar by tomorrow time ની કિંમત આપણે તમારાથી ચાલુ કરીએ, but that is too expensive, so આપણે local time લઈએ તો રફલી આપણને 1 કલાક 80 લાખ રૂપિયાનો પડે. એટલે તમે જે કોફી જે 100 જણા પી આવ્યા એ કેટલા રૂપિયાની કોફી છે એ તમે કહો તાજ કરતાં મોંઘી છે. તમે લોકોને રૂપિયાની વાત જ તમે સમજો છો એટલે મેં જોયું એની અંદર, અધરવાઇઝ તમારી ઊંઘ નથી ઉડતી એની અંદર, તમને એમ થાય કે કેટલું નુકસાન કર્યું એની અંદર. Really, I am seriously telling you, please, I'm not joking, I'm seriously telling you that, each and every minute, કારણ કે જે છે ને જો આ તો ભાઈ કહે છે કે તમે રાતના મારો કોઈ બી તમે હોલ વાપરો કે તમે કોઈ આના માટે, but that is not it. We are here for business. આરામથી જો ડોલતા ડોલતા બધા આવે છે એની અંદર, જો કેવી મજા છે એની અંદર. પછી ઘરે જઈને ત્યાં કમ્પ્લેન કરશે કે હીરો ઘોગે જઈ આવ્યો. અમારામાં શું કહેવત છે કે હીરો ઘોગે જઈ આવ્યો, એટલે ત્યાં જે પર્પઝ માટે ગયા હતા દેટ ઇઝ નોટ સોલ્વ, બટ દેટ ઇઝ વોટ ઇટ ઇઝ એની અંદર. અને આ તકલીફ શું છે એની અંદર કે એવું થશે એની અંદર કે ઘરે જશે અને અંદર પછી કમ્પ્લેન કરશે, અહીંયા નહીં કમ્પ્લેન કરે. સો આઈ હેવ ઓલ્સો શેર્ડ અ લિંક, ધ ફીડબેક લિંક. I'm sure that, everybody must have got it, Anyanda. Kindly do share, so that, we have time to improve. We've got another 2 days to go. I would like to invite for this particular session, this is what it is, we would like to create a roadmap, that, what exactly do we do, how do we keep doing what we are doing. We should, how do we connect, I was proposing, Dr. Sudhir Bhai Rupar earlier, that, we should have a sports event, which you are having for East Africa. Could we not have a global sports event? Dollar Bhai, I think, we can certainly cultivate this idea that could we have an event for the sports, the global sports event, which is otherwise also East Africa is taking place. He says, of course, we can do it. They should really consider it. He said immediately that, look, in case if the global sports event is taking place, then, I pledge 50,000. I said, I pledge 10,000. Another gentleman said 10,000. So it means that the money is not going to be a problem, because, this is, even we all feel that, we should really have, the youth should meet, for some other reason. So I'm very sure that, we can take up, this issue, that, how do we stay connected and how do we sustain, this, what we have done this time. So for that, I wish to invite Dollar Bhai Popat. Please come on stage, I would like to invite, Chetan Bhai Chag, Mayur Bhai Madhwani, it seems, is he there or is he left already? We'll check, in case if he's there, that, we may invite, is it the exhibition? Okay, you have the latest. Could we also have Suru Bhai Manek, Samir Bhai Somaiya, Yogesh Bhai Manek, Rashmi Vitlani, we may have to have some chairs, huh? Praveen Bhai Kotak, Umang Bhai Thakkar, Nitin Bhai Raichura, Jitu Bhai Thakkar, also Dharmesh Bhai Haryani, Mahendra Bhai is there somewhere? Is Mahendra Bhai sitting here? He may be talking in app. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you will be able to manage? And we also have Akash Bhai Devani. Akash Bhai Devani, please come. We are done. We are done. We have enough. Mahendra Bhai is not there. So many of them are not there. The challenge before us is that, how do we stay connected? What brings us together? So I would like to have the views, individual views, and then, we can discuss. That would be the right thing to do. So we can have 1 minute presentation by individual. Could we have the mic, please? How do we keep doing what we are doing? What further we should do to make the youth, women, and all of us stay together? That is the agenda. What should be our vision? What should we do for next 10 years, 5 years? What should be our roadmap? That is the discussion, we would like to take up. Good. Can we start with Dollar Bhai? Dollar Bhai, could we have your views?
Well, Satish Bhai, firstly, you organize this event. The leaders of industry are meeting right across the world. No. Everybody is a businessman here. So the leaders are industry meeting.
The volume, please. Could we have the volume? Yes, now it is okay.
Right, I'll start again. Satish Bhai, thank you for organizing this. This is a good way of meeting and connecting and interacting with each other. In fact, this time we have got the leaders of industry meeting. Next time you're proposing that we get young people who are in sports and all that meet as well. But because of technology and through social media, we can easily connect ourselves. But I think it's very important. When we met in Dubai, we discussed at length, and I also said this would be a good venue at the time. Sudhir Bhai had come for that event. Me and Sudhir Bhai were there, both of us. And hence this has happened because of pandemic. It's happened a little later than we expected, but you did an amazing job. So social media have more events like this of using different themes and use different countries. so people can travel and go and see that part of the world and yet participate in Lohana's get-together. I won't take too much time because there's so many speakers here. Let them all give, speak up. Thanks.
Chetan bhai, and to put things આપણે કોન્ટેક્સ્ટમાં રાખીએ તો કે as our preferred customers and preferred suppliers, તો આની માટે આપણે શું કરવું જોઈએ, કેવી રીતે કરવું જોઈએ? આ session છે to translate that vision into action. So we want actionable points. Let's forget the past. Past ને ભૂસાવી નાખો, કોઈ મતલબનું નથી. આગળ શું કરવું છે, કેવી રીતે કરવું છે, ને શું આપનું બધાનું વિઝન છે. Lot of y'all have been connected with the Luhana Maha Parishad, people sitting on the dais here. But all of y'all have contributed, and therefore we want to learn and hear from you as to what we should be doing to connect everybody together, the youth, the women, and every business person. As Satish bhai said, education is important, jobs are important, preference to Luhanas are important, but most importantly what he said in the morning, to create a brand Luhana. And that's what we want to do. So that's what we want to hear from you all. Please.
Thank you, Vijay bhai. Just for on the aspect of jobs and requirement, I know there is a website, but if we can have one HR, some family member of Luhana who can proactively play a role to connect the requirement and the both sides. Maybe there is an application, but it's on the app. Now, maybe I'm looking or our company is looking for somebody. So how can somebody help to screen that person and put it forward where there could be a charge basis? Now that money can go to the foundation, or it can go to Luhana Maha Parishad with a sharing model of the person doing that job gets X percentage and the Maha Parishad gets Y percentage. But that way then I'm sure it will help us to activate on the job aspect. Because today just looking at the website and CVs might not help.
So Chetan bhai, if I am to bring things to perspective, કે તમે શું કહો છો, તમે કહો છો કે આપણા વચ્ચે એક આપણે HR કે એક એડમિનિસ્ટ્રેશન ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ રાખવું જોઈએ, જે કે પ્રોસ્પેક્ટિવ એમ્પ્લોયર્સનું રિક્વાયરમેન્ટ્સ નોટ ડાઉન કરે ને એમ્પ્લોઈઝ જે લોકો જોબ માંગે છે કે જેને જોઈએ છે એને સ્ક્રીન કરીને તમે એક મેચ મેકિંગ કરાવડાવો, રાઈટ? So that's a very good suggestion. I would request if we make this list. And there are lots of HR people here who are willing to do this.
Yes. You're perfect. We fortunately have a lot of IT people also here, along with HR. Because see, basically I tell you one thing, your requirements, your HR people are already giving the requirement. Now, could this be processed, by IT, matchmaking, we are doing, So I think, I'm sure that, we can, instead of employing a person, let this IT, because now we are all talking about artificial intelligence and so on. So could we have the IT person, utilize this particular facility, and I'm sure we can do this. So that will happen, so that, we don't have any biased person, giving, jobs, to their liking and not disliking. So we can certainly implement this, certainly, and I promise you that we shall consider this and, take this up. But this is a very good point. We really appreciate this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other suggestion?
Just quick one on the sector-wise, as we talked earlier about connecting people, it could be automobile, it could be healthcare. If there should, again, somewhere with administrative from Luhana Maha Parishad, it's chargeable. Let us not be shy. I think we are asking money for people who want to be connected. So if there is a section, and then the fees, again, there can be a sharing model with a professional firm. Maybe sometimes we are looking for somebody in legal, or I need an advice from a CA in India. Now, how do I go for it? So that is where if Maha Parishad can play a role, I think it can help. Like today I got a lot of cards, but who do I go? I wouldn't know. So somewhere if there is some kind of screening done where it helps us to know this is a specialist and you can go to him.
Okay, we can really consider this. Frankly speaking, we started, a small initiative. As you are aware now that, we are now connected with about 37 countries, Luhana Maha Parishad. And the small initiative was taken that, we started a portal called jobs.luhanamahaparishad.org. And people have started, what you call, putting the, requirement in that particular portal. But what happened, the people, who are really seeking the jobs, are not looking at it. So now how do we make that do it, because, આપણે ઓલા ઘોડાને પાણી ત્યાં આગળ આપીએ તો ત્યાં સુધી ઓલા તળાવ સુધી લઈ જાય, પછી પાછું એને કહે તું નીચું મોઢું કર, પાણી પી, એટલે this is the problem we are facing. But we are not tired, we can certainly do this. મારું એવું માનવું છે ચેતનભાઈ એની અંદર that, તમે લોકો જોબ આપવા તમે મને પોતે પ્રોમિસ કર્યું હતું that, we can create about 50, you already have 1,500 jobs, expert, and, you're expanding, and everybody is expanding. So we can certainly consider this, but, kindly have a look at, this jobs.luhanamahaparishad.org, and let us make people use that particular portal.
Sure. One more addition on the, what I wanted to also look into is for people who are age 60 plus, who are maybe getting to a retiring age or not working. Today, see, what I've seen is, like, for example, just my mother. She's still very active. She's 78, very active. But what happens today with all of us as kids or as a second generation or first generation, we want to retire them. When they are 65 or 70, we tell them, "Have kaam nathi karu, hu kamau chu, tame ghare rehyo." And I think that approach should change, because I think they have the wisdom, they have the knowledge. So how can we have a, like a list of our people who are at an age where they can be voluntarily give service, or they can do on a chargeable service. They could be from an engineering service, or it could be housemaking, it could be anything. So somewhere if we can do something with that reference, I'm sure it will help the people who are getting old, but then we make them old rather than actually letting them being old themselves. Thank you.
Actually, it's a good suggestion. They are not getting old. We are not also making them old. But the problem is that, they really have to be given direction, at some point. Because what they have been doing, they might be in jobs, for a certain number of years. And, they may not like to do after certain years, because of, are they running away, from the responsibility? No. But, they may not like to take beyond certain risk, or they would like to looking for a change. Just out of turn, let me just tell you one thing, આપણા માટે જે છે ને જે આપવાની વાતની વાત છે ને એની અંદર બીજું બી આપણો એક ઇનિશિયેટિવ જે આપણે લીધો હતો વિચ ઇઝ નોટ રિયલી ગોન ફાર, જે ઘણી સંસ્થાઓની અંદર છે એની અંદર તમને યાદ હોય તો એની અંદર આપણે લોકોનું લિજ્જત પાપડ આપણું હતું એની અંદર. હમણાં જ આપણે જે છે ને જસવંતીબેન પોપટ 96 વર્ષની ઉંમરે ડેલી સવારના પોરમાં 5 વાગે એને ત્યાં આગળ પદ્મશ્રી એવોર્ડ મળ્યો. 95 વર્ષની ઉંમરે કે 96 વર્ષની ઉંમરે રોજ નીચે આવે સવારના 6 વાગે ડોલરભાઈ, અને રોજ સવારના પોરની અંદર જે છે ને એનું બધું બરોબર પ્રોડક્શન થાય છે કે નહીં જુએ છે એની અંદર. ધ લુહાણા મહાપરિષદનું જે છે ને ઇનિશિયેટિવ જે હતું, અનફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી લુહાણા મહાપરિષદનું રહ્યું નહીં. કલ્યાણજીભાઈ, આપણે મહેન્દ્રભાઈના ફાધરે એક ચીરા બજારની અંદર ઉપર ટેરેસમાં એક ચાલુ થયું હતું. એ પર્ટિક્યુલર બિઝનેસ અત્યારના 1000 કરોડ રૂપિયાનો છે. That the turnover of Lijjat Papad is 1,000 crore rupees. They have an official working, at BKC. એટલે આપણે જે છે ને થોડું ઘણું જો આ ગૃહ ઉદ્યોગની માટે લઈ જાય, જે બેન દીકરીઓ તમે જે કીધું ને રિટાયર ન થાઓ, 25 વર્ષે લગ્ન કર્યા, 45 વર્ષ સુધીની અંદર દીકરા કે દીકરી મોટી થઈ ગયા, 50 વર્ષ સુધીમાં પરણી ગયા, પછી what do we do for them? કાં તો ઘરે કદાચ એટલી ઇન્કમ નથી એની અંદર, તો we have been promoting ગૃહ ઉદ્યોગ એની અંદર. કારણ કે આપણી પાસે એટલી બધી ઇન્ડિયાની વાત કરું કે અહીંયા બી એની અંદર હું જોઉં છું એની અંદર ઈસ્ટ આફ્રિકાની અંદર પુષ્કળ વાડીઓ અને બધું છે આપણી પાસે. એટલે એ વાડીઓનો કેવી રીતે સદુપયોગ કરો, that we'll take it up this thing, but this is part of our vision that how do we have this ગૃહ ઉદ્યોગ વર્કેબલ અને એને મોટું કેવી રીતે કરી શકાય, how do we make it possible, that આપણે બધા જ જે લુહાણાના ઘરની અંદર એટલે સર્ટન આપણે હાઇજીન કેવી રીતે મેન્ટેન કરવું એ બધું ત્યાં આગળ લોકલ લેવલ પર આપણે ઘણા બધા પોઈન્ટ્સ કરવા પડે. પણ એને કુરિયર કેવી રીતે કરવું, હાઉ ડુ વી એની અંદર જે છે ને એને કેવી રીતે કરવું, એને એક આપણું મોડલ બનાવીએ. એની અંદર અંડર ધ લીડરશિપ ઓફ માય વાઇફ રશ્મિ, વી ઓલરેડી હેવ સ્ટાર્ટેડ સર્ટન ગૃહ ઉદ્યોગનો કાર્યક્રમ આપણે ચાલુ કર્યા છે એની અંદર. બટ યુ વુડ લાઈક ટુ રિયલી મેક ફર્ધર અટેમ્પ્ટ ઇન ધીસ એની અંદર. સો જસ્ટ આઈ એમ ટેલિંગ યુ દેટ રિટાયર ન કરવા, પણ આપણે એમની પાસેથી ઘરે કામ કરાવડાવી અને એને કેવી રીતે પિકઅપ કરાવડાવવું, કેવી રીતે કરવું, એની અંદર આપણી આપણે ડિઝાઇન ઉપર આપણે ચોક્કસ ધ્યાન રાખશું, અને વી હેવ ધીસ ઇન માઇન્ડ. In the meantime, but thank you very much, for your input. We'll also work on these jobs, as you suggested. And how do we, make it possible? Actually, આપણે લોકોએ તમને યાદ હશે ડોલરભાઈ, આપણે ત્યાં આગળ એક લોન્ચ કરી હતી, લુહાણા કનેક્ટ એપ એની અંદર. અનફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી એ પછી જે છે એની અંદર, we could not make much of a progress. ઓલરેડી આપણી IT ટીમ is working on that particular app again, because the whole technology has changed, the platform has changed, the basic principle has remained same. So we'll certainly work on this, that it connects through business. એટલે આપણી એક જ એપની અંદર તમે એક જેવી રીતે જાઓ, હમણાં તમે આ એપ જોવો છો એની અંદર this is a paperless app, આપણે હમણાંની તમને આપી. Similarly, in the similar fashion, we can have something like this, so that you can browse through job આપવાવાળા, લેવાવાળા, તમારી પાસે મેટ્રિમોનિયલ છે, એના સિવાય જે છે કોઈના ઘરની અંદર સારો પ્રસંગ થઈ ગયો એને બધું we will be able to cover it. Could we have Yogesh Bhai's view also? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Satish Bhai, first thing, by having this LIBF, half the battle is won. So let's start from there. A little bit of what Chetan Bhai just said, this is not about, in my mind, it's not only about HR and IT or whatever. My own feeling is strengthen secretariat, a professional, neutral secretariat. Satish Bhai gana message kera, Vijay Bhai gana message kera.
I agree.
Now get out of that and let professionally it be managed. I think it will do
That
a
is
lot of
perfect.
The third thing, I'm not yet giving my points. Third thing, Satish Bhai, what you said, ke godane lai avane pani kem pivdao. The proof is in the pudding. If horses are drinking, others will automatically drink. You start the portal, let some encouragement come in, let large Lohana employers go out of their way and give that as a first opportunity in terms of employment. And the moment you start having few employments happening, it will take off. So I don't think that should be a problem. My own input on this is a very good event. It's a very good get-together. As I've earlier said as well, this is all about giving and taking, fellowship, and when you talk of business. I would suggest that you leave business for business only. Let it be a one-day event, or one people don't have time, they can manage. And actually, the outcome of that, in my mind, will be much more. Every business, joint venture, transaction that happens, you can have on your website, make it obligatory that if you would like to, please put it on there. I would, for example, if I met somebody and did a deal, I would be happy to put on that, I met for the first time, I met Chetan Bhai, I did a deal. Now you will start collecting the data, and the power is in data. And this is what will take us 2 steps ahead. So that's one suggestion. And the second is that, yes, definitely, it's also equally or probably more important that besides business, all of us as Lohanas, we should get together. And therefore, that would be like more of a social event, connected with sports, other activities, games, whatever else that you want to put. That can be done once in 2-3 years as well. That will keep us all, families and everyone, close. So I think around this, if it starts, you've already done a great job, compliments. But I think now just invest into this and it should take off. It has started, it will take off. Thank you.
So you are suggesting that keep trying, this, keep sending messages and, let, people, just push people, to take advantage, of this jobs portal. Second thing, you said that, make it the secretariat, and make that happen, because, you find, for NGOs, it is very difficult, to find people, and those, people, sometime, anyway, but we can certainly, consider this. And, 100%, this is a very good suggestion, and, we'll make it happen, so that, the secretary, and 2 days event is a good suggestion as well. So we make a note of this, we have a video, and we will certainly make a note of it, and we'll consider this. Thank you so much.
We can listen to others.
Yes.
Surubhai, you choose who
Yes.
would like to come next.
Let's listen to the people.
Surubhai, Manik.
Sita Ram. Okay, on the vision of how to maintain and keep youth connected, and that's the topic of the subject of the topic. And I'm doing an experiment in Los Angeles, that's where I'm from. And this is my wife's idea. Let me share it with you and see how you feel about it. We just floated the idea to say, whoever are new grandparents, we get together with those little kiddos, little babies, the little bundles of joy, and make a gathering, Lohanas. we so far have 60 responses to say, yes, I think that's a good idea. The grandparents would come, the little kiddo will come, we'll have some toys and games and a little park. One way of connecting grandparents to the young, newly born, couple of year old babies. One way of connecting Lohanas. So with that, and it's only been 2 months since we advertised or promoted the idea. 60 people, Los Angeles area, we felt very good Lohanas getting together. The other idea that I've been contemplating, and I think probably we could connect it with the sports idea that you're having international, is to recognize our youth who excel in either even if it's academics or any sphere of career or even at school. Whoever graduate with high degrees, good promotions, good recognitions. I'll give you an example why I was thinking of this. This morning when we had all the Lohanas here on the stage and I was sitting down there, a lot of people asked me, Surabhai, how come you're not up there? I said, well, that's okay. The others said, I wish I was up there. So as much as those people who are up here probably didn't think much of it, I saw that the people in the audience, they had that little incentive to say, if I had done this or the other, I would have been recognized. So recognizing people, in my opinion, goes a long way. So therefore, let's include these children of ours who do well, somehow to have a recognition ceremony, even if it is annually, but to bring them together, to say, let's make them feel good for their achievements. I'm referring to Lohanas now. The other, now a couple of obstacles that I had in California while I was the chairman of Lohanas. He said, Surabhai, if you open up alcohol and serve non-veg, I'm totally against it. I couldn't handle it. I said, no. He says, you will get a good gathering. If you're trying to connect with the youth, the alcohol and meat part of it is now way of life. Meaning chicken is ringana. I couldn't connect it. I still can't, so excuse me. So that's the obstacle right there. On the other hand, if you bring in a young kid and say, you know what, bring your grandma up on the stage. Bring your grandma and your grandpa. You, young kids, bring your grandpa and grandma. Let grandma speak for 3 or 4 minutes of her life. Grandmas haven't had the chance to hold their mic and be on the stage. Let them speak up whatever they want to. Their own children will bring them. And then you will have a gathering of the youth. So that, I've had about 60 or 70 responses to say, yes, if you allow us, our grandma to get a microphone, and they might talk things about anything. That would be fine. So now I know I love Mike too much. My time is over. Thank you very much. Let's say Sita. There you go. Thank you. God bless you. Sita Ram.
So Surabhai suggested something, and we've already organized it. This evening, after dinner, 9 p.m. onwards, all the youth, and we say youth means below 45 years. I think, no, there's no bottom age. The top age is below 45. Please meet 9 p.m. onwards at the Vintage Bar, ground floor, on the right side of the reception, and please interact. If you want some sparks, we can send some of the older people, but I would prefer to keep them out. Yes, we are having for women. Pradeep Bhai, please.
I think some very, very valid points have been made this afternoon from the platform here, so I'm not going to repeat. I really only had one suggestion, and that was that elders or middle-aged stroke elders, experienced, I think we need to therefore, I think as you rightly said, somehow make sure that we engage the younger generation of ours. But elders, if we can bring our younger family members, younger siblings, I think that probably is an important thing that we should probably contemplate for the future events. The other thing that I would actually like to probably encourage is perhaps have some motivational speakers. Guruji Ajay, I think he spoke very, very well. So whilst as businesses we are all successful, and we effectively say, being successful in business is an achievement, we should not forget the spiritual aspects, our cultural aspects, which ultimately is, I think, even more important. પૈસા બનાવવા એ ઘણી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે, પણ આપણી કલ્ચરલ વેલ્યુઝ કેવી રીતે આપણે મેન્ટેન કરવી ને, I think is a bigger challenge, especially for people living in the West. So somehow I think going forward we should try and probably have a key theme to ensure how do we try and ensure that our culture and our, also the sacrifices made by our forefathers before we can, especially I think our Africa, our forefathers left India in the early 1900s, they've really sacrificed. I think we should actually embrace that and probably let our younger generation know that our elders have sacrificed any hisabe apne badai sukhi che. That's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Pradeep, thank you. What you are saying is absolutely correct, that culture, કારણ કે આજે છે ને, આજે બી આપણે જેટલી હ્યુમન વેલ્યુની વાત કરી, આપણે પ્લેજની વાત કરી, સે ફાઇનલી એ તો જ આવી શકે કે જો આપણાની અંદર જે છે ને ઘરની અંદર સ્પિરિચ્યુઅલિટી હોય, ઘરના સંસ્કાર જો એવા હોય તો આવી શકે એની અંદર. સો હાઉ ડુ વી મેક દેટ પોસિબલ? એની અંદર જે છે નોર્મલ નાની ચીજ મેં હું જોતો આવ્યો છું તમારા ત્યાં આગળ આફ્રિકાની અંદર, પર્ટિક્યુલરલી ત્યાં આગળ યુ સ્ટાર્ટ યોર ડે વિથ જય શ્રી કૃષ્ણ. ઘરની અંદર જે છે ને મને લાગે છે કે તમને લોકોને ત્યાં હનુમાન ચાલીસાથી લઈને બધું જ મોડલ આવડતું હોય. વી રિયલી ફીલ લોસ્ટ. અમે લોકો ઇન્ડિયામાં જન્મ્યા છે એની અંદર, પણ ઇફ યુ આસ્ક મી કે કોઈ બી એની અંદર 2 કે 3 આખા મંત્ર આવડતા હોય એની અંદર, most of you are also very good at, even reciting, all mantras and all. So, of course, so, for this, what exactly do you think as a community we should do? We should have, we already have Maha Parishad Adhyatmik Committee. હરેક એકાદશીએ જે છે સાંજના લગભગ approximately between 8:30 and 9, because Jitubai Thakkar is here, he will be 8 to 9. We have, 1 hour this. વચ્ચે આપણે બચ્ચાઓની માટે જે છે ને બાળ સંસ્કાર કેન્દ્ર કર્યું. છોકરાઓને જે છે ને આપણે લોકો જે છે ને અનફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી વી કુડ નોટ સ્પ્રેડ ધ એક્રોસ, બટ દીકરાઓને દીકરીઓને જે છે નાના બચ્ચા એટલે એબ્સોલ્યુટલી ઘણી સંસ્થાઓની સાથે અટેચ છે એની અંદર. સો ધીસ ઇનિશિયેટિવ્સ at our level, at Maha Parishad level, we did take, and we can enhance that, but it's a very good suggestion. But at Maha Parishad level, we already have started, taking action on this. So, every એકાદશીમાં કરીએ, બાળ બચ્ચાઓને જે છે ને શ્લોકો શીખડાવે સંસ્કૃતના, અને પછી એ લોકોને જે છે ને એ લોકોની કોમ્પિટિશન રાખી, અને કોમ્પિટિશન રાખીને ટુ એન્કરેજ ધેમ, વી હેવ ગિવન ધેમ ધ પ્રાઇઝ ઓલ્સો. સો વી કેન રિપીટ ધીસ. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ.
Yes, to unite the Luhanas, mainly communication is required. જેમ સતીશભાઈ કોમ્યુનિકેશન કરે છે, તો એની માટે આઈ સજેસ્ટ કે રેગ્યુલર ન્યૂઝ બુલેટિન ડિજિટલ આપણે બહાર પાડવું જોઈએ, કે આઈધર ઇટ ઇઝ સ્પોર્ટ્સ કે એજ્યુકેશન ઓર બિઝનેસ. ઇફ યુ ડોન્ટ ગેટ ધ ઇન્ફોર્મેશન ન્યૂઝ રેગ્યુલરલી, તો કઈ રીતે યુનાઇટ થશું? એટલે સપોઝ એવો આઈડિયા આવે કે ભાઈ એક રેગ્યુલરલી મંથલી ન્યૂઝ બુલેટિન પાડે, એટલે ન્યૂઝ ઓફ એવરી કન્ટ્રીઝ એમાં આવે. વી કેન ટેક ધ એડવર્ટાઇઝમેન્ટ ઓલ્સો. અલગ અલગ ન્યૂઝ રિલેટેડ ટુ, સપોઝ સ્પોર્ટ્સમાં કરે તો સ્પોર્ટ્સ રિલેટેડ ન્યૂઝ હોય ડિફરન્ટ કન્ટ્રીમાં. બિઝનેસ છે તો બિઝનેસમાં આટલી મોટી સમિત આપણે કરી, ઇટ્સ રિયલી હાઈલી એપ્રિશિએબલ. પણ ધેર શુડ બી એ રેગ્યુલર મિટિંગ ઇન ધ ડોમેસ્ટિક લેવલ ઓલ્સો, કે તમે રેગ્યુલર ઇન્ડિયા છે, આફ્રિકા છે, તો ઇન્ડિયાના બધા બિઝનેસમેન્સ એકબીજા એરિયામાં એક દિવસની મિટિંગ રાખે તો પણ ઘણા યુનાઇટ થઈ શકે. કારણ કે વન્સ વી આર મિટિંગ હિયર, પછી આપણે ગેપ પડી જશે તો ટચમાં નહીં રહીએ તો પછી કંઈ પર્પઝ સર્વ નહીં થાય. આટલો મોટો જે આપણો ઓબ્જેક્ટ છે એ, એટલે રેગ્યુલરલી ટચમાં રહેવા માટે રેગ્યુલર ન્યૂઝ અને કોમ્યુનિકેશન ઇઝ રિક્વાયર્ડ. ધેટ આઈ સજેસ્ટ. એજ્યુકેશન હોય તો એજ્યુકેશનમાં સ્ટુડન્ટ એક્સચેન્જ પ્રોગ્રામ શુડ બી ધેર, કન્ટ્રી ટુ કન્ટ્રી, એરિયા ટુ એરિયા, વિધિન ધ ડોમેસ્ટિક. એટલે સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ યંગસ્ટર્સને થોડું આપણે પ્રમોટ કરીએ. જેમ ધામેચા સાહેબે કહ્યું કે ભાઈ આપણે જ યંગસ્ટર્સને ઇન્વોલ્વ કરીએ તો જ આવશે, અને યંગસ્ટર્સ ત્યારે જ ઇન્વોલ્વ થશે કે એને કાંઈ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ પડશે. એટલે યંગસ્ટર્સની પણ જેમ ચિંતન કમિટી બનાવે છે એ રીતે યંગસ્ટર્સને થોડા ઇન્વોલ્વ કરીને પ્રમોટ કરીએ તો ધીરે ધીરે યંગસ્ટર્સ આમાં જોડાશે, અને દેટ ઇઝ હાઈલી રિક્વાયર્ડ.
થેન્ક યુ. Umang Bhai would like to speak something. Umang Bhai.
જય જલારામ, જય રઘુવંશ. અહીંયા સ્ટેજ ઉપર જે બેઠા છે એમાંથી ગુજરાતમાંથી જે બેઠા છે એમાં 4 બિલ્ડર છે. સતીશભાઈ, આપને કહેવા માગીશ કે રિયલ એસ્ટેટ એવો બિઝનેસ છે કે જેની અંદર ઓછામાં ઓછી 200 ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ નભે છે, એની પાછળ 200 ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ નભે છે. અને માણસને જિંદગીમાં 2 મોટા સપના હોય છે, એક સારી પત્ની મળે અને એક સારું ઘર મળે. જો એ ઘરનું સપનું અમે સાકાર કરી રહ્યા છીએ તો એક મહાપરિષદ લેવલે જો એક એપ ઊભી થાય તો એ એપથી કોઈને પણ કયા શહેરની અંદર ઘર જોઈતું હોય, આની અંદર ઘણા બધા ચેનલ પાર્ટનરો હોય છે. અમારી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીની અંદર પહેલાં એવું જ હતું કે બિલ્ડર પોતે જ કામ કરી શકતા હતા. હવે એવું નથી. જમીન માલિક બી કામ કરી શકે છે, કોઈ જેવી કરી શકે છે, કોઈ જેડી કરી શકે છે, કોઈ ડીએમ કરી શકે છે. કોઈની પાસે ખાલી નામ જ હોય, પ્રવીણભાઈ કોટક પાસે ઇસ્કોન ગ્રુપ છે તો એ ગ્રુપ ખાલી ડીએમ કરી શકે છે. તો અમારી જે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી છે એ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીની પાછળ ઘણી બધી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઓ નભે છે. તો એક આપણા સમાજની એક એપ એવી ઊભી થાય કે જે એ એપથી કોઈને બી કયા શહેરની અંદર જો ઘર લેવું હોય તો તરત જ એ એપથી કોન્ટેક્ટ કરી શકે.
થેન્ક યુ ઉમંગભાઈ. માય સજેશન ઓનેસ્ટલી ઇઝ કે આપણે અહીંયા મહાપરિષદમાં કે LIBF ઇઝ ધેર ટુ કેટર ઇક્વલી ટુ ઓલ બિઝનેસીસ. આપણે એક ચાલુ કરશું તો બધા જ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ માંગશે. We need to balance and work. We should think about this seriously because we are not here to propagate one industry. We are here to propagate the community. Please, Jitubhai.
મારા વિજયભાઈ એક 3-4 સજેશન છે. સતીશભાઈ હમણાં ગૃહ ઉદ્યોગની વાત કરી, ગૃહ ઉદ્યોગની વાત કરી તો ગૃહ ઉદ્યોગને માટે મને એવું લાગે છે કે વી નીડ ટુ સ્ટાન્ડર્ડાઇઝ જો આપણે કંઈ કરી નાખીએ એટલે પ્રોડક્ટનું સ્ટાન્ડર્ડાઇઝ, પેકિંગનું સ્ટાન્ડર્ડાઇઝ. લાઈક જુનાગઢની અંદર કોઈક બેન બનાવતા હોય ને નાસિકની અંદર કોઈક બેન બનાવતા હોય ને સાઉથમાં કોઈક બેન બનાવતા હોય તો આપણો પ્રોડક્ટ એક સરખો હોય એટલે આપણા લોહાણાના અંદર કઈ રીતના બ્રાન્ડિંગ કરીને આગળ વધી શકાય. દેટ ઇઝ પાર્ટ 1. પાર્ટ 2 આપણે બિઝનેસના મેચ મેકિંગ કેમ કરી શકાય. લાઈક દેર આર સેવરલ સપ્લાયર્સ અને સામે રિયલ એસ્ટેટ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીના પણ લોકો છે. તો આ લોકોનું બિઝનેસનું મેચ મેકિંગ કેમ થાય દેટ ઓલ્સો વી નીડ ટુ સી. પ્લસ જે લોકો ડેટ રેઝ કરતા હોય તો આપણે કંઈ એવું સ્ટ્રક્ચર ઊભું કરવું જોઈએ કે ડેટ લોકોને રિઝનેબલ પ્રાઇસ પર કેમ મળી શકે આ એક જોવું જોઈએ. ઘણીવાર નોલેજ અધૂરું હોય છે એને કારણે મોંઘી ડેટ આપણા જ્ઞાતિના લોકો લેતા હોય છે. એન્ડ 4th ઇઝ એક એવોર્ડ નાઇટ, યુથ એક્સલન્સ એવોર્ડ નાઇટ, યુથ લોકોને સાથે ભેગા કરવા માટે થઈને કરવું જોઈએ. અને મારા એક 3-4 જેનરિક સજેશન છે કે મહાજનની માટેના કે આપણે મહાજનોના નાના નાના ક્લસ્ટર કરવા જોઈએ કે 5 મહાજનોના ક્લસ્ટર. એ લોકોની બેસ્ટ પ્રેક્ટિસીસ શું છે એ લોકો પિરિયોડિકલી મળીને ભલે ઝૂમ પર મળીને એ લોકો આઈડિયાઝ એક્સચેન્જ કરે. સેકન્ડલી આપણે CMP એટલે કોમન મિનિમમ પ્રોગ્રામ મહાજનોનો સ્ટેન્ડર્ડાઇઝ કરીને આગળ લઈ જવું જોઈએ. એના પછી મહાપરિષદ લેવલમાં દરેક મહાજનની કંઈ ને કંઈ સારામાં સારી પ્રેક્ટિસ હોય છે દેટ ઓલ્સો વી નીડ ટુ એક્સચેન્જ. અને મહાજનને રન કેવી રીતના કરવું આને માટેનું એક નાનકડું મોડેલ બનાવવું જોઈએ. થેન્ક યુ.
આપણે મારી એક રિક્વેસ્ટ છે કે we are talking about how to achieve this vision. So what are the actions we are going to take? Some of the suggestions are commendable to bring up the youth, etc. Award night. More than that is important that we select the right kind of people. And that's what we need to do, that we have selection. Otherwise, though, it just becomes a very routine. બધાને ખબર છે કે મને award મળી જશે. So I would really like to learn from you all, understand from you all કે આપણે આ જે વિઝન જે સતીશભાઈ રાખ્યું છે આવતા 5 વર્ષ 10 વર્ષનું આપણે એને એક્શનમાં શું કરશું that we achieve this vision. નીતિનભાઈ.
જે વાત વિજયભાઈએ કરી કે આગળ વિઝનમાં શું કરશું તો એ વસ્તુને આ પ્લેટફોર્મને વધારે ને વધારે મોટું કરવાના આપણે પ્રયત્ન કરવા જોઈએ. તો એમાં મારું સજેશન છે કે જે લોકો આવ્યા છે એ પોતાની સાથે પોતાના મિત્ર સર્કલમાં અથવા સગા સંબંધીઓમાં જે બી હોય એને 5-5, 10-10 નામ રજિસ્ટ્રેશન કરાવે મહાપરિષદમાં અને LIBF રજિસ્ટ્રેશન કરે અને LIBF જ એને આગળ લઈ જાય તો એક એવું ગ્રુપ બને કે જેની અંદર 4-5 હજાર બિઝનેસ ગ્રુપના લોકો સાથે જોડાણા હોય તો દરેકનો બેનિફિટ પણ મળે અને મહાપરિષદને પણ આગળ ઉપર એના ફાયદાઓ દેખાય. નંબર 2 કે આ તૈયાર થયા પછી આપણે ક્રેડિટ બેંક, રઘુવંશી બેંક એક ક્રેડિટ બેંક બનાવવી જોઈએ કે જેની અંદર આપણા જ ભાઈઓને ફેસિલિટીઝ મળે. અને એની આવી બેન્કો અત્યારે સૌરાષ્ટ્રમાં છે, એક રાજકોટમાં છે, એક ગોંડલમાં છે, જેને પોતાની પ્રોપર્ટી પણ વસાવી લીધી છે. તો ખૂબ સારી રીતે ચાલે છે. તો મારું એક સજેશન છે કે આ ઉપર પણ ભવિષ્ય માટે આપણે વિચારવું જોઈએ. નંબર 3 કે સ્પોર્ટ્સ એ એવી વસ્તુ છે કે યુવાનોને આપણે જોડી શકીએ. જે આફ્રિકા કન્ટ્રીમાં દર 2 વર્ષે એક સ્પોર્ટ્સ કાર્યક્રમ થાય છે, એ રીતે દરેક જગ્યા ઉપર એક સ્પોર્ટ્સનો કાર્યક્રમ થાય તો યુવાનો એની અંદર જોડાઈ શકે અને આપણને પણ સંગઠન યુવાનોનું સારું બેનિફિટવાળું મળે. આ જ રીતે આપણે લોકો એક ધાર્મિક રિલિજન્સ કાર્યક્રમની પણ વિચારણા કરવી જોઈએ, જે આપણને પ્રદીપભાઈએ કીધું કે આપણે સંસ્કારો અને વિચારોથી જોડાઈ રહેવું જરૂરી છે. તો મારું કહેવાનું એમ છે કે આપણે રઘુવંશી ગર્વ દિન, જે રામનવમીને રઘુવંશી ગર્વ દિન તરીકે રઘુવંશીઓએ મનાવવો જોઈએ. એ દિવસેની એક્ટિવિટીઝ પછી નક્કી કરી શકશું, પણ એક સંગઠિત થવા માટેનું ધાર્મિક કાર્યક્રમ જે માત્ર 2-4 કલાકમાં આપણે પૂરો કરી શકીએ, સાંજના ભાગમાં કરીએ તો. અને વધારામાં આ બધા જો એક પ્લેટફોર્મ ઉપર સ્ટાર્ટઅપમાં આપણે જઈએ કે આવડું મોટું આપણું જો LIBFનું પ્લેટફોર્મ મળતું હોય અને આપણા યુવાનો ભાઈ બહેનોને નવા બિઝનેસમાં જોડાવવું હોય તો સ્ટાર્ટઅપ માટે આપણે LIBF જ પોતાનું પ્લેટફોર્મ તૈયાર કરે અને જે લોકોને જોડાવવું હોય એના બેનિફિટ્સ એને આપી શકે. તો આ સજેશનો મારા છે. આગળ ઉપર મહાપરિષદના ટ્રસ્ટી મંડળને અને બાકી બધાને યોગ્ય લાગે એ રીતે. જય સિયારામ.
I would like to invite and acknowledge the presence of Miss Evelyn Anit, brought into this function by Dr. Sudhir Ruparelia. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you. We are very appreciative that you are here. We will just be winding up this session in next 5 to 7 minutes, and then we would like to hear from you. Praveen bhai, please.
राम नाम में लीन है, देखत सब में राम, ताके पद वंदन करूं, श्री जय 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 जलाराम. આજના ઇન્ટરનેશનલી કાર્યક્રમ અહીંયા પૂરા થયા. ઇંગ્લિશમેન અમે બધા ગુજરાતી એટલે ગુજરાતી ચાલુ કર્યું છે. ઉમંગભાઈ, નીતિનભાઈ, જીતુભાઈએ એક તો અમારા આદરણીય ભાઈ સતીશભાઈ, ભાઈ શ્રી વિજયભાઈ, સુભાષભાઈ, સંજયભાઈ ઠક્કર અને દાવડા, શું નામ? વિનયભાઈ દાવડા સરસ રીતે આ LIBFનું સરસ આયોજન કરી અને એક વિદેશની ધરતી ઉપર નેશનલી નહીં પણ ઇન્ટરનેશનલી આપણા બિઝનેસ જોડે સંકળાયેલા બધા જ ભાઈઓને જે મળવાનો એક સુંદર રીતે કાર્યક્રમ કર્યો છે એને હું આ તબક્કે ખૂબ ખૂબ બિરદાવું છું. સેવા, સમર્પણ, સંગઠન, એજ્યુકેશન, હેલ્થ, આ તો મહાપરિષદ બધું કરી જ રહી છે. પણ આ વખતે સતીશભાઈએ એક નવા જ કન્સેપ્ટમાં સરસ આ બિઝનેસ ફોરમનું જે આયોજન કર્યું છે. બિઝનેસ તો થશે પણ એકબીજાની PR વર્ક, એકબીજાની કનેક્ટિવિટી આ અહીંયા આ કાર્યક્રમ કરી અને વધશે એવું મને લાગી રહ્યું છે. હું અમદાવાદમાં અમારા બિઝનેસમાં છું. અમદાવાદમાં અમારું રિયલ એસ્ટેટનું કામ છે. ત્યાં ઇસ્કોન ગ્રુપ તરીકે અમારી કંપની છે અને ત્યાં 2 મિલિયન એટલે લગભગ 2 કરોડ સ્ક્વેર ફીટનું અમે ત્યાં કને ઇસ્કોન મોલ, ટાઉનશીપ, રેસિડન્સ અને પ્લોટિંગ આ બધા અમે પ્રોજેક્ટો અમદાવાદમાં છેલ્લા 25 વર્ષથી કરીએ છીએ. એક અમારી ફૂડ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી છે. એમાં રોજના અમે 25 લાખ કેજી એશિયાની અંદર નંબર 1 અમારી ઇસ્કોન બાલાજી ગ્રુપની અમારી ફ્રેન્ચ ફ્રાઈઝ, મેકડોનાલ્ડ્સ ને અમારા બધા કસ્ટમર છે. એટલે બિઝનેસ સાથે મેં એટલે વાત કરી રહ્યો હતો કે ક્યાંક કનેક્ટિવિટી વધે અને અમારો એક ત્રીજો પ્લાન મુંદ્રાની અંદર 500 એકર્સમાં મોટામાં મોટો સ્ટીલ પ્લાન્ટ છે. એ બધું ઠીક છે, એ મારા બિઝનેસની મેં તમને વાત કરીએ એટલે ક્યાંક આપણે કનેક્ટિવિટીથી કંઈ જોડાઈ શકીએ. પણ મહાપરિષદ માટે મારે એટલું કહેવું છે કે ગમે ત્યાં દેશમાં હોય વિદેશમાં હોય, પણ જે આપણી જીવન છે ને એ 4 પાયા ઉપર ટકેલું છે. એમાં એક આપણે માતૃભાષા, ગમે ત્યાં હોય દેશ વિદેશમાં હોય, પણ આપણી માતૃભાષાને પ્રભુત્વ આપવું જોઈએ. બીજું આપણી માતૃભૂમિ, જે ભૂમિ ઉપર આપણે જન્મ લીધો છે ત્યાંનું આપણે કેવી રીતે ઋણ અદા કરી શકીએ. એટલે માતૃભાષા, માતૃભૂમિ અને ત્રીજું માતૃ સંસ્થા. એટલે માતૃ સંસ્થા એટલે આપણી મહાપરિષદ, એ આપણી માં કહેવાય. એટલે એને પણ ક્યાં આપણે મદદરૂપ થઈ શકીએ, ક્યાં આપણે સંગઠન મજબૂત કરી શકીએ. અને ત્રીજો ચોથો આપણો છે માતૃભાવ અને માતૃપ્રેમ. લાઈફમાં આપણને જેને જન્મ આપ્યો છે માને કદી ના ભૂલવું જોઈએ. એટલે આ 4 પાયા ઉપર આપણું જીવન ટકેલું છે. અને પાસ્ટ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ તરીકે મેં સતીશભાઈને ચાર્જ આપ્યો, એના પછી સતીશભાઈએ બધાને રિચાર્જ કરી નાખ્યા. એટલે આ તબક્કે ખૂબ ખૂબ અમને ધન્યવાદ પાઠવું છું. અને જીવનની અંદર ભગવાને માનવ જન્મ આપ્યો હોય તો એક મારા મનમાં એક વિચાર આવે છે कि क्या भरोसा है इस जिंदगी का, साथ देती नहीं किसी का, सांस रुक जाएगी चलते चलते, समा बुझ जाएगी जलते जलते, क्या भरोसा है इस जिंदगी का. એટલા માટે કે किसी के काम जो आए उसे इंसान कहते हैं, પરાયા દર્દ જો અપનાય ઉસે ઇન્સાન કહેતે. એટલે એકબીજાને અત્યારે જે આપણે આ સંગઠન અને એકબીજાના અહીંયા જે બધા ભાઈઓને જે મળવાનો પ્રોગ્રામ થયો, એટલે એકબીજાને ક્યાં મદદરૂપ થઈ શકીએ એવી આપ સૌને મારી પ્રાર્થના. આભાર. જય જલારામ. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ.
Thank you. Akash Bhai, can we have you and then Samir Bhai?
Thank you, Vijay Bhai. My name is Akash Devani. I'm from Mombasa in Kenya. I've been hearing all our distinguished panelists on the stage, and I think we're all singing from the same song. But the first thing that comes to my mind is, as a community, before we even consider doing business, we need to preserve, like Pradeep Bhai Damecha said earlier on, our culture, our heritage. And we need to build a strong sense of belonging for our youth to remain as part of our community. Why have most of us come to this event? I can speak for myself, and it's because I feel I belong to the Lohana community. I was not looking at what will I gain or what will I give, but it's because I felt part and parcel of the community. Is our next generation feeling the same? And if they are not, will such events continue? So the first thing we need to do as a community at our home levels, at each center, is build that inclusiveness. We need to keep our youth inspired to feel part of the community. We need to give them what they want to see, what they want to have. Giving them a business forum is not for them, but it's for us. So can we combine an event like this together with, we talked about having a sports festival. Can we make it an event over the Easter holidays or over when our families bond with each other, it's easier to actually do business. Business is one component of our Lohana community, but that's not the only thing. The next question I ask, we have spent close to $1 million with 850 participants here, spending $1,500 over the next 3 days. We're spending $1 million in total. That doesn't take into account the time that you've taken away from your work. You've been away for 3 days, some even longer. You add your time input, it can become $3 to $4 million. Is this something that we should do? Absolutely. Is this something we can do every year? Perhaps not, because it's too costly. What do we do between now and then? Do we wait for another 2 years to meet? Personal interaction is extremely important, because when I meet you, I get to know you, I want to work with you, I want to have other relations with you, whether it's our children getting to know each other, whether it's in matrimony between young boys and girls. That can only be done through personal interaction. So it's extremely important to have such events. But are they sustainable on a year-on-year basis? What do we do between now and then? Do we have sessions in between for industry sessions, whether it's meetings on Zoom, whether it is setting up separate professional organizations to meet. And we can break down the sessions so that I don't need people in the agricultural sector, and I want to learn about it, I would join them. From there, make contact and carry on with business. But the point is that we must consistently and regularly pass the same message to our next generation, because without that, we will not be able to continue doing what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Akash bhai. Samir bhai.
So, પહેલાં તો મને કહેવું છે કે જે આપણે આ LIBF કર્યું છે તમે
સમીર ભાઈ, I would say આપણે જે LIBF કરેલું છે, we want to look ahead.
Okay, fine.
So please,
so to the,
please everybody.
If we're talking about Youth Connect, then one thought in terms of the job portal જે આપણે વાત કરી, is it possible કે આપણે કોલેજીસમાં જઈએ અને જ્યાં લુહાણા છોકરાઓ છે જે જોબ ગોતી રહ્યા છીએ એને આપણે એટલીસ્ટ કોલેજીસના નોટિસ બોર્ડમાં ઉપર એમ લખીએ કે this is a portal available for you to apply and possibly find a job.
Can you start in your colleges?
You can. So I'm just saying, and we should just ensure that there is a good critical mass of jobs posted so that the students who apply, as somebody said, if there is some people who get a job, word of mouth will be very good. So I think that's point one. Similarly, I thought, I know it's not connected to this, but thalassemia, somebody mentioned that we have, I think you mentioned, is there something that we can just do? So this is just to connect, you know, here we are as a community, and maybe we already have it. I'm just saying that could be somebody, something else. That's point two.
Samir bhai, I'm looking for the futuristic vision. So all these are what we will from you.
The third point also is there are lots of youngsters imagining startups and having their startup ideas. There are two things that youngsters need when they do startups. One is money and the other is mentorship. What is very easy for them is very difficult for us to imagine. What they find are big hurdles for them is very easy for us. So if there are platforms such as this where you will provide them a chance to explore their idea, their market, there would be people sitting over here who will say, you know, you could create a whole networking event. You can say, this is healthcare, this is this, and people can sit around and you can imagine that kind of thing also. That's point three. And last is, I think there are lots of youngsters in the audience. Maybe you can ask them on a Q&A what they think would be best required for.
Yes, we can take some question and answers. Let's take the youth first, please.
Anybody from the youth?
Yes, please. By the time the mic reaches them, let me acknowledge the presence of His Excellency from South Sudan, Mr. Simon Juach, the ambassador to Uganda. And please, sir, warm welcome to you. Thank you for coming and joining us. It adds a lot of pride and prestige to our event, sir. My suggestion, can we take this offline, the question and answers?
Yes. Vijay bhai, I think...
I'll allow only 3 questions and then we'll take it offline.
Vijay bhai, I think you conveniently missed me out. So let me have a minute of, if you allow me. Whilst the mic can go to the young man, I think we should hear the young man because we haven't got, see, look at this panel here. We are all over 55 here. And there's no lady here. So that is the first correction we need to make. In future, we must have younger people sitting here as well. But my suggestion is, we are a very, very small community in this world. We are less than 2.5 million. And there are 2 communities that you can observe and see how good they are doing in their society. One of them is the Jewish community. And Lord Dolapapad will vouch for it, and we have meetings in UK between Jewish and Hindus. And second one is the Ismaili community, who are all ex-Lohanas, by the way. All Ismailis, all of them were converts from Lohana community. Now they have got themselves organized so well. But how can we do that? If we can become proud of our own community, if we can become proud of what we are about. And that is what I talked about the history of Lohanas, which is making you feel proud. If people feel proud, they'll belong to this club. They'll want to be part of this club. They'll be coming to this club. So my only suggestion is, let's make them all very proud.
Thank you, Subhash Bhai. I didn't deliberately miss you out. I thought that people have got bored of hearing of us.
There are two important points, which Akash Bhai Devani also made. Akash Bhai, we really appreciate your view, and what you said that, now and next, how do we still stay connected? That is something, that brainstorming is one thing, which you really have put up in our mind, and we'll work on it. And we can certainly, as you said, that, certain people here, because we don't want to consume, the people who have come, with an idea that, we can do business together. So we really have to give them time, to come and make a presentation, for 1 or 2 minutes. So there is one thing, but you have really made your point very well. And Samir Bhai, you have done an excellent thing. What you said is that, how do we mentor? How do we tell them that, how do we accept the ideas, or how do we promote, the startups? That's a fantastic thing. And this, also, we also require mentorship. Satish Vitlani also require mentorship to promote this idea. And the third, what you said is about, publicizing, this Luhana Maha Parishad.org. That would be certainly happening, in all Chhatralayas for sure. That will happen. That we have been promoting, we have been pushing, but that will happen. Thank you very much. I think, we have taken this. Now we'll take some question and answer. And the question has to be not in the form of this thing, the question to the should not be more than half a minute. Huh? Yeah, quickly. And I don't see any of the youth, asking for a question. All, again, are you, these questions, anybody's suggestion also? Okay, fine. Kindly do it.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity, and it's a great event. But I would like to, as the topic is, I would like to say that the application which is made right now, maybe we can have some filter where we can connect with filter like country-wise, because everybody has come here for business. Maybe the second event, people may not be interested, or the youth, because they want to connect with legendary people like you and do business, explore the opportunities. So that is very first and most important thing. Second is, in the application, the exhibitors who have taken the stall, we are not able to see their profile. So maybe we need to improve on the application. That's one. Thank you.
Let's hear how we can connect. Yeah. The app-related questions can be taken up directly, please. Let's cut off all the greetings, just come to the point.
The youth in this country is not useless, it is used less. The youth in this country is not careless, it is cared less.
Can we cut off everything and come to the point?
Yeah, the question is like, if we could have something here for the youth to come, and that is business, it will promote the youngsters joining their family business. It will promote the youngsters to come here and try to develop more business. And if you could create a forum very much in advance for about 60 days to 90 days before they all come here, they can come with their plans and they can always suggest and get things done here. Thank you so much.
Parag Bhai, thank you very much. But let me tell you, out of the 800 odd people, we've got more than 200 youth here. We've already connected. Right? Let's just focus on what we need to do, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a quick suggestion that we are talking about connecting youth, but at the same time, can we talk about connecting with the children? Because youth have like more than 20-25 years. By that time, he might not be connected with the community.
You have a suggestion for it?
So yeah, earliest we connect with the children as well as with the youth. It will be very helpful for the community. Example, like doing lots of activities for the young children, like who are 8-year-old, 10-year-old, sports activities, so that from childhood they will get the Lohanaism in his body. And that's what we should put in the soul, so that when he grow up, he is Luhana. And the second thing is like about the e-directory. Like we have done this business conference, and if we make the e-directory for the businesses around the world, we will have more than 8,000 maybe will be registered, put the timeline, and once they are registered, launch the directory, then the next year come forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
મારે કોઈ ક્વેશ્ચન નથી, એક ઓપન ઓફર છે. અમારે રાજકોટ, અમદાવાદ અને મુંબઈમાં ત્રણેય લોકેશન્સ છે.
Sahib, 1 minute. We are not here to propagate. Yeah. That is later. Please give your suggestion or give your question. That's it.
Right.
We are not here to propagate anybody.
Right. તો કોઈને પણ જોબની એમ્પ્લોયમેન્ટની જરૂર હોય છે અથવા
ના
તો કોઈને
સાહેબ, please,
Yes.
please. We are not here to do this.
Okay.
That is a separate session.
Right.
Here we are here to give suggestions, right?
Suggestions,
We'll put
okay.
this.
Okay.
I think, the points are very well clear. Number one, that from here and now, we should have something, what is called connectivity, How do we do that? That is one. Second thing, what you are suggesting is that, how do we mentor, this thing, startups? How do we promote that? The third thing, the outcome, which says that, how do we bring spirituality, That is one thing, which is very appealing, and we will work on this. And these are the major points, which I could get. Rest of the things, will happen. This is what I think, But I may request, Dolabhai, to just conclude this session, so that, we get to this, because we would like to give the maximum time for the presentation to our businessmen, who have come here, so that, we can visit, also their stall, on time. They are also interested. They've already exhibited their product. So let us conclude this session. Could we request,
We are happy to help to the community free of cost. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could we request? Yeah, we are ending this. Now we would like to just have a small this thing, from Dollarby to conclude this session, please. Sorry.
Great, thank you. In fact, we heard all the suggestions from these eminent business people from different parts of the world. And of course, we'll take, I'm sure they'll take into account, Satish will take into account and see how we can do and transform this community. My only disappointment, I've been excited about this whole event. My only disappointment was that I didn't see that diversity. I want to see more women sitting here, more women taking place. In England, frankly, we have more women. Even if you look at the more senior jobs in government or in private sector, Luhana women take a lead compared to Luhana men. And yesterday when I saw women sitting right at the back, can I tell you one thing? Yes, we had to do that, but in England, women would have walked out. That we must celebrate diversity. It's very, very important, and want to see more gender equality, and that's key. And Nate will tell you, every transaction I do with you, I make sure there's 30% employment of women. Is that right? We do that in Uganda. That's the condition on which we lend money. So we want to see more women empowerment as well, apart from young empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we conclude this session here with a good note that yes, you are right, Dr. Dollarby, that we will have more youth and women. Maybe in maybe coming 1 or 2 days, just we'll also hear them out. Thank you so much.
I have learned there's a language, 2 languages were being used on the platform, perhaps 3. English, Gujarati, and Gujinglish. So I know 1.5. I know English and the English side of Gujinglish. So what I need to do is to learn the other half. I think the 3rd language I might not learn soon. So if anyone is willing to teach me Gujinglish, I'll teach them how to sing. That is sorted. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome a relative of mine. I told you in the morning that in Africa, when you are successful, you belong to the community. When you don't succeed, you are a child of your parents. I don't know about many other societies, but ours is clear The moment you get a degree, the first degree in the village, you get a very good job, everyone who comes to you will say, our son, our daughter. So when I started appearing on TV, I am related to so many people in Uganda. And that is what it is. But when I make a mistake and I am trending for the wrong reasons on Twitter, then I am the son of Fenekans and Justin. So, because the next speaker is famous, first of all, she began life with a blessing as a refugee, which is a massive blessing. You see, if life sells you short, you have begun with the first ingredient of success, because you do not have the option of failure. And my dad had many friends as Indian friends. So when I was 13, he used to put me on a UTC bus and give me merchandise to sell 30, 40 kilometers away with one-way fare. And he would tell me, I expect you back in the evening. Now, when you are on the bus, and he will give you a document to take to somebody in that time. But I also learned to speak in a very interesting way. Let me keep this story short. My father did not know that I had gifts as a public speaker. 1, 2, I had a class teacher who also did not understand my gift, and the headmaster, and here is why. Instead of writing on the report that this particular student has exhibited potential in public speaking, recklessly they wrote on the report card, too talkative in class. So my dad would come to school to punish me as opposed to congratulate me that one day I will be speaking before rich men and women in Munyonyo. So Lady Anita here began her life in Congo as a refugee, but bounced out of that, and in her 20s, she was in Parliament in Kampala, the capital, where those of us who were born here have never been. But when she succeeded, she became my sister, because I have to be related to successful people. And she told me that Dr. Ruparelia is her uncle. Now you know why. Ladies and gentlemen, Evelyn Anite, the Minister of Investment. The last time we were told, Lady Anite, we are Lohanas. You chose to be a Patel, but we welcome you.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, Lord Puppet, the Prime Minister of UK's Trade Envoy to Uganda, Rwanda, and DRC, my very good friend, not my relative, but very, very good friend, and uncle. And when we say uncle, you mean we want their money. Dr. Sudhir Ruparelia, our host. Of course, indeed, you are not the host of the event, but the host of the property. We are always very, very happy for the wonderful work that you've done in Uganda. The President of the Luhana community worldwide, I want to say you're very most welcome to Uganda. And you are indeed in the Pearl of Africa. Sir Praveen, the President of Luhana International, Dr. Sanjay, the founder of Euro Exim Bank, the Vinay Dauda, the chairman of the summit, Sanjay, the chairman Luhana community, the chairman of the Asian community, my friend Mohan, the young people. I heard your voice. Young people, I recognize you. How are you? Women, I recognize you. If you're a woman like me, please just stand up. We are very few. Women, let's stand up. I'm happy some men are putting up their hands for us. Thank you. And the wonderful elders who made very excellent presentation. Let's clap for the men who are here. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am very excited. My name is Anita Evelyn. The MC attempted to talk about my origin. Yes, indeed, like many of you perhaps, I was born in Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm very, very proud that I was born in Democratic Republic of Congo. But that made me to actually feel more proud of Uganda, because only then I was able to appreciate why Uganda has been stable for the last 30 years under the reign of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And because of that, it is my day-to-day business that he stays in power, because I do not want to give birth to my future children in exile like my parents had to do, running out of this place. You are in the Pearl of Africa, the most peaceful part of Africa. In the Pearl of Africa, like Winston Churchill described, you will wonder, why is it the Pearl of Africa? It is the land of beauty. Mohan says it's the land of 3 Ps: peaceful, prosperous, and profitable. Indeed, the Dr. Sudhirs, the Meta, the Madhvans, who are part of the Lohana community, will testify to the profits and the dividends that they've gotten out of this Pearl of Africa. It is a place that anywhere in the world, but only in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, that you make your profit, nobody will stop you from taking your dividends out of your country, out of this country. Your business is our business. We love investors who call the General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, whom, by the way, has asked me to extend his apology of not being with you today. And this was mainly because he was with a visiting head of state, the president of Somalia. But he has asked me to come and convey to you his sincere appreciation, and particularly to the president of Luhana International for choosing Uganda for your destination of the Luhana business. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has also asked me to come and tell you that he will be with us to the official closing of the ceremony on Wednesday at midday. Like I told you, in Uganda, your business is our business. We believe that working with you will be able to transform our country and make it reach middle income status. We believe that because of the Asian community, that today we talk of Uganda reaching middle income status. And how so? Because after Ugandans, who are 3,900 investors in manufacturing sector, so it beats my understanding why my tribesmen, and I will always ask for forgiveness on behalf of my tribesmen, Idi Amin, for expelling the Asian community out of Uganda. Had he not, I can assure you, we'll be better than Britain. Because Lord Puppet there will tell you that Britain only got better, only and only, after the Asians from Uganda arrived in Britain. It is no wonder that out of East Africa, the Prime Minister of Britain comes from East Africa. The Prime Minister of Britain, of UK, comes from East Africa, and he's Asian. Please clap. So you can imagine, had Idi Amin not done what he did, I believe that the President of the United States would have come from East Africa, and particularly Uganda, but we're working on that. An Asian being the President of Uganda is something that we take very serious. Why do we take that serious? We take it so serious, and how are we taking it serious? We have recognized the Asians in Uganda as our tribesmen. You are our tribesmen. So when I talk to you, and when the president comes to talk to you on Wednesday, he will be talking to his clansmen. But how can you not love to be a clansman with a Luhana who is very loaded and very naturally God-given, smart man and woman and youth? Hey, I don't want any other relative but to be a Luhana community member. I thank you very much for listening to me, but before I stop, I'll be doing a disservice to my president if I do not tell you one or two things about investment opportunities in Uganda. Now, we're talking about a country which has got over 33 minerals. I just want to go quickly to the very low-hanging fruits. We have an opportunity in the gold sector. We're looking for investors who are ready to come and do value addition and on our gold. If you're out there and you have the money, and I do know that you have the money, for sure, the way your faces are, you look money. Now, we're looking for an investor who can come and do value addition and make jewelry on our gold. We're exporting our gold raw, and do you know where? Not to India. Surprisingly, majority of it is going to Dubai, where there are 14 gold refineries with 0 gold mine. So come and do value addition here. And how is it going to be very easy for you to do it here and export it to the world and the world accepts it? Because the labor is very available and it's affordable. So that is what you need. Thanks to Sudhir Bai, that I am, you can hear, I know Uncle Sudhir Bai. That I am a businesswoman and I know what an investor needs. You need security, you need capital, you need labor. You need the 4 cost pushers to be addressed. The entrepreneurial mind, you already have it. I want to interest you into the phosphate. We import all the fertilizer in the country. You have 0 fertilizer factory in the country. I take you to the most micro. We need an investor to come and do value addition in our salt in Katwe. We import all the salt that 43 million Ugandans eat. We import it in the country. So if you're an investor here, you don't need any feasibility study. We're talking about 43 million Ugandans. And out of Uganda, you'll be exporting to 300 million people. We're having a young population, steel factories. We're having very few factories. We're doing a project in Kilembe Mines, and right now we've advertised, and I'm asking you, if you're out there and you have the money that is for copper, and you know that copper is a lucrative business, and you will clearly get return on investment, and we're giving you this opportunity. We are talking about telecom business. As I speak, we've advertised, and I'm very happy that I'm speaking to multi-billionaires. In here today, you want, and you've decided out of this Luhana Business Forum, that you want to invest in telecom. We have an opportunity in Uganda Telecom Corporation Limited. For you to come and partner, who better than would you like to partner with than government of Uganda? We are ready to give you the shares. Just avail yourself. The only thing we need from you is you must be rich. We have enough poor people. We don't want poor people. I am going to tell you, I know that you're very busy and you've had a very long day. I need to tell you that you also have opportunity in the agriculture sector. Now, in the agriculture sector, you know that Uganda, why we call it the Pearl of Africa, it's that you can just get your cereals, or you get the maize, the corn, and you just throw it anywhere. It will germinate, it will grow by itself. But can you imagine we eat all of it without any value addition? All the cereals that we feed our babies, and Ugandans like to be having babies. Me inclusive, soon I want to even make more babies as I do that and name them the Luhana children, or Patel, or because I'm targeting them to become rich. And so when you do that, all that the cereal that we feed our children with is imported. So you have the opportunity in doing value addition in agriculture. Sesame oil, all our edible oil. You can imagine we import over 20 billion annually of edible oil. And this opportunity is available. A land where you can get sunflower growing by itself, but we have it. Can you imagine? We don't know how to do value addition, and we just let the birds to do value addition, and they just eat them on our behalf. So it's an opportunity. But I thank the Asian community because one or two of them have actually ventured into that. Madvanis, they're doing that. But we need more of you to come and do the value addition. I am but aware of the fact that you've had a very long day, and aware of the fact that I'll still be here with you. I beg to stop here. I thank you very much for listening to me. May the good Lord bless you.
You've got to feel for the Patels, because the Honorable Anita just changed allegiance. Dr. Sudilbai. I am very sure I can't be Kasumba Bai. Honorable Anita, I'm told by the experts here that what you've just been given is a lot more than half of Dr. Ruparedia's property. That's what the experts have told me. So let's hear your vote of thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've come back here for two reasons. One is to, first of all, appreciate the president of the Luhana community and Dr. Sudhir Bai and the Luhana family for this ornament. I am very, very happy. Today I did not dress in a Gujarati outfit. But you can be sure that on Wednesday, I'll come in the Gujarati outfit. But this is very nice. I want to thank you very, very much for this honor. I'm indeed going to put it by my bedside because I believe that it has come with blessings of becoming rich. And you took time. You actually printed my name on it, and you did very well. It's the right spellings and the right way it is supposed to be. Evelyn Anita, thank you very, very much. The President has asked me to take a few more minutes to give you the incentives. We have up to 10 years tax holiday in corporation tax to everyone who has invested in Uganda. And your investment only has to be $15 million for you to be able to get that incentive. For your plant and machinery, you are not going to have to pay any tax for you to bring your plant and machinery if you're going into the manufacturing sector. For every industry, we also exempt you from paying taxes on the equipment that you would have to use in your factory or in your hotel. We go further, that we also give you enough time to be able to start paying your taxes. You just don't start paying on the first year. That immediately you've incorporated the business, start paying. You just have to indicate to us that you're organizing and you're training. And so we call it tax deductible. For all the people you train, we will deduct. You do not have to pay VAT. So we call it the tax deductibles for training. And by the way, we believe that for international investors whom we call the FDI, if you come in the country, we believe that you're coming with advanced technology. We have brought the price of bringing the advanced brain in the country as low as 2,500 US dollars. It used to be 4,500. We've brought it down to 2,500 to allow you to be able to bring experts to train Ugandans or to train the people that you would have recruited in your company. Like I said, your business is our business. One of my friends, who is also a prominent member of Luhana, Southern Range, Mr. Mitul, is he here? Yes, Mr. Mitul there, will tell you and he will testify. That gentleman there, I'm very proud of him. He's a young man like myself. I'm a young woman, he's a young man. I will tell you, his vision and the way he's very agile, the way he does the business, he will give you a testimony that from yesterday, today, and tomorrow, thanks to President Museveni, we've negotiated market with Guinea to export the uniforms that he is manufacturing in Uganda, in Jinja. So please, you can clap for President Museveni for that. So we just do not stop at buying your products. We do not stop at encouraging you to invest. President Museveni negotiates for markets. The Madivani, the Kakira sugar will tell you that when they had a crisis of not having market or demand for their sugar, our president picked his phone and looked for international market for their sugar, and indeed we got it. Lato milk. Lato is part of Luhana. Very good. We'll testify that we got for the market in Algeria. So we take your business as our business. We look for you for market. We have an excellent policy, buy Uganda, build Uganda. Now, Mr. Lalani will tell you, the owner of Roofings, that when we are constructing our biggest dam in Karuma, what we did, what our president did, was for all the steel that they were using, we had to buy it from Uganda, and we bought from Yiga, we bought from Mr. Lalani, and we bought from all the people manufacturing in Uganda. We call it buy Uganda, build Uganda, meaning your business is our business. We want to make you richer so that you can make our young people get employment. I thank you once again.
Thank you. That was very useful. Honorable Annette, you will recognize that the shawl color is matching with your beautiful jacket and your shoes. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make a quick small announcement before the next part of the program. This evening at the dinner and tomorrow at the lunch, we've made a special change so that people from the same professions, same industry, same sectors can sit around the table and interact with each other. So the doctors can meet around one table, the auto components companies, and FMCG group. So these are going to be labeled tables at the lunchtime and dinner time, the dinner time tonight and lunchtime tomorrow, where just identify those tables. If you're in that industry, go and sit there so you can meet other people from around the world in the same industry or profession. So we are only going to do it for tonight and tomorrow till lunchtime. So make good use of that opportunity. Those who might not be any of those sectors, but you want to be involved to get to know a bit, then go and sit in that table as well. You're welcome. Okay, thank you.
A very good evening again. My name is Samson Kasumba, and I've been your MC for the day. I will always remember today as a very special day in my life, where I interacted with persons who have changed the way I see the world and have changed my worldview. Unfortunately, I won't be with you longer as I had hoped, because I've just been called and told that the news anchor for tonight has traveled, and therefore I'll have to go and do the news. and I will not be with you tomorrow. But take this from me. It is an absolute pleasure of a size I cannot put to words that I've met each one of you. And I believe, and rightly so, that this is the first meeting of many with brothers and sisters of mine who, by faith, I want to believe, have already adopted me into the Lohana community, the formalities we will do later. Unless, can I see anyone who believes that I won't be adopted? Let's first begin with the negative ones. So, Mr. President, you can go on with the formalities. My adoption has been accepted. Those in favor say aye.
Thank you, Samson. And we appreciate all the glamour and the melody you have lent to this event. I call upon the 2-minute presenters for today and request them all to come here. We'll be timing. We start with Hardik Ganatra. Ganatra Financial Services. Please come. Hardik Ganatra, Dhaval Dinani. Dhaval, if you all miss out, I'm sorry. Dhaval Dinani, D. Vijay Pharma Private Limited. Abhinav Kotak, Abhinav Perfumers. Ritesh Thakkar, Impulse Powertech. Dhirav Magdani, Diad Science and Industrial Suppliers Private Limited. Dr. Prakash Hathi, Mahi All Industries. Vasudev Kotak, Shriji Agarbatti Works. Amit Kumar Kotak, Concord Peripherals. Chintan Popat, Fern Agro International Private Limited. Dhruv Thakkar, La Bella Associates. Dr. Samir Atara, Sarthi Pharma. Sejul Raithatta, Balaji Marketing. Prashant Vitlani, Just Properties. Jitendra Sachde, Medicare Hygiene. Rajvi Bagdai, Onwards and Upward. Shonel Thakkar, DGQ Daiquiri Digital LLP. Kilol Karya KK, Credible Financial Services. Brinda Vasani, Bricare. Hiren Thakkar, HTN Associates, Chartered Accountants. Have we got everybody here? So, Hardik Ganatra, please, your time starts now. Okay.
Thank you so much for this event, Satish Uncle. We are working as a Ganatra Financial Services since 1987. I'm working in financial services in Mundra, Kutch, Gujarat, and we have a big opportunity there for port. So Mundra port, you know everyone. We are working in Mundra. We have so many contacts for importer and exporters over there. You can contact me. I can arrange every facilities to you there. Thank you so much.
Good evening, one and all. My name is Dhaval Dinani. I come from a city called Nasik in Maharashtra. I represent my pharmaceutical wholesale and retail business called D. Vijay Pharma. We are quite an old company in pharma distribution. We were the first ones in Nasik to have distribution of multinational companies like Pfizer, Abbott, etc. In those days, in 1975, when my grandmother actually started the business, then my father and my uncle took over, and I'm the third generation who has joined. So we are pharmaceutical exporters also. Currently, we are exporting all kinds of finished formulations of drugs, surgicals, vaccines, and medical devices, mainly to island nations where there are non-registered products required. Soon we are getting into manufacturing, so if anybody has requirement of any specific kind of medicines to be manufactured or surgicals, please do reach out to us. I'll be here, interactions I'm having. Thank you, Luhana Maha Parishad, for giving us the opportunity to get together here. This is the first time I'm getting to meet so many Lohanas together. So as a young person, I feel really proud, definitely to know our history. Yesterday, when folks were telling us about the history of Lohanas, I actually took down the points and sent it out on our family groups, and they have forwarded it further. So really proud to be a part of the community. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dhirav Magdani. I'm from South Africa, Pretoria. We are primarily a sign manufacturing company and a large format digital printing company. We essentially serve mines, hospitals, construction companies, education sector, retail sector. We are still a young company, and having said that, we've got quite a lot of things in place, which is your compliance. We already are a SABS approved manufacturer. We can proudly say that we are the only SABS approved manufacturer in Swane, where the province where we come from. We have been supplying cross-border to countries, Uganda, but that has been happening through a whole lot of middlemen. We are now looking at establishing ourselves firmly into Eastern Africa. And having said that, we would then be in a position to train and set up manufacturing facility from here and supply into the markets that have been identified. Our products at this stage are, because they are regulated, we are compliant in that category of regulated products. We manufacture using raw materials arriving from overseas, obviously, and we pride ourselves in what we do. Thank you so much.
A warm good evening to everyone. I am Amit Kumar Kotak, a proud Lohana from Rajkot, and I am into 3 business categories. First is IT hardware. We are into distribution, retail, and corporate for IT products, including laptops, computers, desktops, all-in-ones, printers, networking and Wi-Fi solutions, backup and firewall solutions. We are distributor for brands like Lenovo, Dell, HP, and Samsung monitors for Saurashtra and Kutch region. Also, we have 6 retail outlets, branded showrooms in Rajkot. My second venture is that we are having a Sony center in Rajkot. We sell Sony range of products like Sony TV, cameras, gaming, PlayStations, PS5, and sound systems, and all Sony accessories. My third portfolio is that I am an investor in a startup companies. Till date, I have invested in almost 15 plus companies. My target to visit this forum is to meet all respected Lohana business entrepreneurs, and I am searching an opportunity for having a branch office in IT products in East Africa, as well as looking for some investment opportunities in this great and beautiful country of Uganda. Thank you. Proud to be a part of LIBF. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I need to congratulate and thanking, I can say, message to Luhana Parishad, who have organized a wonderful function. We are hopeful that we are going to have another function in every year in a wonderful manner. I am C.A. Chintan Popat, representing Fern Agro Private Limited. We are the facilitator for person who are dreaming for exports. We understand that today we are there together for doing something different. So this is the platform which we would like to connect with each of you. Another venture which we have, that Speed Force Private Limited, that is again having a franchisee opportunities for all of us. We have got already 300 plus franchises across India. Apart from that, I am having a chartered accountant firm, so we are having an outsourced bookkeeping for Australia and UK. So this is again thanking Luhana Parishad for providing wonderful platform for all of us. Thank you.
Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Jaram Badane. First of all, thank you very much, Satish Bhai, and of course Vijay Bhai and the entire team for organizing the Luhana International Business Forum, જ્યાં આપણે એટલા બધા જણ મળી શકે છે, એક સાથે આપણે કનેક્ટ કરશું, નેટવર્કિંગ કરશું અને આપણે બધા સાથે ઉપર આવશું. અને હું મહાપરિષદમાં લાસ્ટ ઓલમોસ્ટ 6-7 યર્સથી ઇન્વોલ્વ છું. અત્યારના ઓલરેડી આપણે યુથ જે આપણું ગ્રુપ છે, યુથમાં બોમ્બેમાં હું છું, અને આની પહેલાં આપણે સ્પોર્ટ્સનું જે મહારાષ્ટ્રનું આપણું હેડ હતો, કમિંગ બેક ટુ બિઝનેસ જેના માટે આપણે આ 2 મિનિટ મળે છે વાંધો નહીં થઈ જશે સર I am into just properties. I'm based in Bombay itself in the real estate industry. I'm sure 2 minutes is definitely less, but કોઈને પણ ઘર જોતું હોય, કોઈને પણ પ્રોપર્ટી જોતી હોય, whether commercial, residential, પેન બોમ્બે આપણે કનેક્ટ કરીએ છીએ અને વી હેવ નેટવર્કિંગ ઇન ધી એન્ટાયર ઇન્ડિયા બિકોઝ આપણે જે મહાપરિષદ આપણું નેશનલ એસોસિએશન છે એમ રિયલ એસ્ટેટમાં પણ એક NAR કહીને એસોસિએશન આવે છે, નેશનલ એસોસિએશન ઓફ રિયલ્ટર્સ, એમાં પણ આપણે કનેક્ટ છે. તો બોમ્બેમાં તો ઓફકોર્સ આપણા ડિરેક્ટ કોન્ટેક્ટ છે જ વેસ્ટર્ન સબર્બ્સમાં, પણ પેન ઇન્ડિયા વી હેવ કનેક્ટ અરાઉન્ડ 20,000 ડિફરન્ટ ચેનલ પાર્ટનર્સ જેને અમે કનેક્ટ કરીએ છીએ. કોઈની પણ કાંઈ પણ ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી બોમ્બેમાં કે મહારાષ્ટ્રમાં કે ઇન્ડિયામાં છે તો આપણે ફૂલફિલ કરી શકશું. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ ફોર ધીસ એન્ડ જય શ્રી કૃષ્ણ, જય જયરામ. થેન્ક યુ.
Good evening, everyone, and Jai Shri Krishna. I'm sure my dad is somewhere in the audience smiling like really wide right now. My name is Rajvi Bagdai, and I think I'm the youngest entrepreneur here today. I'm 22 years old, and I'm from Rajkot, and I'm Lohana, so I've definitely hit the business jackpot. My company's name is Onwards and Upwards. I started it literally 3 months ago. At Onwards and Upwards, we believe in telling stories ever told, Ramayana and Mahabharata. Why are they so famous? Not just because they're spiritual texts, but because they are stories well told, and because they teach us about life's values and how you should lead your life. Similarly, if your brand can do that, can truly inspire people and motivate people, you are creating a brand story that people would love to buy from. That's what we do here at Onwards and Upwards. Thank you, everyone, and I'm looking forward to seeing you.
Good evening, Jai Jalaram. Myself, Hiren Thakkar, Chartered Accountant, and having 4 branches across Gujarat and having 7 partners. Friends, we are mainly into consulting of income tax, data analysis, and internal audit. So if you are investing in India and consider us as a statutory compliance. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have Dr. Kunal Manek next. Please come. Nitin Unadkat, Deepak Karya, Atul Thakral, Pritesh Parekh. If you all are here, please come close by. Come.
गुड इवनिंग ऑल. मंदिर भी बनाता हूँ, मस्जिद भी बनाता हूँ, मधुशाला भी बनाता हूँ, पाठशाला भी बनाता हूँ, घर बनाता हूँ, घरौंदे बनाता हूँ, ऊंची बिल्डिंगें भी बनाता हूँ, सपने सजाता हूँ, सपने दिखाता हूँ और उस सपने को बनाता हूँ. My name is Hardik Lakhani. I'm an architect. Our firm is called Lansin Architects. We're present in Rajkot and Ahmedabad. And we are right now working in multidisciplinary architectural design firm and already working in Africa, in South Africa, Johannesburg, and in Mwanza. So would like to thank you for giving us chance to be a part of LIBF. લોહાણા મહાજનમાં તો ઘણા વર્ષોથી છું પોરબંદરમાં, પણ પહેલી વખત મોકો મળ્યો છે to serve as a community, to be together as a part of LIBF. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is again Architect Hardik Lakhani. Thank you.
Thank you so much for letting me come up and speak last minute. My name is Shraddha Thakkar. I am a second generation architect and interior designer with Thakkar & Associates Design, a Mumbai-based architectural, interior designing, urban design and contracting firm. Started in 1975 by my father, Hemant Thakkar, and his twin brother, Harish Thakkar. Normally I would have visuals and images to speak for themselves, but I'll try and articulate a bit about our work. Our projects range from factories, bungalows, residential homes, jewelry stores, salons, and now currently an Ayurvedic hospital in Kerala. The majority of our work has been throughout India and a couple of projects in Manhattan and Dubai. We aspire to use this platform and forum to introduce ourselves to the Lohana community in India, surprisingly over here, Africa, and all over the world. It has been an absolute pleasure meeting some of you and looking forward to meeting the rest of you. Thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Jai Jalaram to one and all. Today myself, Jai Kotak from Ahmedabad. So here we are represent our two organizations at LIBF. One is real estate developer and another one is a Tunky hospital. So basically, first of all, I say some introduction about our real estate developer projects. That we are running currently 2 live projects at Dholera SIR, which is a boom investment area and we can say at Gujarat. And we are leading pioneer in Dholera SIR, and right now we are running a 300 Viga project at Dholera. So person who are looking for investment opportunity in land or plots or farmhouse in Dholera SIR, then please contact me. And now I introduce my another organization, that is Aprami Engineering Limited. That was our limited company. We are completed 70 plus projects with Government of India. And we are doing a turnkey solutions of hospital infrastructure. We can give whole turnkey solution in just 65 days, and we can ready a hospital in 3 to 4 months. So these are our two forte: healthcare infrastructure and real estate developer. Thank you to give me such a nice opportunity. Thank you LIBF once again. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm warmly telling my elders and respected family members to get me here. I'm very thankful for that thing. I'm Dr. Kunal Manik. I'm an Ayurvedic consultant. I'm practicing since last 25 years in Ahmedabad, Mumbai, and Bhavnagar. After experiencing all the Ayurvedic practice, we have established a new herbal unit, herbal manufacturing unit, and I'm honored to have opportunity to introduce my firm, Ishna Herbs. My company, Ishna Herbs, strives to follow standard quality control measure and ensure get our products meet the international standard, as we are the manufacturer and formulators of herbal, Ayurvedic, and nutraceuticals products. Since we are in the herbal productions and Ayurvedic herbal medication manufacture diseases curing with herbs, we are assuring our products are made with 100% organic, natural, and certified products. So here I'm happy to share the things. We are with the Ishna Herbs from Ahmedabad and looking the globe to spread our geographical measures to all over the world. Thank you. Thank you very much.
તમને બધા જે આપણા યંગસ્ટર્સ આવે છે અહીંયા એક રિક્વેસ્ટ છે એમને one-on-one meetings કરવી હોય, and I encourage everybody to have one-on-one meetings so that you can connect with them. We are creating a meeting space tomorrow in one of the areas. Most probably it will be the coffee area, where we are setting up tables and chairs so that you can meet there, talk to people one-on-one. Please make a note or connect with them on the app. In the meantime, I request any of the women who want to speak for 2 minutes, may please come up here. We'll be happy to put you all on stage. You'll get 2 minutes to put up. I think your video is being played. Vaibhav, can we play his video, please? It's a 2-minute video. He's requested that his video be played. Are we ready?
Before starting, sir, can I explain? Just for a second. Just a minute. Dennis, just a minute. Just push the video. Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Jalaram. Myself, Dr. Samir Atara. I'm first generation entrepreneur, and by caste, I'm Luhana. I am here to represent my firm, which is 2.5-year-old, and we are dealing in medicine. We are the manufacturer. We have WHO GMP approved manufacturing facility in Rajkot, Gujarat. Currently, we are exporting to more than 20 countries. I just prepared one video of my facility to showcase that how we maintain the quality of products. And based on the Swamiji's yesterday's talk, I can also relate with that how we can maintain our quality to equality. Thank you. Yeah, Dennis, you can play.
That's it. Vaibhav. Thank you. I must appreciate Dr. Samir Atara. He came with a video, he came with a preparation. This just shows the enthusiasm with which people have come for this event. A warm round of applause for him, please.
Thank you.
Namaste, Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Jalaram. My name is Abhinav Kotak and I belong to Rajkot, Gujarat. I'm representing my two companies. So I'm a perfumer by profession. My first company, Abhinav Perfumers, which is a 30-year-old company. We are into manufacturing of concentrated fragrances for all kinds of applications such as cosmetics, perfumes, incense sticks, detergent, soaps. So basically wherever you can think of a fragrance, we manufacture and create it. And the second business I'm representing is Abhinav Incense, where we have a state-of-art facility in Rajkot, Gujarat again, with 200 machines, and we employ more than 250 women, where we manufacture 10 tons of incense sticks every day, and we supply it pan-India. And we do indirect exports also. And here I am very glad that we are part of such an amazing convention.
जय हिंद जय हिंद सो भारतवासियों जय हिंद बोलना ही पड़ेगा सबसे बड़ी चीज and thank you so much for LIBM giving me this opportunity to talk here. Three things in my heart and mind. First is equities, second is equities, and third is equities. I am Siddharth Sidani. I am a stock market expert and I've been covered by India's national media, Zee Business, CNBC, and so on and so forth. But when we talk about equities, जब हम equities की बात करते हैं, तो एक चीज सबसे पहले दिमाग में आती है वो है fundamentals. क्या fundamentals सही है क्या? क्या देश के fundamentals सही है क्या? So I would like to point out 4 things in front of you. हम बहुत कुछ करते हैं हमारे hard working और wealth creation के लिए. Am I right? We do a lot of things and we have come here all together. So when we have come all together for networking, for making wealth, do you agree that our money or wealth which we have created should do more hard work than us? Do you agree? You do agree. And when you do agree this, then 4 things which is very important for our country to know. to grow, because अगर equity में आपको अगर भरोसा है तो आशा होनी चाहिए, hope होनी चाहिए, और hope मतलब fundamentals. सबसे पहले देश जो है वो golden era के तरफ है 2030 तक. 2030 we are seeing a golden era for our country. India is the second largest exporter of IT, fifth largest exporter of pharma, third biggest aviation network, second biggest steel manufacturer. So India is growing to the golden era. Second, the infrastructure network. भारत ने आज $14 trillion इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे खर्च किए हैं पिछले 75 सालों में, 75 years. Out of that, $7 trillion has been spent in last 9 years.
You've run out of time.
Sure. So, and the other third is manufacturing, which is superb, and the fourth is digitization. So these four things makes our country the heaviest and the best country for investments in equities. Thank you so much. I'm running out of time. We can connect one-on-one. Thank you.
KK Credible Financial Services. Thanks, Siddharth, for taking up on equities. He is talking about equities. Those who can do it directly, they can contact Siddharth. If they want to outsource somebody, mutual fund is the right way to go about, and that's where my role comes into picture. We offer various services into mutual funds, PMS side of it, majorly all the goal-based planning, retirement planning. My firm is there since I was with HDFC Mutual Funds, looking after entire Saurashtra region. Now I've got my own firm. We are managing close to 500 odd crores, and my forte is mostly on the NRI planning and on cement and steel. We are the exporter of cement and clinkers to various countries, including African countries also. So any queries onto it, we can connect one-to-one. Thank you again. This is Kilol Karya from KK Credible Financial Services and Kaka Sales Corporation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I am Purvi Kotak from Kotak Group of Companies. I'm the founder of the company. I'm into shipping and logistics business. I also help my clients for pre and post shipment documentation when they don't have the qualified team, and I train their team. And I also help them to explore the global markets, which they are not exploring and which they are not exporting at the moment. So if you feel I can add value to take you global, please connect with me, because my tagline is let's make you global. Thank you.
Hello. My Indians who have settled across the 7 seas, that is whether it is Africa or any other country. Namaste, Jai Shri Krishna. I'm Brinda Vasani. And first of all, I have heard so much about all of you, that you all have left family, like many people have left family and they have settled somewhere else. So, and they are spreading the fragrance of Indian soil in those other countries, which is really nice. So, and also the history says that between 1880 and 1920, thousands of Hindu Gujaratis migrated from India to Africa in the provinces of Uganda and Kenya. Even today, these Gujaratis and especially Lohana families are settled here and has grown their businesses. We all know that business in the blood of Lohana. Like yesterday, even all the trustees mentioned that we are here for business only. And we were doing business, we are doing business, and we will do business in future as well. So I'm also very happy to have this opportunity. I have just started my company, and this is a big platform for the startups like mine, and all the religious people have given this opportunity to me. So I'm really happy for this, and really grateful for it. Now coming to the brand, I have a vegan skincare brand which is named as Brie. The meaning of which is nourish in Sanskrit, and also another beautiful meaning that says the powerful woman as per the Bible. So the brand is working on these two things, that we are providing nourishment, and of course I'm the founder, and I am working on making you all ladies or gentlemen powerful within. So it is all about that. It is skincare is something which is everybody feels confident when we get compliments, and when we are feeling good, when our skin is good. So that is how the brand is working. That is the vision of the brand. And it is 100% vegan, and we have a stall at, and the number is AV16. So please do visit us. Thank you so much again.
Ajay Bhai Popat has requested 3 minutes. I've allowed it, so please give me that indulgence. Vaibhav, please.
Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Jalaram, Jai Raghuvans. I am Ajay Popat. I am representing company Sukan Engineering Private Limited. The product is really typical, may not be applicable to people at large, but I am in the business of hydrogen gas generation plant, which is typically required for cooling the generator in the thermal power plants. You get the electricity 24/7 because of the hydrogen gas. Many high capacity thermal plants are hydrogen cooled generators. So a little bit that we do have the capacity of 5.6 nm³ per hour till 80 nm³ per hour. We got a tie-up with the American company and also the compressors of the various capacities. Up to 1000 bar we can give that. We do have installations of more than 35 in India. All the compressors are working for almost more than 20-25 years without any problem. We do have a tie-up with the Tatas, BHEL, NTPC, Damodar Valley Corporations, many state electricity boards and all. I would say this water, when I see, is the raw material for me. Once is a capex, capital expenditure is being made, raw material is available abundantly. Hydrogen gas has many uses. One is that the generator cooling, as I said. Second is the steel industries are required for the cooling of that hot roll cold and to avoid the deoxidation of the plant. Even the semiconductor industries also require the hydrogen gas in a typical way. Also the cylinders are being sold at the very effectively in the market. The purity level is 99.5 times 9, is a really fantastic American companies. The credit goes to them. Also, I would like to cover up, I think when Subhas Bhai covered up the infrastructure in the Africa, just I was having a Google, please apologize if I'm wrong. Uganda is just producing 1200 to 1500 megawatt electricity. Only 42% of the Ugandan people are covered up with the electricity. If we talk about the expansion or the growth in the population or the growth in the industrialization, how you will do that? You require electricity. The namely, I would say, the mainly hydropower from the river Nile. That is the largest plant. Okay. So I'll give it to you tomorrow, these 2 points. Same is I have done for the Kenya. And last is about the dispute resolution between the Indians and the Africans. That also I will discuss with you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Jai Shri Krishna and Jambo to my family in Africa. I am Dipti Kotak Nerlekar, and I am the co-founder of Terensha Consultants Private Limited, along with my husband Sandeep Nerlekar. We run a legacy planning, succession planning, and family business succession planning firm. We specialize in helping families to create their legacy and ensure that their businesses go multi-generational. We work on specialized policies like family charters, family constitutions. We help families in asset protection trusts, private family trusts. It's lovely meeting everyone and lovely to learn from your journeys, your stories, and your footprints here in Africa, and we look forward to establishing a connect over here. Thank you so much.
મારા બધા લોહાણા વિરલા પ્રભાવી ભાઈઓ અને બહેનોને આઈ એમ ફ્રોમ પોરબંદર સૌરાષ્ટ્ર વર્કિંગ એઝ અ વાઇસ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ ઇન રઘુવંશી કર્મચારી મંડળ being a employee as I have been servicing since 34 years in university and also doing main duties in Majan and also servicing as a tutor, as a judge and જે પણ મને સોંપવામાં આવે એ બધું જ કામ આજ દિવસ સુધી હું એકદમ એક્ટિવ રહીને કરતી આવી છું. રિગાર્ડિંગ માય બિઝનેસ મારો એક બહુ જ યંગ બેબી કહી શકાય એવું મેં એક સોફ્ટવેર ડેવલપિંગ બિઝનેસ સ્ટાર્ટ કર્યો છે અને એકાઉન્ટિંગ એન્ડ ઓડિટિંગ એ મારા રસના વિષય છે એટલે એ અંગેના જેટલા લેક ઓફ પોઈન્ટ્સ એ સાંકળી અને બિઝનેસમાં સોફ્ટવેર કોમ્યુનિકેશન થાય અને એ બાબતમાં જે કંઈ જરૂરી છે એ બધા સોફ્ટવેર અમે બનાવીએ છીએ અને એ બાબતમાં હું આપને રૂબરૂ પણ જે કંઈ ટાઈપ કરવાની બાબતો છે એ માટે મળવાની છું. પણ આજે મારે એક સજેશન્સ બાબત થોડું વાત કરવાની હતી સ્ટાર્ટિંગમાં, તો એ પણ મૂકી શકું સજેશન્સ પણ. ઓકે, એક પ્રગલ્ભ મહિલા તરીકે, મહિલા મ એટલે મહાન, હી એટલે હિતકારી અને લા એટલે લાજવાબ. જો ગુજરાતી અને એમાં પણ લોહાણા જાજરમાન લેડી જે આપણા એક જેને કહી શકાય ને ગરિમાનો વિષય છે એને હજુ પણ આપણે કેરી ઓન કરવાનું હોય તો આપણી દીકરીઓ, આપણી ઇવન વહુઓ, ભલે આપણે એને દીકરી તરીકે માનતા હોઈએ અને પપ્પાની પરી જેવી દીકરીઓ 8, 9, 10 વર્ષ સુધી ગમે તે ચોઈસના કપડાં પહેરે તો ચાલે, પણ એક સેન્સ ઓફ ડ્રેસિંગ અને સામાજિકતા તરફ લઈ જવા માટેની કેળવણી એ આપણા સમાજમાં કંઈક આપણે લેક ઓફ કરી રહ્યા છે. અમદાવાદ, સુરત, બોમ્બે અને એનાથી આગળથી અને એને લીધે જે પ્રશ્નો ઉપસ્થિત થાય છે એ માની ભૂમિકા છે, કુટુંબની ભૂમિકા છે. જી ઓકે, કાલે લેડીઝ સેશન. ઓકે, સોરી. હા, થેન્ક યુ ફોર હેવિંગ મી ધીસ.
Last two for the day.
Jai Shri Krishna Bhadane. Last but not the least. Okay, LIBF Chairman, Committee, and esteemed Raghuvanshis and valued business partners, a very good afternoon to you all. It is truly an honor to be speaking with you today. My name is Sheetal Popat. I am the manager of Travel Care Limited, a leading and decorated travel agent with over 35 years of age. We have had the privilege of serving tens of thousands of individuals and corporate clients. Travel Care is a family-owned enterprise, and we have been established in the East African region for over 100 years. At Travel Care, we are proud of our accomplishments and the recognition we have received, including being voted one of the top 100 SMEs in Kenya for several years. We are also members of IATA and CATA, and what has always driven us is the passion for creating unforgettable travel experiences for our clients. Travel is not just a means of transportation. It is a transformative experience that can inspire us, broaden our horizons, and deepen our connections with others. From a personal perspective, we understand the importance of building lifelong memories with our loved ones. But as business owners and professionals, we also recognize the crucial role that travel plays in bringing people together, fostering relationships, and driving growth. As we emerge from the pandemic, we believe that travel has the power to inspire and transform us more than ever before. We understand that business travel is essential to reconnecting and rebuilding in-person relationships and building new ones. As Mark Twain once said, 20 years from now, you will be more disappointed by the things you didn't do than by the ones you did do. So let us explore and begin our journey together. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a wonderful day. Jai Shri Krishna.
एक नानी announcement करूं, not out of place. Since we've had very little women representation on the stage, આપણે કાલનું સવારનું session, all the women who have not spoken or somebody who would like to make a presentation, please get in touch with us and we will give you priority over everybody else. Thank you.
Jai Jalaram. Myself Dipen Barai from Speed Force. First I thank you to Satish Bhai and Vijay Bhai for motivating me to be here, because Satish Bhai told me that you are the only automobile guy who have a stall in Kampala in our event. So thank you. Even same, our stall is BC13. I am representing Speed Force. Speed Force is a multi-brand two-wheeler service business. We have a 350 outlets in India, in 27 states and more than 200 cities. We already present in Nepal and Bhutan, nearby India, and also we are expanding here. And we are the India's first roadside assistant company as well as two-wheeler services company. So we have our own brand spare part lubricants. We have a roadside assistant facility, we call it as a ready assist roadside assistant. So we, at the roadside assistant, we have presence 8,000 pin code in India. We have a 1,200 trucks in India. We have a 5 lakh plus subscriber in India, and we have a more than right from as I mentioned Speed Force. So we started Speed Force with 3 founders, me, Kapil, and Mr. Shah. Now we have is more than 1,500 people. So we are a nation skill building in India in automobile. We are the ISO in African countries and even in India also we have a presence so many areas and everything. So thank you from my side. Jai Jalaram, Jai Shri Krishna.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just have 2 announcements to make. The exhibition area is now open and dinner is at 8. So you have 1 hour to go around the exhibition stands, and then like Davos ma che, America ma thai gai, and various other cities, Hong Kong, Kuala Lumpur. So next conference of World Hindu Economic Forum is on 24th to 26th November in Bangkok. હવે એના brochures બી છે અને ખાસ એના although I'm a part of the world board, but the person who is more important than me, who's handling this particularly here, especially, is Prafulbhai Sejpal. I'd ask him to come and stand here so that everybody can recognize him from Hum Hindu. Prafulbhai is a staunch supporter for Hinduism, and as Lohanas, it is our duty to be part of this bigger Hindu family, right? એ આપણા પ્લેજ આપણે કર્યો છે એમાં છે આપણું કમિટમેન્ટ છે કે આપણે આપણી સોસાયટીમાં ભાગ લેવાનો જ છે. અને આ હિન્દુ ઇકોનોમિક ફોરમ ઇટ્સ અગેન અ બિઝનેસ એન્ડ ઇકોનોમિક ફોરમ. દેર ઇઝ નો રિલિજિયસ ઇશ્યુ એટ ઓલ ઇન દેટ ટાઈમ. અને તમને તો ત્યાં એમાં બી સ્વામીજી બી કોઈ નહીં આવે બોલવા માટે. It will always all be business quality lectures. Some politicians or ministers will come. It's really beneficial. I participated in all. So please come and see him. And more professional, Sonalben, Sejpal, you should be at Bangkok next time. And any of the young people, Ajay, those who spoke earlier, Hamra, I think you have some beautiful stories, right? And I noticed, I'm only noticing young people making those 2-minute presentations. So please also participate. Go to Hong Kong. Bangkok is kind of 3-4 hours flight from Mumbai, so very easy to get to. So thank you very much. This is the brochure. Our President, we would like to invite Prafulbhai Sejpal to say a few words in addition about this event being the Bangkok event. Thank you.
Bhaiyo and Behno, this event is very important. We had about 6 to 7 conferences, and Subhas Bhai and me are working since 1913. The first conference was in Bangkok. તો આ ઇવેન્ટ છે એ બહુ સારું છે અને આખા વર્લ્ડમાંથી આ આપણે લોહાણાનું બિઝનેસ સેન્ટર છે તો એવી જ રીતે વર્લ્ડમાં બધા હિન્દુઓ સાથે બિઝનેસ કરવા માટે આ ફોરમ છે અને તમને બધાને આવવાની આમંત્રણ છે અને એના માટે તમારે કંઈ પણ ઇન્ફોર્મેશન જોઈતી હોય તો પ્લીઝ મીટ મી. આઈ એમ હિયર. થેન્ક યુ.